Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in tonight. As I know it's a little late. I know it's late. I know you're weary. I know you don't know if this team can win. But your Hawks did get the win today, albeit it was not the prettiest of victories. 6-3 over the Chicago Bears on the road. See where you guys are at as far as your mentals go tonight. I think there were some really great questions being asked of me in the live stream about this team that I think that we're going to get a bit of a chance to maybe unpack a little bit more further here tonight in the scope of things and more of the big picture stuff that I think is at play with this football team as it kind of stands right now. And I walked into this game and I think that it has at times caught certain people off guard within my own community, at times in this chat in the last couple of weeks of feeling me going, I'm tapping my brakes on 2025. Having nothing to do with this year and what's going on with this year, that there's two separate things to me. It's, what's going on this year and then what the plan is for 2025. And we're alive in this year and we've got a chance in this year, and hopefully the Cardinals can do the work for us and get that done and help give us a chance, and then we can go get the win the next week. I'm not out on this season, and I still want to try to push the playoffs if we can push to the playoffs. So it's two separate different outlooks, and I can feel it in my fellow 12s right now, and a lot of the questions that were being asked of me in my live stream show earlier as we were doing the play-by-play, which is more of those big picture, big scope items. And I can't blame anybody for looking at it in that way, and I think it's right. And that's the more pressing sort of question at this point, because you could get in the playoffs, you could maybe make some noise, but this is sort of like the NBA lottery chances for that team that's the last lottery ball. And that, yeah, they got a chance to get the number one overall pick, technically, but unless you're the New York Knicks in 84 and Patrick Ewing's on the board, you ain't getting that ping pong ball. Those who know. And so we look to the offseason, we look to 2025. The common thing I've said, and that I think sometimes people don't necessarily want to hear on this, but I do feel like I'm hearing more from my fellow Hawk fans and feeling much of the same way, which is that you can say that this year is a success. 9 wins, first-year head coach, youngest NFL coach in the NFL, successful year, while at the same time saying, yeah, but I don't know if 2025 is a team that's primed to contend. It's a team that could contend, a team that could do a bunch of magical moves this offseason and get a bunch of magical development in-house, and a lot of hard work gets done all in one offseason, and they could accomplish that. It's possible. It's happened. There's always surprise teams. But if we're talking about what we can count on and plan on, or is be close to what you can count and plan on in the NFL, where everything is always a little unpredictable, it would seem like 2025 is going to be hard for us to reach that marker when you look around at the teams in the NFC that are at the top, that are performing so well, that are all rounded in the shape of their cooking, that don't have as many kind of things to clean up and kind of situate and get all in place and all working together in the right order of things. That's the way it would seem to me. We're going to pose this to you guys tonight, though. Of course, this is your opportunity to make your voice heard. Let me know where you guys stand on it. I'll definitely react to it, but I always like with these with streams to just basically get a feel and footing of where my fellow 12s are at coming out of this game, both for the immediacy of this right now and for the future. I think when you don't know if you can compete in 2025, it's going to inform you in some other decisions in what you wanted to make, decisions that would have been more of a rubber stamp, no doubt about it, no-brainer kind of move to go do this or go do that now starts to become more of, maybe there's a different, smarter path to go, though, too. And I'm starting to lean into that. Maybe there's a different, smarter path to go with here, too, as this year rounds down. But let's see where my fellow 12s are at. I thank you to everybody who donated in the chat today in the live stream. Again, man, you guys are unbelievable in your support. I couldn't keep up with you guys. So thank you to everybody on there for all of the donations in there. Really was appreciative. If I wasn't able to get to anything that you want to talk to on your donation in the chat tonight, just repost it back in here and just a comment. We'll definitely spend some time tonight going through with you guys on this. We won't make this nothing quick about tonight. We can roll as long as you want to go. And we'll let you guys take the discussion where you will. No rules. Whatever you want to discuss tonight, let's discuss it. Slowy One, what's up, man? How you doing? Robs, hello. Monsoon, good to see you. Truffles, hello. Says Big Cat needs to retire here. Hey, Big Cat's a hell of a player, and yeah, he's he's having one of the truly great all-time years for you at the defensive tackle position in Seahawks history. I think there's an argument to maybe be made that perhaps only Cortez Kennedy's 1992 Defensive Player of the Year season is maybe beyond it. That it's up there into that same realm. He's having a great year. Great year, Robs. Jeffrey says, oh, it wasn't the prettiest, but hey, we won. We won, Jeffrey. There we go. BLM Ben, how you doing, man? Megan, hello, Megan. Thank you so much again for that huge dono drop in the chat tonight. Says, so looks like pool time with Ollie didn't have me miss much in the game. Hawks Nest. You avoided a good one on this one, Megan. I was joking a little bit on a season that we've had to sit through some ugly wins and some ugly losses. This was a game that had manure on the walls from both sides. You just went, okay, just get me out of this room. It smells in here. Jesus says, go get Justin Fields. Jesus says, go get Justin Fields. Probably mispronounced it. Sorry, Jesus. Nick, the team didn't look perfect out there besides the defense, but a win's a win. Hey, win's a win, man. We're still in this. And the defense was definitely fighting their ass off today, and they deserve to be lauded. That's, yeah, a struggling Bears offense, but that's a Bears offense that's found some points at times this year, and you took it to them defensively. You gave them no chance. You put it on their throat. Megan says, Hawks Nest told you we'd be a 9-win team. You're on the mark with it, Megan. Good job. Good call. Well spotted on your part. Still might get to 10. That'd be good, too, if we get to 10, Megan, because then we both basically are pretty close to being right. You were 9, I was 11. I did say we get to 10 wins if we have less than a season of Abraham Lucas, because that was my big pinch point on my prediction, as I said, we'd get to 11 wins if we had more than a half a season of Abraham Lucas, and if we had less than half a season of Abraham Lucas, I said we'd be at 10 wins. So I remember that being my last final prediction point, so I might hit mine right on the button because, of course, Abraham Lucas didn't play a majority of the season this year. So I'll be right on the spot there, too. Looking pretty good on that side as well with it. And if you took the Vegas over, you're feeling happy about that, no matter what you might think this team can get done or can't get done in the playoffs. Addis the Gamer, go Hawks, and please, Arizona. Oh, please. Come on, AZ. Come on, Arizona. And they've got the means. Matchup-wise, stylistically-wise, that's an Arizona team that can match up well with that Rams and how they want to run, and defensively, how they want to trot out those a little bit of those lighter fronts at times. Cardinals will get after you with that. Hand grenade B, going to stream the Cards Rams game considering the implications? I might very well. I might have to, if I do, I might have to check in. I think me and Dan Vians were going to try to maybe get something done on a Saturday. So I was going to maybe do a different stream on Saturday too, but it's a good idea. I mean, maybe that's the one to stream at this point. As there is so much riding on the line on that one. So I'll see if I can maybe pull it off. Hand grenade. I'll check when the time is. What's the game at? Oh, no. Yeah, it's 5 p.m. I might be able to pull that off. We'll give it a shot. It's a good suggestion. I'll try to make it roll. Megan says, I'll put up with my brother's crowing if the Cards win. Oh, it's the best thing because he gets to feel, you want your little brother to feel a little good about himself, right, Megan? You don't feel him just totally poor going in the off season. So he can be like, hey, you guys finished up okay. Okay, you lost the Panthers. Okay, we beat you twice, but you got the Rams. Hey, there you go. You'll be good next year. You got $100 million to spend. You'll be fine. But then secretly you can also be like, but we own you. But I own you, brother. I own you. Rob says, I'll make sure Kyler stays off Call of Duty and on those playbooks this weekend. Please, Robs. I want him on point. Nick says, just wow. Y2K, thanks for the $5 donation. Says, the Mariners can the third overall pick with, I believe, only 8% odds, and the Seahawks can win the Super Bowl 6-3. Well, I suppose so. Hey, there have been times that those lotto balls have come up in the right direction on that Y2K. So, you do have a chance. That's the part about it. That's always why I say too, I never like tanking is that, hey, if you give me a I still got a swing left. I've got a game left where we can decide the fate. I've got a game where this team's just got to beat that game, and give me that chance. Give me that inroads into the playoffs, and to get into the playoffs and what that can mean for a young team looking for confidence, looking for momentum moving into the next season. Say nothing of if you get in the playoffs and find yourself with another win, and maybe you can build upon that even more into that playoffs. But then even beyond that, setting that stage then for that team in the future to go, okay, we've been here. We've gotten a smell of it. Now let's get to it and control it and own it. Now let's go out there and now put the next part of this together in that way it can. And I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Y2K. And why not? Why not a Super Bowl? Let's get super greed. Goldie Cobb says, we got the W at least. We got the dub. That's something. CD Woods, I mean, we have had inconsistencies this season due to rookie coaching staff, but there have been a lot of potential, especially with defense. I think we step forward next year. I hope you're right, CD Woods. I definitely hope you're right. Well said. Sloby1, thanks for the $2 donation. Says 2025 is our year. 13-4. Ooh, we got some confidence here in the chat. 13-4 from Sloby1. Boy, that'd be a fun season. I could go for a 13-4. I absolutely could go for a 13-4. No doubt about that. But thank you, man. Appreciate the dono. And I love the prediction. Young, how you doing, man? Brian E says, well, like it or not, we're Cards fans on Saturday. They who've given up on that can continue selling their tickets to opponents' fans. You know, it'd be the funniest thing is if Hawk fans, because Ram fans aren't going to take over a stadium in any stadium in the city, right? Like, they don't do that. That's not their thing. But it would be pretty funny if Seahawks fans showed up into Cardinal Stadium wearing Seahawks jerseys, rooting, though, and helping out the Cardinal fans to get loud against the Rams this week. There would be nothing that would warm or make my heart laugh harder than to see, like, a sub-sea of blue out there in the red, but not Ram blue, but Seahawk blue. beckoning forward the Cards team to win. I'm like, why is it so loud in here? It's all the Hawk fans. Yeah, but they're quiet when we're on offense. No, they want the Rams to. Oh. Cool Breeze, I need Mike to blitz more, not just against Caleb Williams. I'd like to see it more. I think this defense is at best with a little bit of aggression, a little bit of willingness to dial that stuff up. And I think he's pulled at times with going, man, but I've really got a front four that can get after it. And I'm sure with Dirk and his background with Quinn, and Quinn liking his front four, where Dirk's like, stay in the front four, mate. We can get there. We can get that pressure. Let's just trust the front four. We don't need to run the blitzes. We can just drop them back in coverage. And Mike's like, I want to bring the heat. He's like, I know, mate. I know, crikey. Crikey, I want to bring the heat too. You know I do, mate, but I can't do it. We've got to dial it back. Trust the front four. Leonard Williams, a monster. He's a monster. A color in him. Phoebe says, B, I know we have Paso and we love him, but you and Jake need to have argumentative discussions. I think we'll probably do two behind enemy lines this week as we finish up this season. So we'll do a little bit, maybe do a Zach and Jake combo, 2 different separate shows. But yeah, we'll have to get Jake on for sure. Matthew McGivern says, shout out to Jake Curhan for still playing for the Seahawks. Yeah, doing Seahawks good work for him today, didn't he, Matthew? When I saw him in left guard, it took me a while to catch that for the Bears because I knew that Tevin Jenkins was out, but I went, oh, Jake Curhan at left guard, huh? Okay. Leonard Williams going to eat today. He's going to have a second Christmas dinner, if you know what I'm saying. Hornfella says Caleb Williams has potential, though, for real. I think his hate is unjustified. I agree with you, Hornfellas. I was thinking a little bit about this myself today as far as a general thought that was kind of coming across and looking at a little bit of tape on the Bears a little bit more and just kind of, just kind of considering what's going on, look at where he's at statistically as far as his year goes, and then coming off this game and how he played today. I really feel like the way some people have talked about him and, bust, and, and it's been well overstated and unjustified is a good word to use, Hornfellas. I think that that's appropriate. I think that he's had a successful rookie year for the Bears and given them something to build upon in his play. Knowing especially, too, he had Waldron as his OC this year. And you're not just rechanging the offense midseason. You're still kind of stuck in the Waldron offense at this point, which is really not suited to Caleb's game. So get a real offensive coordinator in there, get a better offensive line in place, a little more commitment to running the ball than 2 pass happy with a young quarterback. He'll be just fine in the long term, I think, Hornfellas. Agreed. Brian says the score only needs to be higher than the other team. Amen, Brian. Amen. Love the positivity tonight. Let's go. Nathan says, I had a feeling the Giants' loss was going to haunt us. It appears it might have cost us a playoff berth. We knew that one might get struck in the craw, and it's right here in the gullet. You know what I mean? It's not quite getting down to that lower stomach. It's right here in the neck, in the throat, that Giants loss. Inexcusable, unexplainable. How did it happen? God only knows. But you're right. Looks like it's probably going to cost us in that way. Nick says, Williams made some throws for sure. I thought he was good today. Under a lot of pressure from the Seahawks. They ran a lot of the blitzes and the pressure fronts. You didn't have a lot of a running game to lean back on from his standpoint of things. You're in the pouring rain out there. Hard to throw in those conditions. I thought he acquainted himself pretty well. Pretty well. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. Randall, I really appreciate that support, brother. It's good to see you in the house tonight. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for that dono. Says, hey, bro, happy with the win. 9 wins, all that. But I agree. Now what? Here is a 5-step. Number 1, fire Grubb. Number 2, cut Geno. Number 3, Sam Darnold is available. Number 4, hire Minnesota coach Josh McCown as OC. Number 5, fortify the offensive line in free agency and the draft. I like your approach, Randall. I'm completely open to your approach and going that direction of it. I think with Sam Darnold, he's made himself a lot of money this offseason. I do think, Randall, there's going to be a team that's probably going to be a little, like, we're going to like Darnold, but I think there's going to be a team hot to trot on Darnold that's probably willing to go a little bit further than we are from a monetary standpoint to sign him. But in Darnold, you do get a guy that is fairly significantly younger than Geno. And they're different quarterbacks. They have different pluses, different minuses. But you maybe angle towards the fact that you can utilize Darnold's younger pluses to the degree on a reasonable deal to make that happen. I can see that being approach Seattle potentially takes. The age of Geno Smith is something to factor in here on that side of it. McCown, potentially a guy they would look at as an OC for sure, being under O'Connell as he has. I would say it would be nice, Randall, to go to a guy that has a little bit of pedigree and background in being an NFL OC and calling plays and doing that. I can certainly understand going for the guys, or the Tanger Erdstrad from Detroit's another guy that gets kind of mentioned in this neighborhood of things, but I sure would like to at least first be kicking the tires on an OC who might be legitimate, who might really be able to give you that certainty. I'm looking, I guess, for the certainty there, Randall, if we could find it. Not saying maybe we can't find it. Maybe you got to go for more of the, the upside guy. So I'm not totally against it. Just if we can find the kick the tire guy that's got some background, and you can get a guy, what you're really getting with him, that'd be kind of cool too, if we could. The last point, I think almost should be number 1 point. And I think it's the one spot that I've gone to over and over again where whether we find agreement or disagreement in this fandom, man to man, woman to woman, fan to fan, I think we will all find universal agreement in saying that if the priority number 1 was to fortify this offensive line in this offseason, and fortify doesn't mean you just go get a guy. Fortify means you reinforce, you take it past the line, and you look to find that not only in the draft, but free agency, and even beyond that, maybe a trade. If you can pull that off, as hard as I know that is sometimes to do, but you're open all possibilities and means to upgrade this offensive line, and upgrading this offensive line, Randall, to your point, has to be, to me, the number 1 priority going into this offseason. It's held back your offense. It's held back your ability to evaluate guys like Grubb and Geno, and sometimes even to properly evaluate DK, because you can't have an offensive line that can hold up to do the longer developing routes that could best maximize DK Metcalf. Everything's got to be short. You get moments like DK screaming at Grubb to throw it past the sticks against San Fran earlier this year because the pass pro just won't hold up. It's held back this offense to a maximum level. It can't anymore. You've got your 2 tackles in place. Get the interior 3 figured out, Randall, and I absolutely think that's a number 1 right now as it goes. But I love your whole approach. I'm with it. I'm open-minded to it. Goldie Gobb, did anyone notice the penalties on ex-Hawk Jake Curhan? Well, he's in over his skis at left guard. He's not a left guard. He's probably more of a right tackle type is where he would be at his best. And he's really not an NFL lineman. You know, he's kind of a fringe guy out there but he has played all positions outside of center. That's kind of part of his benefit as a player. But he was doing his best. It's a little bit like Evan Brown at left guard too. He's out of position and he's not the most talented guy. And that's usually gonna be a long day if you're facing a guy almost at an all-pro level like he was. Cooper says, Caleb is legit the worst quarterback I've seen play in a real long time. Boy, I don't know, man. I've seen some worse rookies, I feel like. Like Zach Wilson, I feel like to me, Cool Breeze, Zach Wilson is like the way I've heard people talk about Caleb Williams this year. And I don't think he's played at that. I think he's been a better player than that. I'm not saying he's been outstanding or let the world on fire, but he's been a rookie quarterback. And he's been at least functional in that way. And what has not been a very good environment there in Chicago. Coach fired midseason, bad offensive coordinator hire. Neil Barker, one game at a time. We need this dub. 2025 is its own issue. 2024 isn't over yet. We have some issues in personnel. We have some questions in coaching and play calling. Amen, Neil. And I won't be looking forward quite yet on that. It is just a little bit of an extension of some of the stuff that was being brought up in my chat during even the game on what I know is going to want to be a bit of a part of this discussion. And as you can even see above on the donation with Randall there will be some of those fans wanting to look a little bit on this team where it's not necessarily giving up, but they're going to want to start to probably discuss a little bit of what is going to go now into this offseason and what kind of is at play in some of the decision making. Bloody Grimoire says, if you stream the Cards game, I will tune in, laughing out loud. Well, maybe I'll put this together then. I'll try to maybe see if I can work this together because I don't have a lot going on Saturday outside of just that stream me and Dan were maybe going to do. But perhaps I can talk him into maybe a little earlier. Kevin says, the Cards game stream. All right. You guys talk me into it. I'll do it. You can talk me into it. Marcus B28, it's practically impossible to erase the bad impression on the public when Seattle shows up on prime time and stinks. I 100% agree with you, Marcus. You're saying, oh, I'm gonna spend hundreds of dollars to go see that in public in person. And as I said earlier, this ain't the first real ugly game you put out on the board, and it's a year of growth, and it's a year ultimately that's successful. But there does feel like there's a lot of work that's there that needs to be done to get to a state of being a contender. Yeah, could be wrong on that, but it's a bit of my feeling on this as well. Nathan Dale Bout says Cards are ass. Beating the Lambs is very unlikely, but not impossible. I tend to find the football, from my perspective on this, tends to be a game of matchups with the Dale, Nathan, where it's a game of sometimes teams just don't match up as good against other teams. And this Rams team lost 41-10 to the Arizona Cardinals in week 2. And this is an Arizona Cardinal team that took that Minnesota Viking team to 23-22. Yeah, they lost the Panthers, and that's definitely their ugliest loss of the year, but that's really their only real ugly loss of the year. It's a team that shows up every week and plays hard every week, and they're undermanned. They don't have a lot of talent, but they will play hard. They will give you their best punch. And the two things that they do that make things very hard, that can make things very hard on the Rams, and part of why they got that 41-10 win, is number one, commitment to the running game. The Rams like to rock out Kobe Turner and Fisk out at defensive tackle. Both of those two guys are really 3 techs. So one of them has to be misaligned as a nose tackle. And this isn't a Byron Murphy situation where you're aligning a nose tackle who can really do that stuff. Can't really do that stuff. They'll throw out Bobby Brown out there, and they've got another guy that they'll float out there at time to time as a nose tackle, but they really want to run with those two guys, especially having them rush the passer, especially having them run the stunt game. And if you have a guy like James Conner getting downhill against that stunt game, running that the gap stuff that they like to run with that, you can find some success there. That can be beneficial. When you have a quarterback like Kyler Murray that can break around that pass rush, open up and create the play and then go find some holes to scramble with, that can be beneficial. When you have a defense on the other side of it, they'll be creative and fearless and willing to run the blitzes and the stack boxes. One thing Stafford doesn't like is having a lot of blitzes thrown at him and forcing him to have to think and process, and he will get rushed in his throwing if he starts to anticipate some of that stuff. So this can all kind of work together a bit to help that Cardinal team, and it's why football is, yes, a game about which team's the most talented and which team's got the best quarterback and the best coaching, but it's also a game about styles, and one team's style doesn't really fit next or well up against another team's style per se, which I think is going to be a bit of the fight here at play between Cardinals and the Rams. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, William. This all goes back to John Schneider. I'm giving him one more year. I understand the impatience involved here. Not impatience, but the patience running out, I would say, here with John on his situation and how the team's been built. And it's never a problem for me with general managers to make a mistake. It's a problem for me with general managers that make a mistake that they don't correct. And I've been a supporter of John, but if we walk through this offseason, William, and he hasn't, at the very least, addressed this offensive line in a major way to rectify what has been neglectful, it's going to be very hard to have a lot of support drummed up for him, because it's going to look like this same thing that's caused you to get sunk so often offensively is once again going to cause you to get sunk offensively unless you can have some major in-house development or land on some pro-ready prospect in the draft to fill these major holes. And that's hard to see. So we'll see how his approach is. I think, William, he's getting so thoroughly smacked in the face by it right now at this point that it's just going to be undeniable, and he's going to have to take this whether he likes it or not. You know, the spoonful of medicine is getting shoved down the back of his throat, and he will drink it, or we will make you drink it. At least that's what I hope. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5 donation, Glenn. I really appreciate that. Just thanks for all you do, Brandon. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Glenn. Thank you for that $5 donation, man. And it's truly a pleasure what I get to do. I'm always having a ball doing this because you guys have me in the realm of the place I love to be most, which is not only just talking about the Seahawks, but getting into the depths of where this team is at, where they're going, and what's necessary now for us to take that step. And it's, I think, a pretty intricate answer, and still with the hope of the season being alive and not putting that to bed either at the same time. I think we can do both of these things at the same time. So it's a bit of the both going on there, you know, but I love what I do, man. I thank you for the support, and I have unbelievable support with that. Nobody else on YouTube has got the backing like I've got it backing bang for buck wise. No way. And you guys are great in that way. So thank you for that, Glenn. I appreciate you, and thanks for watching and all of your support. God's Gang, thanks for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. I couldn't stand this game. Watched the first half in the restaurant, and the first half drive, Sharps was averaging 7 yards a carry, and we don't run on 3rd and 3. 3rd and shorts, man. 3rd and shorts. We've seen time and time again that we want to continually go to the passing game and then go to the passing game on 3rd and 3 and then not go to the short throw on 3rd and 3. That we don't have a lot of concepts scaled up to then get the easy short completion, especially even in these conditions. Been a commonality of this team and a commonality of the offense throughout the course of the season. You did a bit better job, I thought, in this game, God's Gang, of running the ball and staying committed to it, but could you have stayed more committed to it? Was this the type of game to draw even more extreme in the direction of saying, hey, let's just keep on pounding this rock, not only in the name of eating the clock, but getting a little bit more closer and to be able to move the chains and forcing the Bears to actually stop the run, as opposed to us stopping ourselves in the run by going away from it in the play calling. It's better than it's been in some games where you've got a 7-1 kind of stretch, and this was more than 50% with you running the ball, God's Gang. But I agree, there was a middle half of this game where it started to seem like Grubb was starting to edge away from it. Then he leaned back into it at the end. And the Bears were able to kind of make the numbers look a little bit better at the end, knowing that the run was coming and it was predictable in that way. And I think that's where some of this stands out with me too, God's Gang, is I felt like when he was calling the running game early on, you could feel a bit of unpredictableness and the Bears being uncertain of what was coming pre to post snap. It felt like as the game wore on, the Bears became very well aware of, much like many teams have this year, what was going to happen pre-snap to post-snap, whether run or pass. And not sure why that kind of floats between, like, he can't quite stay in that lane. And I'm not asking I got all the game get there, but you see it on that drive. I've seen it before like that, where it's just so clear and you see it right there. And then it just bops away. Be more Seahawks. Connor's hurt, so he might not play. Damn it. What's going on? CD Wood says it would make sense for the Cards to lose to the Panthers in OT and then beat the Rams. No one wants to win the West this season. Yeah, that would be pretty fitting for the division this year. You're right about that. It would fit the type. And Mom and Pops, did we see K9 the last time with the Vikings? No, Mom and Pops. I think he doesn't got much trade value on the open market. He has no position to stand on to ask for a contract extension at this point. I think the likelihood of what goes on with Walker is he comes back for the final year of his rookie deal. He gets tendered by the team, comes out, plays out the final year of that rookie deal, and then probably walks in free agency outside of somehow turning on some grade A amazing season. That would be my guess. Elon Musk. What's up, Elon? He says, are we out of the playoffs if the Rams win on Saturday? Yeah, unfortunately so. Rams have got to lose this next game for us to have a chance. And even if they lose, of course, we still have to beat the Rams then the next week to get on in. But yeah, we need them to lose. They cannot win this next game or we are out. Out. Slobby one. One positive thing from today, gone with the grub. It may be. I wonder where he's at with it. I was surprised to hear talking to EJ Snyder, a bootleg, who is a guy that is a little bit connected in with Brett there at Coleman into some of the NFL circles, and hearing things in the, kind of in the ether a little bit in the background, let's say. And he had kind of opened my eyes up a little bit where he was hearing maybe around mid-season where there might be some dissatisfaction in there with Grubb in some of the play calling and what was going down. And he was thinking that maybe some of that had quieted down in recent weeks with the run game emerging, the commitment to the run game emerging. But maybe that starts to grow a little bit more steam, especially a game like this. I just can't help to think if you've been frustrated coming into this game from a McDonald perspective and how this offense has performed and thought that they should be doing more, and your defense comes out there and performs like that, and you're going up against this Bears defense, which is not a bad defense, but has not been performing at this level in recent weeks at all. You do probably get a little bit antsy in the pantsy in regards to Grubb going, We'll see on that one, though. God's Gang, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, in the next drive, the same 3rd and 2, let's pass. So God's Gang was mentioned before. We had the 3rd down and 3, pass, 3rd down and 2, pass. Agreed, God's Gang. You get the shotgun stuff, which kind of further compounds it, where you just completely almost show your hand. It's no way this is going to be a run here all the way, a pass. And then you don't have a particularly inventive concept seemingly designed up to then just go get an easy, quick completion. It almost seems like, as I've said many times over, like these 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3s, you've got some kind of long developing routes. Like the thought process is Grubb thinks he's going to get some short drawn zones or man coverage, and then he gets his one-on-ones, and now he can go take some strikes deep. It just doesn't play out that way time and time again. And you'd like to see maybe more of some kind of spread concepts, run trips, run 2 receivers up the field, run the 3rd off the backside, have them run an out route on a 3rd and 2. Like I've seen them run that kind of play a couple times for quick and easy first downs, but they don't go to it a lot. And it does feel like when we get to these 3rd down and shorts, that's more of what you can count on. Shotgun, longer developing plays, things that run a little bit counterintuitive for the down and distance, and the things that bring these drives to a bit of a standstill, things that I think are also tougher to explain if I'm an OC to my head coach as to why I keep going to them when they haven't had success throughout the course of the season. Tougher to explain away on the nature of that, I think. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. We might have our first double-digit win season since 2020. Also, was this our first primetime win since the Broncos Monday Night Football game in 2022? Yeah, in regards to that second question, I do believe that is the case. Can't think of another primetime game we had. Something maybe missing on that, but definitely not this year, and I can't think of another one. If we did. Granted, we haven't had as many primetime games as we did when we were rolling. But ultimately, this year has been a success, and it's been a success to me once you got to 8 wins, and now you're in 9. This has been a success. McDonald, first-time coach, first-time head coach, youngest NFL coach in the NFL. All that being true, and you come out with 9 wins in the first year, onboarding a very, very complicated defense that was going to take some time to get the ins and outs all figured out. It's very impressive. Very impressive. And he seems to be a capable leader and the right kind of captain to guide this ship and keep it off the icebergs. So definitely a successful year, Cameron. A good year. And hey, how about that? Primetime win, man. Wasn't pretty, but you got that win. Connor Wilson, thank you for the $5 donation, Connor. Very kind of you. B, my brother, who's been a Hawks fan for 20 years, became a Chiefs fan this year, and it makes me sick. What's your message for him? You are truly great at what you do. There are fan bases who might have an excuse to be able to jump fandoms and say, I don't like this, I want to go. I'm a Cincinnati Bengal fan, Connor. Yeah, we made a couple of Super Bowls because we were able to just kind of glide our way in. But my ownership doesn't have money. We'll be cheap with the players. They've probably blown out Jamar Chase out of town. He wanted a contract before the start of the year. They weren't going to give him the money he wanted. He had earned it. He was worth it. They should have paid it. Didn't do it. If they move Burrow this offseason, which I don't know if they will or not, and not that I know there are any rumors of it, but I'm just saying it would be very much in type with the Bengals to let go of a Burrow because they don't like spending the money they have to spend on him and his contract. T. Higgins, another guy, not going to get paid. And we don't want to spend the money. Cheap organization. I'd get that organization, you're a fan of that, and go, hey, let's look like the Mariners. You're not going to try to compete and actually do it. What's the point of me being the fan with it? I don't say this is one guy who would do this, by the way. I hate what the Mariners are doing, but I'll never be another fan of another baseball team. But I can understand if a fan was in that stance and took it. If you're a Carolina Panther fan looking at David Tepper going, oh, yeesh, or Cleveland Browns, maybe I can understand with those perspective of fan bases there. Maybe. But when you are, Connor, a Seattle Seahawks fan, and you've been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 20 years, when there are NFL organizations that haven't been to a Super Bowl in my lifetime, like the Lions, you've won a Super Bowl, you've got an ownership group that year in and year out remains committed to, from a financial standpoint, to spending the money to try to put a winner on the field. You can control a lot of things in the NFL, and there's definitely decisions that could be remedied and improved upon by this front office and how they spend money and who they decide to reward and don't reward and how they construct the team. But the commitment has always been there and has been there since Paul Allen bought the team. There are so many check boxes that this ownership and this team that I just aforementioned check off that it gives you no leg to stand on here as a fan and say, no, I just don't, this isn't an organization that I can get behind. Why? For a recent 5-6 years, they're not at a high route run where you'd like them to be at. That feels like more impatience to me. That feels to me like more of a fan too, Connor, of what happens when Kansas City maybe 5 years from now starts to drift away and Mahomes gets old and he's not the same player and they're not good. Does he then go look for the next juggernaut team? Is that how that pivots then? Do you turn away then from the Chiefs at that point? I always wondered too, of these fans that are originally this fan but become this fan, how much you really are voting for that team or just wanting to be on part of a thing that's a part of a winning whatever. But no, it's a silly outlook to have for this given team and what they've done and what this ownership has done and put their commitment to their fan base here. This ownership has done way more than so many others across sports in order to make sure that you got a high quality product out there. And I'm as frustrated as anybody else that this team isn't getting up over the hump and that they're not making any real true major noise. It makes me angry to see it, but that's also doesn't mean that you have a bad ownership group or a bad, team that's unworthy of the fandom at that point. That to me seems like an emotional response and one that's kind of seems childish to me. Other fans have way more of a reason to moan and get angry about their situations than we do in any way, shape, or form to that point, Connor. So shame him and shame him well. And thank you for your $5 donation. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for another $2 donation on the channel today. I know you've dropped a variety of donos. I wasn't sorry I wasn't able to get quite as much into the depths on some of your questions, I think, earlier in the channel on that, but thank you for that. It says, when I see Grind Grub, it's up like a mother effer. Be calm's just raising fists, and he's dropping jabs right from the jump when he sees Grub. He's giving him 2 straight jabs. Here comes the hook, and then he's got the Mike Tyson uppercut finish that he's going to cook in. You know what I mean? Yeah. Pop, pop, hook. Up comes the uppercut. That's be calm when he sees Grub. So Grub, it's on like Donkey Kong when you see be calm. I can't give you a picture of him. I can just say it's coming. And you just got to kind of take that beating when you get it at that point. You got to kind of nod, wipe the bloody nose off to the side, nod, stand up, dust yourself off, and then call the freaking running play. Oh, thank you, Be Calm. I appreciate it, man. Go easy on him, all right? Pepper him, you know? Little Popeye pepper punches, maybe, you know? Give him a little bit of that. But don't give a lot of weight behind it, okay? You know what I mean? He's trying. Those spread concept guys, Be Calm, they like to throw. They like to throw, baby. You know? They run just like, you know, they got to eat their vegetables. Like, I'll have one piece of broccoli, but I'm here, throw the show. Throw the show. Run just a little bit. Appreciate you, Be Calm. Be Calm, thank you for the $5 donation as well, man. Appreciate that double donation. Again, I know you dropped a couple earlier today as well on the channel on both the B&B and the live stream. So thank you, man, for all that support, as well as being, I think, a member of the channel. In addition to that, says, I got to be real. Sometimes I despise our own delusional fans. You cannot sit there and tell me Ryan Grubb called a good, decent game. That was horrendous. No, I don't think that you can. I would agree with you on that. You scored 6 points against a Bears team that was thinking about Cabo 4 weeks ago. That was not a good game plan. There's some good game calls in there from Grubb, but sequencing, getting chain moving drives, working off the effort of your defense. There's a 3rd and 7 in this game, Be Calm. A 3rd and 7 as the game's wound down and you've had a lot of tough travailing. You go to effing Pharaoh Brown on a bubble screen. So you look at your plays, you go, yeah, not DK, not Tyler, not JSN. Neither of the two running backs who are both having a good day. We'll get them out. Let's not go to our number one wide receiver, our number one tight end, who's going to lead us as a team in catches on the day and is actually having one of his better games in a year that's been quiet. Let's not go to him. Let's not read what's happening in the moment. Let's not go to AJ Barner, who's had a strong rookie year as a 4th rounder, as a pass catcher, just caught a touchdown last week. Let's on 3rd and 7 run a bubble screen to our blocking tight end who offers no yak. No yak. If you're going to support Grubb on this game, that's going to be one you're going to have to walk me through and explain me to. That's one that just is one that, like many plays a signifying a game where you go, what are we doing? That was as dumb as you get right there. And then it almost had a fumble return for a touchdown, by the way, to compound the dumb play call to Pharaoh, by the way. Almost had I don't know if they blew the whistle or they just determined whatever, but almost could have given the touchdown to them on the play on the back of also just being a silly, dumb call. You know, he went with the run game a little bit today. You can't paint it as all bad, Be Calm, but we got to paint it accurately for what it is. And Grubb can maybe solve these problems and get over these errors, but let's not call errors successes. 6 points against that Bears team is underperforming. There's too much talent on this Seahawks offense to come away with only 6 points in this football game, Kenneth Walker or not. And Grubb doesn't get all of the blame on it. There's plenty of other guys to point to in this one for sure. But yeah, I have a hard time throwing a huge amount of support behind where Grubb is at right now and what he's done so far, because it's regressed as the year gone along. It's not like McDonald on the defense. It's not coming together. You're not seeing him put things and build them up as a stack of, oh, this works and that works. And when you had the tunnel screen worked once in this game, I don't know if we went back to the tunnel screen in this game. One of the things that worked all year long. But part of the counterintuitive nature of this offense at times is that it doesn't always go with what works. It goes with what Grubb wants. And that's part of what concerns you about him in the long term. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. James Conner is hurt. We have to trust Kyler Murray. Well, luckily the Arizona Cardinals did get out ahead of this situation with this past draft. And you guys remember, who was Brandon's favorite running back in last year's draft? Who was my number one? Didn't think you'd take him in the first round. You want to take him where the Cardinals got him. But I liked him better than Brooks. And that would be Mr. Benson. 90% of Todd Gurley. You're going to get 90% of Todd Gurley on that football field for the Arizona Cardinals this next Saturday. So while Connor hurts, I ain't underselling that. He's a good back, especially that big back, hard to bring down for some smaller defensive tackles inside. But Benson's got a burst that Connor doesn't. How has Benson done this year? So Trey Benson on the year, 63 carries, 291 yards, 4.6 yard per carry average, 6 catches, 59 yards. Not bad. Connor's been pretty on the field often. So Phoebe, we got a little bit with Benson there. And DeMarcado, the third string back, he's not bad either. He can get it done too. It's not all bad there. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Carson Beck, round 3 or 4. Thoughts? Oof. I can't go with Carson Beck. He's one of those quarterbacks that I would be very low on in this draft, Randall. First off, arm strength. You know, that's what I lead with. Arm strength, processing. These are the first two things I'm going to look for on any quarterback prospect. I'm always going to favor those things. I favor those things for a reason. They matter. They matter in our stadium. You got a weak arm guy in our stadium. That's not a good thing. That's not going to mix together. That ain't Oreo cookies and milk. You get a weak arm guy in our stadium. You get a guy that can't push the ball through the elements. That's a guy that's going to get exposed in our stadium by and large, especially as you get into the depths of winter. At the most time of year, we don't want that guy exposed. Carson Beck has a below average arm for an NFL quarterback prospect. He is a guy that is all about ball placement and trying to have as quick a trigger as possible and throwing with utmost anticipation in his game. I think that's hard to live there as an NFL quarterback. You can have success. I think it's hard to live there and be a team that'll be a contending team with a quarterback trying to play that way, where it's all just about throwing with that anticipation. He offers you almost no mobility. He's had regression, I think, probably this year from how he played last year once he lost Brock Bowers. You don't like to see that in a quarterback coming out of the draft. And then I think he's got an injury issue on top of it this year. So it's kind of like all the way around for me with him. You know, he does do a little bit of processing out there. I'll give him some credit for that, where you can see him going through reads, but the arm strength is a lacking. It's a lacking big time, even for a third or fourth round guy. I think I've got him right now as a 5th round cat in my thing. And he would not be a guy to have much hope for as a future prospect of that, where he'd be picked even in the 5th round. Very limited. Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation, Real Cheese. So now that the game is past us, I'll bring this back up. K9 or K-Mac. If I remember right, you were floating making Sharps running back 1 because K9's health. Yeah, I think that the K9's health thing is part of those lessons that you have to learn going forward. You would love for K9 to be your number 1 back, but he's not able to hold up for the rigors of the carries that you would have to give to a number 1 running back. Charbonnet can hold up to those rigors. You lose nothing in Charbonnet as a pass catcher going to him versus going to K9. So Charbonnet is a guy that I would lean on into the future as being more of an RB1, as much because of that. Not because of K9's being not as good a talent, but look, every year he's banged up. Even when he's playing in these games, we're hearing about him every single week being banged up. He just seems like more of a kind of limited touch guy at this point in his career to me as it looks. And that's okay. There's these kind of players in the league. Everybody wants the bell cow, but sometimes it's just being productive for what we do use you for. So I would go that direction with it. I don't think with McIntosh that he's a guy that's going to unseat Kenneth Walker. No, Kenneth Walker is a much more talented player. And if you're going back to the next running back, you're going to want to be giving Walker the 2 touches at that point and having him fit into that spot. I think from McIntosh's standpoint, Real Cheese, it would have been better to have K9 go out there and have a true number 1 back type season, where the Hawks then had to make probably a decision about moving him this offseason or paying him or just doing something different than what it's going to probably be, which is that you're going to run it back and you're going to just go with him on the last year of his rookie deal being Walker. And that unfortunately is going to stick McIntosh as the third running back. And if Ryan Grubb's here, we know Ryan Grubb in the worst of times for you as a passing offense and the worst of times for you in pass protection, Ryan Grubb will not go to the running game. So what happens when the pass protection gets better? Ryan's going to run more? No. He's going to go back and he's going to want to pass more. So the immediate future for Kenny McIntosh here, real cheese, is that there is not a lot of touches to be had for him in the foreseeable future as the deck is stacked up right now. The good news from the Seattle Seahawks perspective is that you're going to have a pretty deep running back room for 2025. But from K-Mac's perspective, it's going to have him a little bit stuck. He is a little more of a certain runner. He's probably a little more physical than Walker is in how he fights off of tackles. Walker's tackle breaking ability, quite frankly, as the year's gone on, has gone down a little bit. But he remains the talent he is, and you're going to want to find touches for him, even if he isn't your number one guy. But yeah, I do feel pretty solidly at this point that Sharps is the better RB1, and I think he'll be able to hold up over a course of a year better. He's just built to do it more than I think Walker is, unfortunately. And I do like Walker a lot, but he's always banged up, man. Always dealing with something. This or that or something else. Thank you, Real Cheese. Appreciate you for that. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Ryan Grubb makes me hate being a Hawk fan. I get the frustration. And you look at this offense and you look at the talent in this offense, be calm, and you say there should be more from this. There's way more meat on this bone than we're eating off. It's like it's falling on the floor. The dog's getting it or the cat's getting to it, and we're not getting it, and we're still hungry. I get that. I do. And I think that's very fair. I think the thing to remember with the Grubb hire is two separate different individual points on this. Three. One, the Seattle Seahawks were looking at a different offensive coordinator that would have been more certain, that would have been more, you know what you're getting. Might have paired up better to McDonald in the way he wants to run this team in the overall stretch of things. But because the McDonald situation went late into the offseason, because the Baltimore Ravens went deep into the playoffs, which made the hiring of him take a little bit longer than maybe you would have liked with getting a coach in-house, you kind of were the bell left at the ball when it came to competent upper-end OCs and what was available for you out there. And so you had to pick through something that was going to either take as a lesser OC in this league that wasn't well sought after, or take a risk on a high upside guy. So the Seattle Seahawks took the big risk on Ryan Grubb. They swung for the upper deck. They hoped to hit that big home run, not just the double into the gap. And it definitely hasn't worked out in their favor in doing that. But it's not one that you're married to like a head coach, Big Calm. It's one where there is an opening this offseason to move off of him. And if they don't move off of him, I think the plan will be much more certain into leaning into what he wants to do and understanding what they need to do to make his system work the way he wants it to work. But that's where, to me, it's okay to get the OC hiring wrong. You can't get the head coach hiring wrong. You can get his DC hiring wrong, you can OC hiring wrong. You can't get the head coach hiring wrong. And there's many teams that have this happen where it's not always perfect out the gate in that way. But the fact that it went so late last offseason, Big Calm, made it a little bit harder for them to get necessarily the more sure candidate that you were going to get with that. Just, we know what we're getting, feels solid with it. Remember with this, it was Ryan Grubb and Tanger, Ingerstrad, and Chip Kelly, who's not going to be an NFL OC anytime soon, and the like of this type of guys, right? Eric Bieniemy, I think, who's been out of a job. I think we might have interviewed him. And so you were picking over some of the outlet shopping kind of stuff, right? Just a little bit. But I like that they swung big on it. You know, at least they didn't, if they weren't going to go find the hire that they knew was certain, they went for the big swing rather than a boring choice that wasn't going to be, probably going to fizzle out. Might have given you a marginal bit better offense, but wasn't going to give you true upside as an OC. They did swing for the big swing on it. If they had between those two choices to go with, which I at least appreciate that. But you're not at this point, Big Calm, you're not married to them, and the team can move if they want in a different direction this offseason, which very well wouldn't be surprising if they did. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. Lightning in a bottle. Burned out first round retreads. Fields, Mack, and Daniel Jones, and Pickett. Not a ton of options at quarterback. Geno drives me effing nuts up and down. Geno's a guy throughout the end of the season that's increasingly driven me more nuts as the year's gone on. And I'm a supporter of Geno. I've had his back for years here now. I have fought many a battle in Geno's favor here in my chat on a live stream show. But this is about being always honest with what we're seeing on the field, not about having our sacred guys that we want to just glom onto. It's something that bothered me about the Wilson and Carroll thing at the end there, where people were doing that. And it was not, now I'm going to look at what's going on in the field and try to see it clearly. It's I'm going to look at the field with my Carroll rose-colored glasses or my Russell Wilson rose-colored glasses as to how I view what's going down in the action. And it tilted things. It skewed people's view from being able to accurately see what was really clear there on the field and what was occurring. And I don't want that same thing to happen with me with Geno. And it's sneaking up as this year goes along, where I'm having a harder time to excuse some of the stuff that I see in his game. And to see him regressing as this year goes along, to see him more out of sorts as he gets better pass protection, to have more brain dead moments as he's actually got a competent run game. Make sense to me. I'm plenty happy to put blame to Grubb and give him a huge lick of this. No doubt about that. I ain't saying Geno's at the center of this, but you know, it's been frustrating watching him play here. This is getting really frustrating. And it's a bit of a different Geno than the one we've seen, quite frankly, over the past couple of years in total. And we got a decision we have to make with him. Randall, this is the part we get to, in my opinion, on the 2025 and understanding that you're not going to contend next year. Does that have me going for a Fields or a Mac Jones? Maybe. I mean, I can see where you go with it on that. I don't want to give them multi-year deals to anybody. I don't want Daniel Jones. I really don't want Fields. I mean, a couple of these guys, there's some inherent things within them. All three of those guys, especially, I'm just like, I can't do it with any of those guys. I really can't. With Pickett, I've just never been sold on baby hands Pickett. And remember, Randall, you're going to put baby hands Pickett in the Pacific Northwest outdoors, the place that the smaller-handed quarterbacks, you don't want to put them. You want to put those guys indoors in climate-controlled conditions. You want them to where they're not going to have their hands wet in the elements, because the small hands then become a big problem. And you get more fumbles. You get a harder ability of them to be able to hold and grip the ball and get off good throws in that kind of environment. I mean, maybe Fields, Randall on some vet minimum kind of deal, but the thing with going with him or going with probably a Daniel Jones or a Mac is they're going to want $4 or $5 or $6 million. I don't want to spend that. I'd almost just want to go creeper cheaper on it. So if you want to go with Beck at that point and match him up with Hal and kick the can down the road next year, fine. I really want to be maximize out the cap then to roll it over into 2026 rather than burn it out this year for some middling quarterback play. I probably almost just go into the draft and take one of these other prospects in the draft and that deeper, you take a Jalen Milroe at the end of the second or something, Randall, and Jalen comes in and he dukes it out with Sam, and then you just get through next year. I would take that path probably more than I would want to take a Fields or a Mac or Daniel, because again, I think you're not just getting them on a vet minimum. You're going to eat up like $5 to $10 million, because that's what those back. Sam Darnold had nothing in the books this year, and he was making $9 million on a 1-year deal. Marcus Mariota is making $9 million on a 1-year deal this year. Backup quarterbacks that are vets like that, especially ones who might offer a little bit of upside, they're not going to come cheap. And I don't want to spend big money if we're not looking to be contenders. So probably I would go more to stretch to just, you take the second rounder, you duke it out within the second rounder. And there's also the part that I'd like to take a look at, Randall, would be, I would certainly call Jacksonville up about Trevor Lawrence. And I would absolutely, we haven't talked about this, but I would throw a king's ransom. I would throw a Godfather offer. Listen to me, Mike Brown.
I understand that you don't want to spend all this money in Cincinnati. Give me Joe Burrow. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
And that's what I would do here. I would make an offer Cincinnati couldn't refuse for Joe Burrow. Offload some assets, pick up a couple of little extra picks, package those picks together, get some higher picks, package it all together as much as I could, and go make a heavy run at Joe Burrow. Cincinnati Bengals, I don't think are re-signing Jamar Chase. Don't think that they're re-signing T. Higgins. So you're going to tell Joe Burrow, oh yeah, we're going to let go your LSU partner. Oh yeah, we're going to let go T. Higgins, and you're just going to sit here and sit and spin. This is an organization that once had a Carson Palmer who said, I don't want to lose. I don't want to be stuck here in that way. They accommodated him via a trade. Same ownership group. So if they've done it once, maybe they could do it again. I would go and make a blow their battleship out of the water offer for that. Or come back to a secondary way, Randall to a Trevor Lawrence. Part and parcel because there's not a clear path to going out there and getting that next quarterback and some of what's in your donation of the guys you mentioned, because those are the guys you have to kind of pick through. It's not a buyer's market out there right now with this. So you got to pay sellers' prices. Just be the way it maybe goes on this one, Randall. Great question, though. Fantastic question. And thank you for that donation. Holy Stand Grenade with a $2 don't know. We beat the Lions that one time on Monday. I thought the back-to-back Lion win years, wasn't this year, of course, but the prior 2-year wins were, I thought they were 10 in the morning games. I think those were 10 in the mornings. We might have beat him on another one on a Monday night, but I think the question was referencing in the last 2 years. I think. Memory could be failing me too. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donations. Says, I'll always be a Hawk fan, do or die. Yeah, I will never be another NFL fan. I often get the question in my chat, who's your second favorite NFL team? Seattle. Who's your third favorite? Seattle. I'm wired. That's how I'm wired. There is no team but that does exist, but the Seattle Seahawks to me. And I was born with the green and blue. I will die with the green and blue, right? And that's just the way I'm wired. And I would like to believe that all 12s are equally wired in that same way. It's part of what I always say with us is that no matter whether we agree or disagree, we are all part of a family here. Whether you're in a Washington or you're down in Australia or out there in Germany or up there in the heights of Canada to the north or Alaska or anywhere in between, South America, you're 12. We're interconnected in that way. It's a wonderful thing. Even more Seahawks with a $2 donation says, bandwagons for you pussies. Just be an NFL fan then. Yeah. Bandwagon's got no place. And I don't think we're bandwagon fans here. I don't. There's been some dissatisfaction with, I know, the home crowd in the stadium. I think that there's some other things that are at play here that go probably beyond just fans not being good fans. There's the financial stuff, there's the cost, and there's the play. There's a lot of stuff, all kind of put together there a little bit on that one. But yeah, you got to ride with your team. And look, there's going to be some low times, but there'll be some high times as well. And there'll be some, moments of gray. That just makes the great moments that much more savory when you've had to go through a little bit of the down. Glenn Karn, thank you for your double dip donation tonight. I really do appreciate that and really kind of you for that support. There is a lot of negativity. I'm fairly positive. Our defense is excellent, and this will always keep us in the game with the rest. Geno will be better. Yeah, I think that there's going to be some of that feel that you're going to come off this, even though it's a win with some of the negativity there, Glenn. And I think that there's a little bit of within that, again, of how do you as a team get turned to being in that contender. And I don't want to speak for everybody on this. Of course, I don't know for sure on that. It's just a general feeling I get from within my chat on this, in that, how do you get to that confident state of this team turning to becoming a contender? As far as the defense being excellent, for instance, they've played better this year. And McDonald has taken them far from where, Carroll had them at the end, which was as a back-end defense. You're going to probably finish out somewhere in the neighborhood of 12, 13, depending on the ranking of where you want to put this defense in the grand scheme of things. That's a huge improvement. But when you've been fitted up against offenses that are legitimate this year, and are full go and have something that can really attack you in a variety of different ways that aren't just sort of one-trick ponies or talented deficient or rookie quarterbacks or backup quarterbacks. You've kind of had the lumber taken to you. Be it the Bills game or the first 49er game or the Detroit Lions game or the Green Bay Packer game, where it's a defense that, to say excellent on it, Glenn, I would say, I think there should be some high-end performances against some quality offenses at that point if we're going to go to, say, full-on excellent. I think the defense hasn't always had the toughest of matchups down the board offensively throughout the course of this year. And the competition hasn't been the toughest. That's again was saying that at the lead in with this, Glenn, it's been an improvement. They've definitely come forward. But this is where we go to on the part of, okay, defensively, there is some inconsistency on this year. Overall, an improvement. Overall, it's a step forward. But the challenge as far as those offenses go in that you've played, and we can run down the list if you want on these, but it's, Miami Dolphins with, what was the guy's name even? Justison, Fieldson, whatever the hell his name was. It wasn't Tua. You got Bo Nix in his first start up against you at home. You got Jacoby Brissett for the New England Patriots. Got a couple of these games in there against some of these Caleb Williams at the end of the year where Bears are kind of, it's a good win. It's good defensive performance. I ain't taking anything away from it, but we get to using the word excellent as we describe this defense and where they are at this year and where they're due to go next year. They're good. I don't know if I go to excellent. And certainly the offense is not in excellent or in good shape necessarily in how they're performing with it. The Geno will be better. I hope you're right on that. I think that there's reason here, and again, saying this is a guy, Glenn, that's been a very much proponent of Geno Smith here. But there's some regression here at the back half of the schedule. And is it negative? Yeah, but is it the truth of what we're seeing and the reality of what we're seeing too? Yeah, it is. And it's back to that thing I say at the top of this, Glenn, where it's, I think, the two different things where you can look at this year and say it's successful. McDonald's the right guy. The team overall is on the right path to getting themselves to a place of contention. But you can look at that, and I think separately also then look at 2025. And as it stands right now, is that just my outlook of it and what I do get from other fans on this one, Glenn, and maybe it's just them being negative, maybe it's just me being negative on this, but there is an outlook there that goes, yeah, that all stuff is true. But this is also not a team that looks ready to contend to 2025. Geno should be getting better through the back half of this year. He should be getting better accommodated into this offense. The pass protection has been better with Abraham Lucas overall being instilled back into this lineup. He's had overall more time to throw than he had at the start of the year, yet he's regressed on that side of it. The decision-making has gone in the tank. The progression reading has not gone up as much as it should. Even before the knee injury, he was sometimes utterly refusing to use his legs. The proclivity to throw red zone interceptions, which has gone through the roof this year, and once again almost raised its head up again this game. These are a variety of very specific issues, which, negative or not, are very fair issues that have stacked up across the board with Geno throughout this year. And you've got to make a decision this offseason, Glenn, on paying the man money. We're not going to be able to do the thing of just write him out on a final year of his deal. That's not probably going to work. He's going to want a contract extension. He's going to say, I've earned the right to be extended, or send me to a team that is going to extend me. Then what? So it's been a little bit in that role here through the back half, and it's hard to understand if the pass progression had, if the offensive line and their pass protection had gotten worse over the course of the year, if your ability to run the ball had gotten worse over the course of the year, if the defense had gotten worse over the course of the year, if more of that weight was being stuck more and more on Geno's shoulders, as it at times has been in the past, in other years even, I would say, you could maybe understand a little bit of this regression. Harder to understand when some of this stuff's actually working kind of in his favor a little bit. But overall, this thing is in a good state. We're on the right path. We could have the wrong coach. We could have bad ownership. We don't have those things in this place. You've got a lot of good young talent. Things are pointed in overall the right direction there, Glenn. But I think it's a fair question, and it's an important question, Glenn, because there are major decisions that have to be made on the back of whether you truly believe in your heart of hearts that this team is ready to contend or not. It can't just be a casual conversation for the front office where they go, well, yeah, I kind of think. I mean, maybe we could if stuff, kind of works in this. It's got to be, yeah. I'm going to sign these kind of deals. I'm going to spend $45 million a year on Geno Smith. I'm going to spend $33.5 million a year on DK Metcalf. I got to be sure on those decisions into 2025. And I've long said that if you aren't contending in 2025, those contractual decisions to those particular two players becomes a lot harder of a decision if you are not ready to contend for that time period. I appreciate where you're coming from, Glenn. Well said on your part. We'll try to always keep it balanced here. And I think overall everyone's feeling positive, but I think this was a rough game. It was kind of an ugly style game. It's going to have people feeling a little bit in their feelings, I think, on what's been overall at times kind of frustrating team to watch this season. Is they sometimes seem close, but then also further away. But I get where you're coming from. And thank you, man, for all of your support to the channel. Feed me more Seahawks. If the 2021 Bengals can do it, so can the Mariners. That's right. That's right, man. Maybe so. That's the way the Mariners are going to have to do it. All I like the Bengal team in 2021, where you just draft and develop so very well that you can overcome your financial deficiencies. We don't spend money, but we're able to do it without spending money. It's hard to do. But hey, they pulled it off twice in my lifetime getting the Super Bowl, and that's saying something when a team like Detroit, for instance, hasn't. On the other side of it. So, but yeah, there is hope. Feed me, and that's the same hope the Mariners are going to need this year. In that same vein, Magic Vlogs, thank you for the $2 donation. Being there today was cold and wet, plus bad football. Not an exciting brand of football to watch, no doubt about that. And I can only imagine how just icky the conditions would have been to have to sit through out there in that. Just that kind of cold, and with the wetness in the air when it's like that, just makes the cold feel worse. It's at times worse than when it is with snow falling, as weird as that is to say, where snow will fall and just, it doesn't feel quite as just nippy, but boy, that can be one of those colds that you get where if you've had like a broken bone or something, and I once broke my bone in my hand, and it gets cold at just the right weather, you can kind of feel it a little bit. Like, I think I got some snow coming in. Yep, it's coming in from the north. It's coming in from the north, I'm telling you. This bone right here is telling you. But, hey, we got the dub, though, Magic Vlog. So at least we did pull out that, and we are still in this. We're fighting. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation. Megan, I really do appreciate you for that, as well as the big monster dono drop that dropped in the channel today, as well as over on the round table a couple weeks ago on that, Megan. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Says, I'm a proud Aussie 12, born 4 months after the first game in the Kingdom. I have traveled to raise my voice with the blue and green army at Lumen. Yes, the 3 a.m. starts are hell on a good week, but I wear the 12 with pride. There's no doubt about it. The international folks, you're tested every single game. You got to get up at the butt crack of dawn. The games get scheduled here. You're up at 3 a.m, and you got to be ready to watch a football game, cleaning the sleep out of your eyes, sipping the first cup of coffee. That's tough. It's hard enough for me when I'm at 10 a.m. And I bitch and moan about that quite enough, man. We're like 10 a.m. But those are as real fans as anybody out there. This is a worldwide base that's there. It's part of why you hear me and speak to the fans that go in that stadium and that become a part of the process communally in that stadium with their voices, with helping the team into understanding that this is a thing that is a tradition that's gone back multiple decades. It's a tradition that has reached out and branched out across the world now with this worldwide reach of this sport. It's something that can be at its best right now, at its most beautiful right now, that it can continue to grow in its size, that we can overtake this GD world. We can let it die. We can let it pitter out. We can let the water run out the end of the hose and close it off. Let the rest of it just pitter on out the back end of it. And that's part of why I fight so hard for it, because I've realized this part of where it goes beyond just Washington. It goes beyond just a local geographical area of a Pacific Northwest. It goes beyond Alaska and Hawaii. It goes to a true worldwide state of things. I can attest to that doing this channel every week, many days a week as I do. So true 12s as anyone else, Megan. No doubt about that. And you guys got to lift that hard work, getting up at that time in the morning every time to be committed to watching in that way. And props to you for doing so on that. You know, if I was a soccer fan, having to get 3 in the morning to go watch the European soccer, that'd be tough. That'd be tough. That's a challenge. You got to be a fan to do that. That's for sure. And no doubt about that with you, Megan. Thank you for that $20 donation, and well said on your part. We'll start on part. Let's keep this thing going. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for another $2 donation. What would it take to get Trevor Lawrence? I think Trevor Lawrence is probably going to cost you 2 first-round picks and a second. Would be about what I would expect. Could be 2 first-round picks, 2 seconds. Well, you probably could find a way to get some player packages put together on this, Be Calm. So, you know, you could probably put together a couple of players into a package of sorts, and then have it be 2 first-round picks, a second, and a player. You know, 2 first-round picks, a second, Kenneth Walker, something like that. I think Hawks do have some player, or Tariq Woolen maybe. You know, you kick in on top of it. The Jaguars are going to have to eat about $30 million of dead money. So what that's going to do to the deal, Be Calm, is it's going to soup things up as far as the cost to go get him. Not because then necessarily is just so great, but because, okay, Jaguars are saying, okay, look, we're going to have to eat the money on this deal. The good news that the Hawks will get on the other side of that is that the raw bonus money will be completely bled out of the deal. So all you've got is the option bonus money and the base salary, which will put his deal into a pretty decent market situation as far as the Hawks are concerned going forward. He's in a pretty good economical place. But that then means you got to sort of then give up that extra pick, kind of like the Lions had to do with Goff in order to get as much at the time the Lions to take Goff's contract, to be willing to do that, to make the deal be able to get done from a salary cap standpoint. So probably 2 first-round picks, a second, you kick in a Walker or Woolen type kind of package. You probably could get Lawrence if you move something like that. Be Calm, I would say. Great question. Great question. Glenn says, seems to be a lot of negativity. I'm fairly positive, hoping for the best. Flying down to LA to go to the game with my daughter and son-in-law. Let's root for Arizona. Go Hawks. Well, it sounds like, Glenn, I'm going to be doing a live stream of the Cardinals game that you're in house there. Thanks for going down there and doing the good work, going down to LA and going to that game. Hell yeah. And, you know, help that Cardinal team out in that stadium. And, yeah, we'll be streaming here on Saturday, it sounds like. So. Appreciate you, Glenn. Thank you again, man. Best of luck in there this next week, or 2 days from now. Warchie says, showing up to help the teams we need to cheer would be an awesome idea, Brandon. It'd be so great. You just got a bunch of Seahawks fans wearing Seahawks colors in the stadium. Unfortunately, too, though, it is in LA, so the ticket prices are like $30,000 for 300 level. But you know how badass that would be as a fan base if you went into because I know Arizona, we usually take over that stadium. You just had a bunch of Hawk fans in Hawk jerseys and say JSN jerseys, decaf jerseys. And why is there all these Seahawks fan jerseys in the stadium today, Bill? I don't know, Bob. I'm guessing it's got something to do with the need of the Cardinals win this game. I've never seen anything quite like this. It'd be diabolical. Like he says, you're an evil man, B, but hell yeah. Yeah, that says Pete Carroll wants to coach the Bears. Yeah, he might talk him into it. The Bears are going to definitely try to angle for Ben Johnson. Cohen Wolf says, I do live in Arizona. Is it in? I thought it was in LA. I got that wrong. It's in LA. Those tickets will be way too expensive for us to take over. Especially with there being something on the line. We have to be The Rock buying tickets, or Lopez buying tickets. All the celebs are going to buy out the lower sections. Or they're going to give the tickets to the celebs in the lower sections and they won't show up. Robbie Red says, I just saw an article about Pete going to Chicago. What the F? Can't be real. There's interest from Pete Carroll to go there, Robbie Red, and it makes a lot of sense. There's good defensive talent out there in Chicago that he can work with. So there's a nice base for him to walk in on. He's got in Caleb Williams, a guy that is, in my opinion, I said coming out, Caleb Williams is a guy everyone wants to reach to say is generational. And to me, he's more of a Russell Wilson type early on in his career. That's really the kind of game he's got, a little bit of a bigger Russell Wilson. And I think that would appeal to Coach Carroll, and thinking he can pick up a guy who's able to play like that. And He's got the receiving talent out there that you can work with. You know, Carroll likes good receiving talent. And I can see the fit from Carroll's standpoint. Do the Bears want to do that? That's really going to be, I think, more of the question. I think Bear fans are a little bit tired of defensive-minded head coaches. Didn't work too well there with just the recent guy that you fired away. I think that they want an offensive guy. I think that they want Johnson or maybe a Cliff Kingsbury. And I will say, if I've got to pick between Cliff Kingsbury, as much as I'm not high on Carroll right now, if I'm picking between Kingsbury and Carroll, I'm not picking Kingsbury. I don't trust that guy at all. War Chief B. A win is a win, as sloppy as was. I've been here since 80s, seen it before. In the NFL, we're a 12-2 Viking team. Barely makes the wild card. We just need to end with a good season. 12-5 sounds good. Well, you can get that one more win, man. You get to 10. You get up to 10. You can pull that off. You can't get to 12 at this point, of course. But yeah, I'm not giving up on this year at all. I'm hopeful here, and we keep fighting while we've still got a punch to swing. And we still got a punch to swing, at least for the next 2 days minimum. So have our Hawk fans take over LA Stadium. You know the celebrities aren't going to show. There's going to be a lot of no-show tickets. Just stow up in the stadium. Jump over the ticket booth while they're not looking. Just take one of those empty seats. And wear your Hawk jersey. Will Hendrickson, other than the division, is there any chance at a wild card? There is a super fragilistic, expialidocious wild card scenario, Will, where this team's got to lose, that team's got to win. It's an 8-step pronger process of things working in your favor to get in that point. But yes, there is a very narrow doorway where we'd have to turn sideways. We'd probably have to dislocate both of our shoulders, a few of the fingers, probably our ankles, and then we would have to snake our way between the crack to get ourselves into playoffs through that method. But technically, yes. Kevin, I don't know the exact. I'll check with me on Saturday, Will. I'll have the exact breakdown of what it would be. This got to go. I'm not sure exactly which one it was, but I remember seeing that there is a way. There was a way forward, even if the division isn't there, I think. Kevin, does it look like the Seattle offense was confused with their own pre-snap movements? Yeah, everything was a bit out of sorts this week, Kevin. I don't know if it's the short week, but the offense didn't look ready to go today for the most part. Kind of across the board. They ran block well. They ran the ball well. Outside of that, it was a bit off. Don't support Brown. Cool Breeze. I just think he's nowhere close to ready. I don't know if he'll ever be, but right now he looked off on all aspects. I responded. Orchie says, B, as a football lifer, I was watching something. Now I want Grubb to succeed. But do you think he doesn't understand NFL defenses? It feels like he just can't grasp the different defenses. What do you think? I think he's struggling to find his footing and what works, what doesn't work, and what he can lean on. It's a transition from college, and it's definitely impacted him making this transition. It's not been seamless. And I don't know if I feel like as they've gotten to the end of the year, he's located a lot of stuff that really works. I also don't know if when stuff works, he understands to go to it and just stay going with it. I think he goes away from things willingly that he doesn't have to, that are working, and we'd be better suited to stay committed to, where he just gets a bit jumpy with the play calling a bit. But it's been strange for me that we find ourselves this deep in the season that the team's going backwards offensively. Strange that he's not finding more comfortability and more things that work offensively, finding more consistency. I'm not talking about lighting the world on fire with points, just more chain moving drives, which is supposedly the whole point of this spread concept system, is that you're supposed to get less of those 3 and outs, which we've gotten a heavy amount of throughout this season. So it has me confused kind of all across the board. I don't know the reasoning exactly why, War Chief. Some of it just feels like, as a bottom line thing to me, beyond not understanding defenses, I think he calls the play to the philosophy and designs of what he wants walking in versus what he really has personnel wise to execute. And so you're jamming something and forcing something to work that's not going to work that way. And that way you got to adjust it a bit. More adjustment. Kevin O'Connell says, what do we get? So what are we thinking? DK's got to go. I don't know how I feel anymore. Can't tell if he's not doing well in his routes or if Geno's just not seeing it. Hard to say. I think Geno did miss him on a 9 route in this game where it looked like DK was breaking open. And, that's where on some of the reads with Geno and progression reading with Geno, it's gone backwards a bit as the year's gone along. So I don't have a good explanation for it. I think with Geno and DK, they both have a bit of the same situation going on in that they're not bad players, and I love DK, and if they want to sign him to an extension, great, I understand. From my perspective on this, if I'm signing DK, a guy that's now starting to round into the depths, not he's getting old, I'm not saying that, but this is a guy for years I've said, hey, I don't mind going through him on a little bit of a minor rebuild because he'll still be 27 by the time that we're going to be good. Are we looking at this now with saying 2025 is going to be a bit of a punt year to then say, we're not going to be potentially good contending team till 2026 when DK Metcalf's now 29 years old. We're going to ask him to go through this year again and go through next year again with maybe not the most stellar potential of quarterback play. Does that make sense to sign that guy in that contract extension? This stuff kind of removes out some of what is or is not there as a deficiency. It becomes more about timing and the fact that it's taken you a while to get this thing right while you've had DK through the course of his career here and not a winning franchise. I think it's a big question, Kevin, that is one I don't have a sure answer for, but it is one that I think you have to do more, not you, but we as a fan base and the front office has to do more to think long and hard about this one, more than rubber stamp this one. It's got to be like, where are we really at with our situation here? And understanding, again, folks, that this organization a little bit in recent years, I think, has overvalued where they thought this team was going to end up. And that has instructed their decision-making process. And this is why I'm getting so ardent about the 2025 thing, is that if you're pushed and pressed to be the contender by 2025, you make decisions for today and not for tomorrow. And you'll sacrifice tomorrow for today. And if the team is much further away, or at least a little bit too far away to be a contender to get it done in one off season, then you don't make moves for today. You make the moves for tomorrow. That's what that's what I'm really advocating for here. And that's where it becomes separate a little bit from just how good the player is, or whether he's great right now, or whether he's helping the team or not. It comes a little bit of that long-term focus of things. And more, Chief, you got to decide this offseason on paying DK or not. He's not going to play through the final year of his deal. Jeffrey, prayers out to K9 being done for the year. Hopefully bounce back. Gets well. Frustrating year for him. I know he's going to be in his best shape by next season. Don't support Rats. DK should have way more production for what we pay him. Also, several of Geno's interceptions was because of his poor route running. He's had some interceptions over the last couple of years that have been on his back from the route running side of it. I would tend to agree with you on that one. Don't support Rats. I don't think it's been like 6 or 7, but there's been a collection of a couple for sure. The question's a tough one you got to ask here. I've been mentioned just above you on this one about the fact that it's a little bit about where he's going to be age-wise and how his game's going to age and whether or not you want to have him here at 29 we'll be ready to contend when you're 29, getting close to 30. But this is part of what we got to ask here on this, I think, a little bit on it. And if you're paying the guy up on top of the question I just asked, if you're looking at him as well as going, okay, we're going to pay you $33 million a year, $34 million a year. It's a lot of money. A lot of the other receivers making that kind of money have top-end offenses around them. We'll be paying DK that amount of money without a top offense around him. Justin Jefferson's Minnesota Vikings have a top-end offense. Troy Lions, Amon St. Brown got paid this offseason for the year. $30+ million there. Top-end offense. It's just a question I ask more than it is I want to go in a direction. It's just saying, hey, I think we got to start talking about this a little bit in real terms. Maybe not. Maybe you guys will shut me down on it. I'm okay with that too. Ricky Ricardo, Grubbs isn't an NFL caliber coach and honestly seems disengaged. I wouldn't be surprised if he steps down and reunites DeBoer. It's time to part ways with the general manager and focus on drafting guys. I don't know if they're going to part ways with the GM, but I definitely think we're focused on drafting guys. It's less about just, we got to sign a bunch of this, sign this, got to build this thing right. That's for sure. Zach says if Gino's staying, DK's staying. If DK goes, Gino goes too. I do think it's a bit of a both thing. Yeah. I think it's a little bit of the similar situation there. Absent you going out and swinging for one of these top end quarterbacks that you're bringing in on the other side of it. Lou says, doesn't make sense to get rid of Gino. No cost. Keep him. Build the O-line. Makes sense to me. If you can get him to maybe play out in the final year of that deal, Lou, it's maybe not the worst way to go. If you can keep him on the final year of the deal, that's more of a question, I think, in hand there. Is he was a guy that was pushing for a contract extension in the preseason. His people in his camp, I imagine that they would be banging on that drum pretty heavily and may even bang on it heavy enough to say, hey, look, you can move us to a team that will give us the money right now in an extension. I think that's maybe what's going to be at the most important head of things for Gino in his perspective, but it's a bit of a guess. I don't know for sure. John Ruiz says, I'm not real impressed with Lawrence. Burrow wouldn't want to be back in a Russell Wilson type contract situation again when we have so many glaring needs which need to be addressed and we'll need money for. So I'm not sure. You're saying not real impressed with Lawrence ? With Burrow. I think they're both capable quarterbacks. I think some of the situation comes down to, John, you got to go figure out a quarterback in the future here. Gino doesn't look like the answer. So if it's not Gino, and you look at the draft and you go, you're not really finding the draft here either. And there's no guarantee you're in a position in 2025 to go find that guy in the draft either, to go pick him. Take the Raiders. Won too many games this year. They're out of the Cam Ward. They're out of the Shedeur Sanders experience at this point. Can't really take a quarterback where they're staring there unless they want to reach heavy for a Jalen Milroe in the first round. Reach, essentially. So I can understand if people aren't as big on the Lawrence thing. To a lesser degree, I think Burrow should be a no-brainer. There's more work that will be required after that, John. Both of these quarterbacks have signed this contract and you're getting them via trade. So when it comes to cost and paying them up at some high water mark, keep in mind the base bonus money's gone off the books. The cost isn't going to be cheap, but it's not going to be super expensive either on the other side of it. But some of this also is about forecasting out, where are you getting that quarterback? Where does that come from? Because it ain't coming in this draft. You ain't going to want to pick it in this draft. Trust me on that. This ain't the one. And that's the part and reason I think I find myself open to it. But I get if you're not necessarily. I know Lawrence is a little bit of a divisive figure out there. Mythic, thoughts on Wool in this game? I know everyone is super low on him, but I think people are overblowing his poor performance. He's not Trey Flowers bad. I know he has effort issues, which is very sad to see given how much effort he showed his rookie year, and it showed. He was legitimately elite back then. He has all the talent with the wrong mindset. Talent is undeniable in Woolen, and it was cool to see him get his pick there at the end of this game. Nice to get some positivity moving in his direction. As it's been, I think, a bit of a frustrating year for him. Woolen's talent is there. I think he's as talented as any quarterback in this sport, Mythic, which is not a guy you want to sell on soon or anytime fast, even if they've got some problems in their game. I think, as you mentioned in your comment, there's a very strong argument to be made that Tariq Woolen had the best year of his career in his rookie year. That's worrisome. It's worrisome. I think his tackling has come a little bit forward this year, but not in a major way. And I think his coverage skills have come backwards this year at times. And he looks mentally not always checked in. And this has been backed up by Mike McDonald, where it's like, yeah, he'll play after play will be good. And then have these plays where he just kind of, it's like a checkout thing going on, where mentally he's just not there on the details. So we have a little bit of a lack of development here from Mullen. You could make an argument that he is pretty much the same player he was when he walked in the door. And that's not what you'd expect for a guy that was new to the cornerback position. Now, this isn't to draw determination on a Mick, but it is to say, look, it's one where you do have, I think, real question and wonder here about him as a long-term guy in that development. If that's really what, year 4 that's going to suddenly come forward? Maybe. Does it come forward after you pay him? No, definitely not. You're not going to see, if you're not seeing it now before the contract, you're probably not going to see it after the contract. A guy much like many of these guys on this team, Mythic, who I could see the team taking a variety of different directions with it. I could see them running it back with him on a final year. I could see them trading him and trying to get what they can and say, look, just, it's not a fit. You're a good player. There is some skill here, but it's not a good fit for the defense we want to run, the team we want to be, the mentality we want to bring on defense. It's hard to bring a tough ass defensive concept to play where everybody's a badass, you know, everybody's looking to get in that fight. And then you got that one guy who's like shirking and looking to avoid and duck. It doesn't really sync together well when it's like that. So, real talented player, definitely an upsides there on him, but I wonder about that progression there, or that continued progression. Mythic says, I meant to say that people are low on him lately, not necessarily his game, but this season as a whole. Yeah, I think that's accurate, Mythic. And just kind of for those aforementioned me, what I just mentioned on it. And it's not to paint the bad picture of that he's not a player that isn't capable or doesn't have that upside, or isn't there at times where he's even had moments of being dominant in coverage this year. There's been games where he's flashed as a tackler. And well, there we go, buddy. That's what we need from you. But there's some real big moments of this season that stand out from him in his play. That's been like, buddy, come on. What are you doing here? Jose Garcia, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Jose. Should the Seahawks trade for a quarterback or trade players to move up in the draft? And do you think Schneider needs to prove next season he can still be our general manager? Great question, a deep question at that, Jose, and I'll try to unpack in full on it. At the center point of what I would try to do would make more of a big swing for one of these two quarterbacks I mentioned, be it Lawrence or be it a Burrow, if that's even in play. I would swing hard at those, Jose, because I don't want to trade up in the draft for the two quarterbacks at the top of this draft, being Ward or Shedeur Sanders. Neither of those guys would interest me to package a whole bunch of picks. If I've got to package picks and the choice is those guys or go find a Lawrence or go find a Burrow, I'd rather do that instead. I think that we're going to start to get to a point where we got to figure out something at the quarterback position long term. And I just don't think we're seeing enough from Geno to say we can ride with him on another 3-year contract at this point. It's getting harder to be in that camp. And so part of this is informed by the scarcity of the position. Part of it's informed by the scarcity of the upcoming draft. Part of it's informed by the lack of John Schneider's willingness to move up in first round and package first round picks to move up and go get a quarterback, which he has never done. He's never moved up in a first round. It may be just against his religion. Part of this is informed by, outside of Russell Wilson, and Geno Smith and how he's been pretty steady for you, but outside of these two guys, the quarterback position prior to that had been kind of a mess. A second and a third round pick given up for Charlie Whitehurst, Tavares Jackson, the signing of Matt Flynn to a $26 million deal. I've seen John needling around with the position. And I think I'd like to not see that. So if instead of doing that, he's got to go hard and overdraw a little bit to bring the guy in, then so be it from my perspective of it, because I don't think it's going to get any easier to go find this quarterback in the future, quite frankly. I don't think that the situation a lot of Hawk fans would like here, Jose, and to believe that we're going to somehow be up in a top 5 pick status to go get a quarterback at the top of the draft who's going to be that shiny new toy guy that could be the guy everybody gets excited with his upside, young quarterback, and we all get to be hyped again kind of in that way, and everybody's like super behind the quarterback, where right now, of course, there's a lot of fighting and lack of alignment in the view of what the quarterback position is at and where it's going. So I can understand that's the pull from people, and I get it. I'd ideally like to be in that same camp as everybody else on this one. I just don't see it materializing. I don't see how you're going to go get that guy at this point, and certainly not in the interim in the near future. As far as Schneider, Jose, my stance on this one is one, again, that's a little bit different of other people. My belief on this is that when you had last offseason and you moved on from Coach Carroll, it would have been very easy at that time to make it a package deal and say, okay, clear house, clean slate, start anew, here we go. That is the time at that point you make that move. If you are a year later and you say, that hot seat is hot, John, the end of this 2024 season, where with the first time new head coach, who's the youngest head coach in the NFL, that guy got to 9 wins, and now your seat is on fire. From my perspective on that, Jose, I think that's hard to do from that stance where you go, okay, Carroll's the problem. We're cutting that away. John, you're going to finally get your full run at this. Here you go. Yeah, you've been the guy. And remember with this, Jose, he's been number 2 to Carroll as the number 1. Carroll had the personnel oversight through these years. He's had 1 year having that personnel oversight, 1 year to roll it the way he wants to roll it. And so if you're at that spot, that was the time to make that call last year. To me, you make the call this next offseason and you go, all right, John, you're on the hot seat. We don't like your moves. We're going to fire you off. You're going to end up in this weird territory potentially where now you're going to maybe pivot off Mike in the future. You're going to get back to pushing that reset button out that much further. And I already am uncomfortable with the pushing the reset button to 2026 as it is, waiting out to that point. I don't want to push it out to 27, 28 because we go get a new general manager, Jose, and then that new general manager wants his coach, his guy. Because these guys want to have the credit, right? McDonald goes out there and balls out and does great. Well, that was Schneider's hire, not yours. How much credit do you get for it as the GM? I know that's like, well, there you go. It doesn't need to be satiated that way. Yeah, you'd be surprised. It's kind of the way it works. So there's a bit of a carousel you'll get yourself on a bit when you go, okay, this year the coach, next year the GM, now we're back to the coach. Does the GM get the right coaching hire? How much time more do we give that guy now? That reset button starts to keep getting hit over and over and over again. And this is how organizations stay bad for a long period of time, is they don't have a vision, they don't execute the vision, and more importantly, they don't stay patient to the vision. The impatience is what drives a lot of the poor decision-making from these front offices. Great question though, Jose. Great question. I'm just not quite there with Schneider on that side as many others are because of this. Last year was the time to do this if you were going to do this. You didn't do it. Now you got to roll with this decision, in my opinion. PGZ206, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, more Macintosh, please. Well, somebody was advocating for below on the donation, PGZ, for, does he potentially take carries away from Walker? And I think you have a hard time doing that. I do. I love how Macintosh runs. I love the downhill nature by which he goes, and he runs so much harder for a guy his size than you'd expect. That play today, PGZ, where he's caught right at the line of scrimmage. There's no room to be had. And he somehow just is able to bust his head through the wall and find a way to clear forward for 4 or 5 yards gained on the play where there was nothing there. I mean, they blocked no hole up for him on that B gap run. And he's a guy who gives you something out of the backfield as a pass catcher. I like his talent. I love him on this team. This is that little place we get to, though, with this team where Kenneth Walker comes back next year. Yeah. The decision would have been way more easier on this PGZ if Walker went out there and balled out this year and there was some trade capital you get back for him, where there's not really any trade capital to go back for him. But then you also don't really want to give him a contract extension. And I'm taking this logically down the path of this, but Charbonnet might be the starter. Walker's then number 2. We've already seen it's going to be hard enough to probably get the number 2 touches in this particular offense as you go rolling forward. It's going to be nigh impossible to get the third guy much touch at all unless you're going to go to a run-heavy system and be leaning on sort of a 3 running back set and where all guys are going to get some touches and you're not going to pass the ball at a high volume amount. You're going to have to get yourself back to more into that 55, 45 range as far as pass run goes versus getting more closer to that 65, 67% pass to run rate to get McIntosh more involved. So I'm not against it, PGZ. I'm not. And that's where I come back to. If you can kind of put that package of picks together and get a guy like Walker kicked in and maybe find some other guy that's not quite part of the future, but a really talented player, and put it all together, go get the QB of the future, that now you have a Charbonnet 1, and then you can move McIntosh into number 2. And maybe we can see what we have in Holani. And hey, go get another guy in the 4th or 5th round and put that running crew together and build up the offensive line. And here we go. So I'm okay if they want to take that path, but I think it's going to get sticky moving off of Walker this particular offseason for where his recent track record is at. But McIntosh was good, man. Very impressed with him. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation, Ran. He says, go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Ran. I thank you for that support. Jose Garcia with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, Jose. In Coach Mike, we trust. I can't wait for the offseason moves. I feel like he's going to mold this defense into something great. Burrow, please. It's going to be maybe the question I ask, and maybe I'm going to do a video around this on the channel just to kind of engage the interest of fans on, and let's take it crazy town. You know, like I said, with the Bengals, you go, hey, we're giving you all these picks. We'll throw in a couple of these players that are going to help you out on this rebuild. You as a Bengal team go, okay, look, Higgins moves on. We get something for Jamar Chase. We get maximum value for Chase and for Burrow moving out the door. We get a bundle of picks. We're that team that wants to draft really well and scout really well and develop really well, and that's how we can build a potential winner. That's the thing that they've done for years there. That's their trademark. So you help them lean into that. And the way you do that is you make them that Godfather offer that they can't refuse. And it gets a lot of Hawk fans. I want an offer to make Hawk fans uncomfortable. I don't care. Worth it. Burrow, worth it. And that's what it's going to take. I was talking to EJ Snyder this past week about lineman trades, and he goes, oh, well, we don't see a lot of those lineman trades. You know, we don't. Yeah, because general managers don't typically have the balls to give up the extra capital to get the certainty of player. They want to go, well, I just wanted to give you the second rounder for the starting lineman. That's all I want to do here. No, you got to kick in the extra third rounder too. I don't want to do that. Okay, well, we don't have a deal to be done. Oh, no lineman trades ever were made. I think that's why you see a lot of those lack of those happening. I think something can be said true at times with quarterback rooms. If you have a quarterback maybe a little dissatisfied, you got a team that's a little cheap, you got their payroll running a little bit hotter and larger than they would like, force them to lean into that. And they're not moving Burrow because of the fact that he's not a good player, but they're doing it for financial reasons. Take advantage of their inequity. Use them. That's what I'm advocating for. And in regards to the defense, I think the sky's the limit into the future with Mike McDonald. As a defensive mind, he is legit. I think he knows how to teach it. I think he knows how to develop guys. I think he understands how to put a modern defense together that can shut down offenses. And that he's gotten the improvement he has from this crew when you know that he doesn't have all the parts and pieces that fit to what he wants the defense to run as in its fullest, make you very, very inspired, hopeful that this defense can get to a dominant state into the future. And when it comes to McDonald and that, I think that that's coming sooner than later. And I have no doubt that they're going to top this team off, get a good nose tackle in there this offseason, real certainty in there, I'm sure, if not two. You know, find maybe another outside corner, you know, work that stuff in. But it's going to come into shape. He's still got a lot of talent that I think that stays in-house that's going to work really well. Two edges that are probably going to be part of the long-term plan. You got your three techs in place here with Murphy and Leonard Williams. You got both your two inside linebackers. Your safeties are maybe set here going into the future. So, yeah, I think the future is very bright for this defense, Jose. Well said on that. I'm glad to hear you're with me on Burrow, man. Be calm. See clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I feel like we kicked the can down the road way too much. Well, to your point on this, be calm, see clearly, you're going to have currently going into this offseason about $2 million in cap space. For a team that you would like to do a little bit like the Cardinals are going to get to do, which is they're going to get to go into this offseason with $100 million in their hip pocket to go spend. You instead have $2 million of cap space. You've got to free up money just to get your normal order of business done, say nothing of trying to highly improve this team. That's evidence, and that's part of why, that's part to your point, that you've kicked a can down the road, that you've determined, and that's that thing I talk about at the centerpiece of why do I look at 2020-25 and say, you got to punt a little bit on that year. You got to take a bit of that patient approach on that year. because mistakes will be made. Outlooks will be broken at times. We think our team's this, but they're really that. We're contending this year. No, you're not. We're contending this year. No, you're not. We're contending this year. No, you're not. Okay, I think we've got to figure out that recently we're not contending, but we think we are. Yeah, I think we should figure that out. Then how does that inform us? How does that inform us next? Patience and not urgency. Build it right. Don't build it fast. And this is why I think before we get to the moves that need to be made this offseason, before it's about Geno or DK or trade for this guy or trade for that, what is that patient approach way we can approach here this where we're thinking things through so thoroughly and clearly on this and doing it so right as opposed to trying to do it fast? And that's why I lean in this direction on it. Because like you say, I agree with you. I think there's some kicking of the can down the road. You haven't gone as bad as the Saints. You're not sitting $70 million in cap, but sitting with basically $2 million of functional cap, which you only have because you're rolling over cap space from the prior year, by the way. That's it's not great for a team that's got quite a bit that they really got to figure out here. 3 interior offensive line positions, at least a number 2 wide receiver on the outside. Maybe the quarterback. Maybe number 1 receiver if you're not going to stay with DK. Nose tackle or 2. Outside corner. May need a pass rusher if you're going to move off of both Draymond Jones and Uchenna Nwosu to free up that cap space that you need. Don't kick it down the road. I'm advocating for the same thing, Big Calm. Don't do that. Let's all be patient. And that's part of where I will support John on this if he takes this approach. And it will get some fans mad because they'll want to be, lighting the furnace up. And let's get this going for 25. Come on. Now here we got 9 wins. Just 3 more wins to 12 wins. That's all it takes. 3 wins to 12 wins. You're a playoff team. Let's do it. Let's go. And I'm going to be over here going, tapping the brakes. Tapping the brakes. If the team wants to be aggressive, hey, let's go for it all. I'm never going to be anti-aggressiveness. If you want to do that, go with it. But I much prefer at this point to take be calm, see clearly route on this. Let's not kick the can down the road. You've got some of the most cap space in the NFL for 2026 and 27. You have top 3 in both of those 2 seasons, 26 and 27. You have a top 3 cap situation, whereas in 25, you have about $2 million of cap space. You're in a bottom 29, bottom 30 situation as far as the league cap space wise moving into next offseason versus 26 and 27. So me telling you that, what do you say? Does that say, damn the torpedoes, all in 25? Or does that say, let's maybe pivot this thing a little bit? Let's set this in the right direction just a tad. And I'm open-minded on this. I'm not saying I know the right way on this. This is what's going on in my mind as I process this through. This is how I come to my conclusion on this one myself with it. Where I just look at the whole view of it and it comes out in the wash in that way to me. But you guys might have a different view on it. Does sound like we got some alignment, though. Dre Bay 327, thank you for the $5 donation. Assuming the Rams game goes our way, the long week is huge for us to get healthy. We just need to refill the offensive tank. We played too timid today. Great word. God, what a wonderful word, Dre Bay. Timid. That's I think the best description of this Hawks offense. I always like when we can get succinct. And you can find one of those words that just perfectly encapsulates a performance, a play. Timid is, I think, the great way to explain the offense. Not very aggressive. Wasn't really feeling like it was going for it and trying to attack this Bears team. It just kind of felt like it was trying to get by. Timidly. Love that, Dre Bay. Love it. Also, outstanding point on the long week. If the Rams can, lose this week, you've got the couple extra days due to the Thursday night game, which don't undersell that part at all, because this is at the end of the season when bodies are broken and wore down, and every little extra day is a little bit extra you get back in the tank to getting that body right, to being able to play at your best on next Sunday. So I think that's a phenomenal point on your part. If the Cardinals can go out there and do the Lord's good work, and something that this defense could use right now especially. I think to your point as far as offense on refilling the offensive tank, I've got to go back there tonight if I'm Grubb and beyond looking at the tape of this game. I'd almost want to burn the tape of this game. I come back to it, I go, I need a better attack to go after this Rams defense than I had last time. I need to put something together that's going to be creative throughout the course of the game, that's going to work off of misdirection, that's going to stop asking Geno Smith to make dime throws down the field over and over again for us to do anything capable offensive-wise. I'm going to stay committed to the running game right from the shoot against that Rams team. He's got a long time to drop a very specific offensive attack to go at this Rams defense in addition to that, along with that first game tape to go off of to learn what did and what didn't work. So hopefully he works some adjustments off the back of that. To Grubb's benefit on this side of it, the first 49ers game, not a lot offensively accomplished. You were able to accomplish more in the second 49ers game. Arizona Cardinals first game, you put up 16 points. Didn't accomplish much in that first game against the Cardinal defense. Learned maybe some lessons, came back and performed better, put up 30 points on them a couple of weeks later in their house. So the Rams beat you early on this year. Maybe you can learn some lessons from this and apply it in the same way you did with the Cardinals and the 49ers previously. So great points on your part there, Dre Bay. Thank you for the $5 donation. I agree all the way down the line with you. And let's hope we can use that advantage of having that little bit of extra rest. Got to get the Cardinals to win this game, though, to make that happen. That's the key here. Get Money. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Get Money. I really appreciate you doing that. Folks, we are getting... Whoa, look out. What was that? Folks, I meant to hit the like button here. Folks, if you can for me, do hit that like button. Do subscribe up like Get Money just did. If you aren't already subscribed up, we're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers here. You can help us reach that mark. We're getting ever closer to that 19,500. And when we hit 19,500 subscribers here at the Hawks Nest, we're going to do a 24-hour stream for charity. I'd love to do that here before the end of the NFL season if we can. So please do get subbed on up today. We're rocking and rolling along, but you can help us get over that mark today by subbing on up. But thank you, folks, for hitting that like button. Jack Maloney, thank you for the $2.79 trade. Just toss in the Mariners in the Burrow trade. Well, Jack, they got the Cincinnati Reds, man. You know, Reds won a World Series in the 90s. It's been a while for them. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. But they don't need to baseball franchises in Cincinnati. They can barely hold on to their own in there. Barely hold on to their own. Whatever it takes, though, Jack. I'm glad to hear, hey, another one on board with my Burrow trade idea, man. I'm telling you, Godfather offer. You hit Mike Brown up at the end of the offseason, and you're like, got your quarterback on the sidelines, calling your team embarrassing to the coach. You know, why don't you let us take that problem off your hands? We will never let him go. You understand that? This is a franchise quarterback. You don't find these kind of players. What if we gave you this? Hmm? What do you say? Be interesting. Nick says, for real, I'm fanboying over Burrow right now. Laughed out loud. I just look at it and I wonder, because the Chase thing is an interesting pivot point on this. Chase was very upset going into this season that they didn't get a contract done with him. And remember with Jamar Chase, if I'm not mistaken, he's in year 4. He already could have been paid after year 3. They're going to wait till after year 4 to pay him on it. Make sure I'm right on that, Jamar. It might only be one year. That's why I want to double check the stats on this with him. Yeah. So he's already through 3 years. You're going to ask him to play through 4 years. That means that the cost, number one, is only going to go up versus what you would have been able to get away with paying him after year 3. But then you go, okay, so I have a Cincinnati Bengal organization. They didn't want to pay him. He's bitter. He wants out of town. You're not paying T. Higgins. Do they come back now and they make him that $36, $37 million a year offer to Jamar at that point? Maybe. Does he want to take that at that point? I mean, they probably would hold the leverage over him, I suppose. But there's also a pathway here where the Bengals could look at this and go, look, we could pivot off for a fantastical amount of draft capital right now. We could move this a couple of players and we could come through with just a huge swing of picks over the next couple of years to reset the stage for us to where we're not having to come out of pocket, which we don't want to do, but we can fit back into our mode of what we are from a identity standpoint conceptually as an organization. Maybe I'm just dreaming too big here, but it feels like it's a door that's cracked. Jordan says, I would take Lawrence in a heartbeat as well. Yeah, me as well. I'm not saying he's the bee's knees, but I think there's upside there. Young player. Don't think he's been in the best environment in Jacksonville. I think he would flourish up here in this environment in Seattle. I do believe that. Good luck against his Packers when they were fully rested, completely dominated our D. They did. Yeah. There's work here for the defense to do, but they've shown enough signs of life there. Sea Lord of Bravo says John Schneider's legacy will be written this offseason. I fervently believe this. Yeah, you're going to start to get in that mode where it's more set on, where's that last chapter there with the Seahawks organization, or your mid chapter maybe with the Seahawks organization, where you truly, refine your footing and your setting on this. And it's going to make it's not easy. I'll tell you that. This isn't set up to be a straightforward off season where you just do A, B, C, D, and E. It's any general manager could see it. You just do this. This is just what you do. It's easy. He's got a tough job in front of him, but he's also set this stage up for himself to be presented like this in the difficult job he has in front of him. Daniel Barry, how you doing, man? Save the Geese. There's also not a quarterback to bridge to. Gino is keeping the team in mediocrity. So many picks, bad body language, and no leadership qualities. He should be cut off this offseason. Should be cut this offseason. I don't know if you're going to have to cut Gino. I think there's probably more of a trade you'd make. You probably wouldn't get a lot of draft capital back, but you could probably move him to a situation they would give you a little bit of something for him. Yeah, I think people are going to start to get a little. He's already been a guy that in the best of times it was divisive. As the play has regressed a little bit, it's probably going to have more fans kind of beating that drum. Silora Bravo says, maybe it's the whiskey talking, but I'll stubbornly maintain that being able to win ugly like tonight is far more positive than negative. Yeah, I think tonight's reaction, if I might say, for the folks that might be negative. I know there'll be some pushback on the folks being negative coming off a win. But if I can speak for them on this one, I might say that I don't know that this is as much about a reaction to tonight as it is about themes and patterns that have continued throughout the course of the season, especially into the second half of the year, especially as it concerns the offense, especially as it concerns players that we have to make major decisions about this offseason. I want to say that if I can speak for the people on that, while they might be referencing some stuff within this game, it has to do with it being a bit of an extension from what we've seen in the team throughout the year at times. And it is a positive to win the game. It's a successful year. You feel good about McDonald. But I think it's also fair to go, okay, questions start to rise up about how do you get the team to a contending state now? And what does that take? And I don't think that's being negative at that point. It's just being realistic in the outlook of this team. That, look, we're in this. We're fighting. We have a chance this year still, as small as that chance is. But I think you can still be open to that possibility taking root and you having success this year and getting the playoffs and still say, look, but I still want to look to 2025. I've been informed enough now through week 17 of the season here from my Seahawks to know what this team is, to know where they've got the goods, where they don't have the goods, where you need to improve, where you're not improved, how close you seem to be to contending versus how far away you might be on the other side. And I think that's still a realistic place to be in at this point in the outlook of the team. Save the Geese. I'm drafting Ewers if I'm John and use the draft and free agency to fix the O-line, bring in a veteran quarterback like Flacco, so there's no pressure on Ewers to start year one. He's got traits I like. There you go, Save. I did hear last I heard on Ewers, Save, that he was looking at coming back to college for another season. Not sure that he likes the thought process of going into this draft where he's going to be pretty much a fourth, fifth round pick on the top end of things. So I think he goes back to college, but we'll see. I dig Docs. Good night, Brandon. Good night, 12s. Just remember, we won. Gino will be healthier. Grubb learned what Sharps can do. Still have a little hope. Ta-ta for now. I love hope, man. Always keep the hope. And you have yourself a great night, Addicted. Spaces, neither will be cheap by any means. That's why we need to trade DK as well. I mean, we might. We got some interesting players we could potentially package in as well on this kind of situation. So it's possible. It's possible. You could do a little bit of maybe countering it up with some picks and picks and some players. Fox Eyes, does Lawrence ever even know where he's at? That hit, my lord. Yeah, he's going to need the offseason to probably get over that hit. That's for sure. Alan, Evening B, and everyone, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Alan. Appreciate you checking out the channel tonight. Hope you're having a good one. It's good to see you in the house. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, at this point, I'm thinking I want Geno to do a prove it year again and start swinging at quarterbacks in trades and drafts. Well, I think we're on the alignment on the swinging at quarterbacks as I'm proposing on a couple of guys I'd look at in right now out in the league that might be available this offseason potentially, as I would jump on them with both feet. If you can't find those trades, Keon, there's not a lot of guys in this draft either as far as real guys you feel great about picking in this draft. And if you pivot back to going at Geno on the final year of his contract, it's not the worst of places to be. Part of my outlook on Geno has been about not really at this point being in favor of wanting to do a contract extension for a couple of different reasons. But if you can talk him back into doing the prove it year, the part that I've wondered about on this, Keon, and you're not the first person to raise this tonight as a possibility, and it very well may be a possibility, but we know Geno's people before the start of the year were pushing for a contract extension. So from his standpoint, does he come out of it feeling like you asked me to already wait a year to get that extension now through this season? You're putting me behind this offensive line. I got a prove it year coming up. I've got no certainty about any contractual dollars after this year at that point. What I'm trying to say is, does he not make any noise at that point? Especially if there is a team out there that would make a trade for him, at least to make him the starter, to give him a 3-year extension. And as silly as that might seem on the surface of it, where you go, well, who's going to pay Geno Smith? Well, let's also remember that the quality of quarterback class can influence this stuff. And when we look at the quarterbacks on the open market right now, it's Sam Darnold, and it would be him in free agency. And then if there's 3 or 4 teams that are jockeying around to get Sam, they don't get Sam. They're also then not necessarily a position to then go take one of the top 2 quarterbacks, being Shadur's going number 1. Ward's probably going within the first 3 to 4 picks. And so a team like, let's take the Raiders. So let's play this out. Sam Darnold gets signed to the Tennessee Titans because the Tennessee Titans don't like Will Levis. They're not sold on them. They're not in a position to pick a quarterback. Bam, Sam Darnold goes off the market. Suddenly, Geno Smith's kind of the hottest commodity as a potential available guy there that you can then go make a trade for. So let's take a look at the Raiders team. Raiders team that just got a win this last week, pushing themselves out of contention for those 2 top quarterbacks. Now our Raiders team looks at your Seattle Seahawks and they say, well, I mean, hell. Our quarterback position's awful right now, and we don't have a lot of hope here for the near future on having a guy in-house that's going to be that guy. We'll trade you a 4th-round pick for Geno Smith, and we'll give him a 3-year extension at X dollar, especially the guy like Brady in the house who's going to be looking at Geno and understanding what he's been underneath here as far as the wayward pass protection here in the last couple of years and how they can affect quarterback play. So a deal like that could materialize at that point. But Keon, if you can talk Geno into doing the 1 year and get him on that, and there's not the alternative options there to go get this offseason, there's not a lot of different options to go to out there. Even the ones that I present may not even be open door options as far as trade goes. So maybe both the team and the Geno on this just have to sort of bite the bullet and take the patient approach with this. It's very possible. Very possible. But thank you for the donation. And appreciate all you do, Keon, this channel. Jack Maloney, thank you for another $2.79 donation. Cincinnati doesn't have an NHL. Kraken for Burrow. Who says no? I don't think anybody says no to that one. Come on. I know we love the Kraken. Okay? I know they're kitschy. They're cute. But this is Joe Burrow. This is Joe Cool. This is a national champion. Okay? This the guy's played in a Super Bowl with he took the Bengals to a Super Bowl. I can't turn it down, Jack. I just can't do it, man. I just can't do it. I also don't like the NHL, so it's a lot easier decision for me, Jack. I'm sure there's some Kraken fans will be like, no. American. Thank you for the $10 donation, American. Love how you put that in here. For American. Let me say it right. Well, thank you for the dono. If we got Burrow, my favorite quarterback, with McDonald's defense, my favorite defense, I'd probably have a heart attack. You'd have to enjoy watching us get to the Super Bowl without me. Go Hawks. And you'd have one of those Joker smiles, you know? What happened to him? Doctor says he's had a happy heart attack. A happy heart attack? What is that? It's where you have a heart attack, but you die with a big smile on your face. Usually they only find guys like this who are those old guys that go down to Vegas and, go to those special houses for the ladies of the night. You know what I mean? They find a lot of guys in that kind of state this way, but for American here, he heard about the Burrow trade. And you're also looking up to God kind of too, like, thank you. You're so amazing. But that would be your death mask, Most of the death masks, they have the very neutral face. Yours would be. And look, if you even have the Bengals on the line with this one, as I say, I don't think there's a lot of Hawk fans that wouldn't advocate for this. Throw them the Godfather offer. And before anybody in the chat goes, well, what's a Godfather offer? It would make you weak in the knees. Your knees would start trembling if I told you what I'm talking here. Sweat would start breaking out of your forehead and dripping down your neck. Right down the back of the butt crack sweat. That kind of nervousness. So it ain't going to be easy. Yeah, I'm going to go to Crazy Town. I'm going to Crazy Town. Who's riding with me? American's with me. He's riding shotgun in the seat. Who else is riding with me? Who says no? Blow him away with an offer. What do you want, Cincinnati? Let's go. What do you want? Let's make this go. I love the pairing. Burrow and McDonald's defense. Are you kidding me? Telling me that you're not going to have the Niners and the Rams shit in their pants. They see that. Just the 49ers are about to sign Brock Purdy to $50 million. You make a trade for Burrow. Just as Matt Stafford's about to retire, you get Joe Burrow. Just the Cardinals are trying to flirt with whether or not Kyler Murray, they really want to spend that money. Do we got to move off of him? You get Joe Burrow. I know it's a long shot, but it's only a long shot, probably in part, at least a little bit here potentially, because you ain't going to be willing to go that full mile to get the deal done. I'm telling John, go that mile. This door's cracked open. You take your foot to the door like SWAT team style. You slam that thing off its hinges if this thing's even cracked. And I think many Hawk fans would advocate in the very same way. You want to galvanize back this 12? You want to get that stadium back to being alive? You want to have a quarterback everybody could be behind? Well, there you go. And you don't have to wait on him to develop. Here's Real Cheese. I knew someone was going to ask. Real Cheese, he says, I'm kind of falling asleep. But did you say what you'd give up for Joe Burrow? Or 2 firsts and Geno a realistic start to the deal? That, if a done deal next season, what would you give? Chase would be expensive. I wouldn't move for Jamar Chase. What I'm saying with the Bengals is they would make 2 separate trades. So it would be a Burrow trade. It would be a Jamar Chase trade. You'd maximize out back the trade cap we get from them to reset this team's clock, essentially. And as you look at their defense, it has gotten a little bit older. It's not gotten as good in recent years. They've had guys like Jesse Bates move on. They've kind of got through the end of a little bit of this window and how good they've been. And so maybe about the time to hit that reset button is here, especially for a team that is financially restricted. To get the deal done for Joe Burrow, it's going to take 3 first-round picks is where we start. So you're kicking in 3 first-round picks. I don't think I can put Geno in the deal. I don't know if Geno's really going to interest them in any way, shape, or form at all. So Geno's really not a part of the puzzle on that one, in my opinion. 3 first-round picks. You're then going to need to probably kick in 2 second-round picks. Probably a Kenneth Walker gets thrown in there. Probably a Derek Hall or Boye Mafe gets thrown in there. So 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, 2 players in addition to that would be probably the bare minimum. Maybe even a Woolen you throw in an addition on top of that. So 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, Kenneth Walker, Tariq Woolen, and I'll throw you Derek Hall. Do the Bengals say no to that deal? And I don't say no to that deal, but I'm all in on that. So something probably in the nature of that would be what it would take, Real Cheese. You may even have to throw in 1 extra second-round pick just to blow them completely out of the water. But I don't give an F. I've lived my Seahawks fan life never having a quarterback as talented and able as Burrow. Russell Wilson's a really great quarterback. He had a great prime. He had a dominant run for a couple of years there. But this is a different caliber. Different caliber. Thank you, Real Cheese, for the $10 donation. With Jamar, they just move him. Go get him, try to go get, if they can, somewhere they would probably like a first and two twos for him or something like that. Off to a contender if they can. But stack up all those picks and try to reset it over. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Mark, and all of your support tonight. Hey, what are your thoughts on trading for Hendon Hooker? He sat for 2 years and hasn't developed any bad habits. Probably costs a fourth. I have had it mentioned a couple times on that, Mark. He is a guy that is, I did like coming out of Tennessee. He had the brutal ACL tear, which really hurt his prospect status coming out. Or he probably would have been, he was on his way with the year he was having to, probably cementing himself into second, maybe even high first round status when it was going to be all said and done. My wonder on this, Mark, would be this first and foremost. Why does Detroit make that move? Why does Detroit make that move anything but for a seller's cost? We have a expensive frontline quarterback that we're paying all the money to. We ideally would like to have a cheap, very talented and capable backup so that if Jared Goff goes down, our season is not in the tank then, and then we can't compete, and we've got a backup running and our season's done. Because if Hendon Hooker goes out there, he probably is still able to allow this offense to function and go. Maybe not at the same level of Goff, but it's not going to be like it goes into the tank. And they still, if I'm not mistaken, because he's only 2 years in the deal, they've got third and fourth year of cheap contract for Hendon Hooker at this point. So the thought that you get him for a fourth, there's no way. You're going to have to pay sellers' prices to go get this guy. That means like a second round pick. Do I want to give a second round pickup for Hendon Hooker right now? I don't. But I also don't think that absent the Lions getting blown away by an offer, I don't see why they would make that move because they're getting the idealized situation as a backup right now in Hendon backing up Goff. And that's for the next 2 years on that cheap deal. I like the player, Mark. If he was on the market and you could find a way where it wasn't costing kind of more of the top end prices, I think to go get him, it might be a bit different for me, but I don't think that they would give him up for a fourth. I think they're going to want a number 2. Because then they've got to go out there and they've got to figure out their backup quarterback situation. And if you're talking about them taking a guy in the second round of this draft, they're probably not going to get a guy in the second round of this draft, the quarterback position with that pick that you traded for them, and who is as talented as Hendon Hooker. So then they're kind of spinning in space there a little bit for not proper reasons, really, from their perspective, I think. It's a bit of a guess, but that'd be my guess on that one. I like Hendon, but I'd rather go a different route here. I think the cost will be too much. Megan Gawk Roger with the $2 donation. I knew that one was going to hit you wrong. She says, hell no to the Kraken trade, B, even for Joe. Oh, come on. I know you like how Joe looks. I know you wouldn't be too sad having to gaze upon him, Megan, with your crushes out there. Come on now. You can sell yourself on it there, Megan. You can sell yourself on it. Come on. Come on. Thanks for the donation. Be calm, see clearly. Thanks for the $5 donation. DK and Gino, 3 first-round picks for Chase and Burrow. Would they be dumb enough to do that? We pay Chase. I'm more comfortable with paying Chase 30 plus. No, they wouldn't do that. This is again back to, so I love where you guys are at. The way you would do that, be calm, see clearly, is this. You move Gino for a 4th-round pick to the Raiders. You move DK for a 1st-round pick and maybe get a 3rd or 4th from our Kansas City Chiefs, right? So, boom, here's some trade capital I bet from Gino. Boom, here's some trade capital I get from DK. Now, we package those together with some of our own picks, and then you go get Burrow. But Chase is completely different of that structure. And I don't think that you could put a package of picks together enough. It's going to be hard enough to find enough package of picks together to get Burrow, much less get Burrow and Chase, and then be paying Chase the $30 million per year. You could afford the $30 million per year on Chase, don't get me wrong there. But the Bengals are going to want 5 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, and probably players to get all of that done. So I just don't think you're going to have quite enough to make all that done. The Burrow one would be hard enough to pull off on its own. But also within this is why they wouldn't want DK or Geno, is that they have to pay DK. They would just, if they're willing to pay a receiver $30 million plus year, they would just pay Chase, right? They would have just paid Chase prior to the season. That sort of shows that they don't want to pay a receiver that kind of money, especially when you look at T. Higgins, who's in the same kind of boat, not as good of a player, but another guy that they don't want to pay a lot of top-end money to at the receiver position. Geno Smith the same way. You're trading for Geno Smith. Geno wants a new deal. Bengals don't want to pay Geno a new deal. Part of the reason you're doing the Burrow deal is not they don't like Burrow, but they don't want to be paying this amount of money. So what they want is they want those picks. They want to reset the process, go back into their scouting and evaluation at that point, have all of these picks to build up a real young, up-and-coming roster that can pop at the same time so they can re-maximize a window where they don't have to necessarily spend a lot of money when they can do it on the back of this other process, a process that got them to a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. So one where they could say this is bigger than individual players. This is about a process, and one we believe in here. And one that I don't necessarily myself believe in, but I do think that the Bengals franchise believes in it. And I think that they run themselves a little bit differently than other NFL organizations. And again, let's not forget, this is a team that moved Carson Palmer still in his prime. Did Carson kind of push for it a little bit, but could Burrow push for it a little bit? Yeah. So it's not a team that digs its heels in and says, no, you're on a contract. We will hold you here through your life. Yeah, all right. We don't really like spending all that much money on you either anyway. Thank you, Be Calm. Appreciate all your donations tonight, man. And I'd love to get Chase, but I think the amount of picks more than the cost for him would be the hard part of getting that one done. That the team just couldn't come up with that much draft capital to swing. That'd be the biggest trade in all-time NFL history by far. Make the Russell Wilson trade look like chump change. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support tonight as well. Says it'd be so fun if the Cardinals pulled it off and made Week 18 like the 2019 finale. I think the playoffs would do a lot for our team's mindset. I'm of the opinion like you are, Keon. You know, there's some out there that go, oh, we know about this team. And I know there's a lot of discussion here about the 2025 season, and rightfully so. And I'm open to it. But I can do two things at the same time and still have hope for this year and still have a lot of positivity here that, hey, we're fighting in it. We're still swinging in it. I want to see them swing. I want to get in the playoffs. I see value behind that. And I've been trying to reference, we don't have to look far back on this, Keon. You know, I don't have to go to 1993. Let me talk to you about a Chuck Knox team in 87 that just got the playoffs and da-da-da-da. I can do that a little bit. You know, I can show you a team in 1983 that just had a new Knox coach there and a team that nobody thought was going to get anything done and found their way to the conference championship that year against the Raiders. I mean, a very young Seahawks team at that time, but really just go back to that first Carroll playoffs. 7-9, first in the division. Not a lot there you're building off as a team. You weren't tremendously talented there. That the cupboard was empty from Carroll's perspective and what he inherited from Mora and from Ruskell as far as the talent that was on that team. There was way more work to be done there for Carroll. He didn't have as much of talent in-house as what McDonald has inherited. But you had a 7-9 season. You're trying to set the standard. You're trying to set this. Let's get us back to a winning mindset here. Let's get this crowd energized back into what we're doing here and buying into this process and understanding what we're trying to build and that they can see the vision. And here's a moment of the vision sparking to life. And what was that moment? Is it you having a really good game against the Saints team that won the championship the prior year? Yes. Overall, it's that. But it is that Beastquake run. It's that moment that you all there, you know where you were when you saw the Beastquake run. You know where you were. You know exactly the spot you were. Why? Because it was a moment that lit you up, that lit us all up as fans, that made you stand up out of your chair. Not because it was all just the best run you'd ever seen in your life from a running back in NFL history. Not just because it caused an earthquake in the stadium, but because it told the fan base, we got something here. We got something here. It ain't maybe ready yet. We're not contending this year right now. And we didn't go back to the playoffs the next year. But you had something there. You had something to work off of there. And I agree, the same thing can be done to get into the playoffs this year. You've worked hard. It's been an up and down year. You've struggled to find consistency on really either side of the ball. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. but you go and get a playoff win. You get a home playoff game at home. Let's remember that too, as you get this win against the Rams. They lose. That's a home playoff win if you can get it. I think that would be huge for the mindset of this team. Huge for confirmation of this season. Huge to lock them into this offseason, saying, guys, work your butt off this offseason. Be in your best shape after the end of this offseason and prep to go, because we're this close. And we can get cross that line with you having the offseason of your life, with you being all about ball. Now, I think it's worth its weight in gold, Keon. I'm not a tank guy. I'm not an out on the season guy. Cardinals lose in 2 days. Seahawks go beat that Rams team, and let's see what we can do in this playoff team. Because that vision of 2011, essentially with Carroll at 7-9, stands out in my mind. And as we look at the fan base and other fans filling up the stadium, isn't there a bit of a sense and a need right now within this fan base of getting a little bit galvanized on the back of something? Something that can shoot some electricity through that stadium again. But well said on your part, Keon. Completely in agreement with you, man. Completely in agreement. It'd be so much fun if we can bring this to the final week of the season and let it all come down to that. That'd be fun. I enjoy it. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, wow, the Bengals are a clown show. NFL franchises should not ever be about profit. And there's the old guard of NFL owners, and there's the new guard of NFL owners. And the new guard of NFL owners is your Walmart money. It's going to be your Bezos type folks. Was the Paul Allens. These are your new guys, the folks that have the billions, that don't have to think twice about drawing 100, 200, 300 million into escrow. They don't bat an eyelid. But what you do get with the Bengals when they get one of those contracts and they say, we got to put 250 million in escrow. That's our profit margin for a season. We can't do that. We're not cash rich. We need our profits. We need our yearly profits. It's because they develop and draft so well that they've gotten to Super Bowls. It's not because of how smartly they spend or how willing they are to spend their money. They're what I call a floor team. They're the reason, quite frankly, that the CBA had to have a floor built within it. You have a ceiling, which is, of course, the top of the cap. $220 million of a cap. That's the cap for the year. You hit the ceiling. You spend $199.2 million. You are done. But you know what the CBA also built within? They built what the Players Association insisted upon, a floor. Because they realized early on in the salary cap era that there would be teams like the Bengals that would get around the salary cap by not only not spending the full amount of their salary cap money, but going way beneath the salary cap. So they said, okay, you got to have a minimum floor you're spending every year. You got to be legit in what you're doing. And that's how the Bengals operate, how they've operated for a long period of time. And like we see with the Bears organization, this isn't a well-run organization that's thinking about profits. Hard for you to be trying to compete with other organizations where money is not a problem. It's something that holds back the Mariners in baseball in the same way, but just in a different end of the spectrum where they find themselves on. And the same thing is proven true here with the Bengals. And I think that they are an organization that's a little bit more driven by the almighty dollar at times. Versus when you got to make the decision between the almighty dollar and winning. And the fact that you didn't get a Jamar Chase deal done for a guy that was instantaneously great for you, for a guy that was in that receiving core to help get you to the Super Bowl on the back of his dominance, and you don't get the deal done for him, is ridiculous. But that's what you get with an organization that just don't spend. Jack Maloney, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Says, Burrow sells tickets. Kraken, don't do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. He would do that. You talk about a move that would have the fan base, clearing those season tickets right up. There'd be a waiting list fast. I know there already is kind of one as it is, but that waiting list would only grow much, much deeper with Burrow, and you have a lot less tickets being sold. You want to talk about a move that stops some of these tickets being sold all the time. That one right there would do it. That'd do it. That'd do it. That's for sure. But I'm on board, Jack. I told you I'm sold. We got to bring Megan on this one. She's gonna be the tough sell on this one, I think, on this. But I'm with you on it, man. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Always compete. Whitebird, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Whitebird, I appreciate you doing that. Welcome aboard. Folks, do if you can, hit that like button if you haven't already here on the channel. Helps the channel grow, helps me show up on the algorithm when you do that. And I really do appreciate it. Space says, so no Trevor and no Burrows. They both signed massive contracts. Incorrect, Space. I know why you're thinking that and that the contracts have been recently signed deals, and I understand that from your perspective of it, but part of why you pay me the big bucks here is that you want me to go and make sure I'm doing my research, and I'm looking into the spectrum of these deals. I'm looking at the cost of these deals. I'm looking at whether or not they can be done. So while both the Bengals and the Jacksonville Jaguars will have to eat some dead money, with the Jacksonville, I think there's different reasons here. In the case of the Bengals, they pushed the money out in the deal because, like I just said, they're a poor organization. So instead of giving Joe Burrow $125 million a bonus, you gave him the bonuses deep down the contract. Year 3, year 5 bonus, year 6 bonus, like this type of thing. Okay. So that lowered down the initial bonus to them on the deal, which means that lowered down the amount of dead money that then hits their books if they were to trade Burrow. And the same thing is true of Trevor Lawrence. There would be a dead money hit. You would have to give up some extra draft capital because of the dead money hit. But the deal is structured in a similar way to Burrow's, where what you used to have in deals was base salary, bonus, base salary, bonus. Now what you have in deal from some of these cash organizations is base salary, bonus, option bonus. Option bonus serves as a guarantee. It serves as a bonus for the player, but it's a bonus that doesn't kick in until year 2 of the contract, or year 3 of the contract, or year 4 of the contract. Meaning that the player is moved, it's guaranteed money to the player, it's bonus money to the player at some point in time in the contract, but it's not money that then counts off the books in a trade. So it's only the pure bonus money on the deals that accounts here. And in the case of both players, while the bonus money would be there and the dead money would be there, there is a deal to be done here, considering some of the deals that have been moved here in recent history, Space, from your Russell Wilson type contracts to the Jared Goff type contract with the Rams, where there was still a lot of money left on that deal. These have happened in recent history here in the NFL. So there's a way to get this deal done. They're not no-go deals. Glenn says, I'm not that high on Geno Smith and believe he should be signed to a big I'm not that high on Geno Smith and believe he should be signed to a big contract extension. I was referring to getting the extra rest before the next game. Yeah. Didn't I respond? I thought that's what I was referencing on. Yeah, you're referencing to the team. Make sure I didn't read it wrong. Sorry if I read it wrong. But I thought I had you... I thought I knew what you meant on that, Glenn. Yeah, the extra rest, though, will definitely help. Sorry, I misunderstood you on that a little bit. Arturo says, I get up early both to watch soccer and Muay Thai. You're the man, Arturo. Sea Lord of Bravo's Pacific time zone is the absolute elite for sports connoisseurs. I spent a few weeks back east a few months ago, and it sucked for sports watching. It does, man. The games are on late back east. Boy, they go deep into the night. War Chief says, I give up 2 first-round picks for Trevor Lawrence. I'd be game. We don't really hit on first-round picks anyways, unless we're talking about Big Murph and Spoon recently. No quarterbacks. Yep. I think it's a creative path to go down if you can take advantage of this one. Alex says, maybe try and trade for Anthony Richardson. The talent's there, just needs different scenery. Very well could. I think the Colts organization is still pretty high on him. He's still a very young player, and I think the troublesome part there from the Colts standpoint is that with the fact that he has been so underwhelming as a pro, what is the draft returns you're really getting for Richardson at this point if you do move him? And I think that will probably instruct the Colts more to roll with Anthony for another year before they might get to more of a point of looking to pivot off at him at that spot. But that's also just instinctually out senses here, Alex. He may be a guy that's also in play potentially too. Glenn says, it seems like Mike Macdonald has improved the defense greatly to get through the point of the season, whereas our offensive coaching has done nothing to improve. Indeed, Glenn. Mike has gotten the team bit by bit more forward with his defense. You can see the progression. You can see him getting more of the system in place throughout the course of the year, running more of his games and whatnot. But it has not been the case of the offense, where there's been more of a stepping back process, more of a regression process. Vicious Bird says Woolen was a bit better today. He was. He was overall. Yeah. Blue and Green Zone says, if we showed up to the Cards Stadium and chanted Seahawks to help the Rams lose, laugh my ass off, it'd be an all-time great Seahawks fandom moment. We're in their sea of blue jerseys, like, why are there that doesn't look like a Rams blue, does it to you, Tim? No, it's almost looks like a my God, Bill. Those are Seahawks jerseys. I thought it was Cardinal Stadium too. That was my bad. I said Cardinal Stadium, so that one's on me. No, Glenn, I said Arizona. I caused the confusion. It was on me. I was thinking Arizona. Just because we always take over that stadium. So I was... Well, Valdez, Pete Carroll could have that Bears defense firing on all cylinders. I think it's a good spot for Pete. It's good, as good as any other landing spot that you can ask for, and he's got his quarterback in play. I don't, from Carroll's standpoint, I can completely understand it being a good spot for him to try to set this up and get this going again. I know from the Bears standpoint, you can kind of maybe understand a bit, but I do think that they're going to first take a run at an offensive coach with Caleb there before going back to the defensive kind of minded coach. C. Lord says, I just remain in place of confident contentment that Mike Macdonald is the leader of this team now. This defense has the makings of something truly worthy of the legacy of the Legion of Boom. Ooh, well said, C. Lord. Very well said, man. And I agree. Very contentment is the right word. Blue and Green Zone, Pete Carroll could still be a good coach if he doesn't have full control. Yeah, there's time here for Carroll, I think, to sit back this past year and maybe reassess what was going on in Seattle at the end and what was going right and what was going wrong. And Lord knows he made adjustments off of his 2 stops and stints in the NFL prior to going to USC, and had to educate him and improve his process as a coach and more inform him. I think in Coach Carroll is that I thought at the end here in Seattle is that there is still a good coach there. He's got to know what he's good at and what he's not good at, you know, where he has his strengths and where he has his weaknesses, and not allow his weaknesses to overtake his strengths. And that's where you hope maybe if he comes back as a coach that he spent the year in doing that. You know, for instance, on this, taking your hands off of the offense, hiring a very smart, capable offensive mind, not a yes man, and taking your hands off. Hiring a defensive-minded coach that's going to challenge some of your ideas rather than looking for a yes man. These are the kind of lessons he kind of needs to learn with that. But if he can do that, I think he can find some success. Vicious Bird question, does Grubb really need to go, or does he need another year to try with a new roster? I think that's as much the million-dollar question of this stream as anything else, Vicious, and one I don't have a certain answer for with you on that one. I think there's some disconcerting things to what he's done here on this offense this year. It's not been all bad. There's been some good things he's done, but that's been highly inconsistent at best. It's regressing as the year goes along rather than coming together. He doesn't always seem to lean on what's working. He seems to want to just go to the things that he wants to run rather than what works against a given opponent. It's been a struggle for him to stay with the running game. He's not worked around very well the pass protection issues. There's some concerns here. Some good things he's done too as well, but if he was to be like, go have a game after the end of the year, these very things I'm pointing to, we can point to, and I think they're valid enough reasons from McDonald's perspective. Because some of those things you're going to have some pause on in regards to the future and your outlook of whether or not these things get fixed. And does he maybe just have inherently inside him, Vicious Bird, a lack of wanting to run the ball? Connor says we need to use McIntosh more. Looks great every time he touches the ball. You're not alone on that. Many folks feel that way with this one, man. So definitely kind of a common thing that I hear a good amount here, even in the stream today. Mark Sanchez, thank you for that $10 donation. As a reminder of the bad starting quarterbacks for the Hawks: Dan McGuire, John Kitna, John Freese, Rick Meyer, Tavares Jackson, Stan Gelbaugh, Jeff Kemp, Kelly Stauffer. Say the Burrow trade out loud and into existence. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to speak this into existence. I'm trying to bang this drum as hard as I can. Because like you said, I've gone through my life and seen so much miserable, poor, underwhelming quarterback play. I've seen us try to go for the try-hard guys, the overachiever types. I've seen us try to go for the big guy that the owner liked a lot. I've gone for the number 2 overall picks that just couldn't quite tap into and be as talented as you thought they were. Tried for the journeyman. Tried for the backups just getting their second chances. We've had it not work a variety of different ways, but we haven't necessarily gone down the certain path of trading for a guy that, is a known quantity in what you can get from him. A true player in the sport, a true top end player at the position in the sport. And it's been a little bit miserable in a lot of other ways on this, Mark. It's been, you're right, a little bit of a landmine of trying to find the right guys on this. So why I advocate for this so wholly is it's been a problem for us in the past to find. It's not been something that outside of Russell Wilson, John Schneider's had a tremendous amount of luck in finding quarterbacks here since he's been here. It's been a problem for the franchise as a whole. And again, as you look into the future on this one, where is that option at moving into the future? Where is that quarterback to be found if not by that trade? It gets harder to see, doesn't it? Because it ain't going to be in this draft. And I don't think you're going to be bad enough to be picking high enough into the next drafts after that to believe that you're going to go find that guy in those either. So you might find yourself a little stuck in this situation, which is, boy, a horrible place to be where you got a team ready to contend. Everybody's set, got the depth in place, ready to roll, but you don't have the quarterback. Yeah, it's a tough run of QBs we've had through here. First round pick on Dan McGuire. Kitna had a couple-year run. John Freese, couple-year run. Rick Meyer, number 2 overall pick. T-Jack ran through a few years. He worked hard. He tried hard. Just wasn't good enough. Gelbaugh, weak arm. Kelly Stauffer, first-round pick. I think you got up for him. It's been miserable. It's been a little overall miserable at the quarterback room, Mark. Especially keeping in mind, too, by the way, that we could have had Warren Moon. We could have had John Elway if we just kicked in one more extra first-round pick. The trade was on the table. The trade was ready to happen. This is why I mentioned this, by the way. Is that out of line as you might think in hearing this Burrow stuff? Well, no, there's no chance. There's no chance a guy like Burrow's in play. Go watch the From Elway to Marino documentary, the 30 for 30. It gets highlighted in this very documentary. I think you can find it here on YouTube right now. It's mentioned in the documentary. It will make your heart bleed. It will make your eyes cry. You will get angry. You might punch somebody randomly. They literally say in the documentary, Seahawks had a trade in place with Denver, but we weren't willing to give up that one extra first-round pick. We like Elway a lot. Generational talent. We just don't want to give up that one first-round pick. Oh, he's just the talent's not runs like a horse, looks like a horse, arm that can throw it 100 miles, 100 yards in the air, rocket cannon arm, capable, big guy. Defenders just hanging off of him, throwing the ball down the field. But we don't want to go that extra first-round pick. We'll give up a little bit for him. We won't go too much. This is to my point on this. Wasn't it what I said earlier on? This is what happens to general managers. I don't want to give up that much. Ooh, that's going to hurt. I don't care. Let it hurt. We should have given up that extra first-round pick for Elway, and we absolutely should be giving up that extra pick for Burrow if that kind of deal was on the table in this offseason too. But these deals don't get done, I think, by and large, not because you can't find a deal to be done. It's because they don't want to make the Godfather offer. They don't want to go over the top to make it happen. Make it happen. Make it happen. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, John Kitna's a poor man's Fitz Magic, baby. Polish the turd. Hey, he did, man. I mean, you got to give the guy credit. Undrafted, I think, rookie free agent. You know, that's one of those guys that had to earn everything he got. He wasn't terribly talented as a quarterback. I like the comparison to Fitzmagic. I think those were similar players in different eras in what they did. But a guy that played a long pro career, man. Long pro career. And unfortunately for him and Mike Holmgren coming in, that was kind of the end of it for his time here with Seattle, because Holmgren was going to want his guy. And with Kidna, I don't think that he quite had the arm strength or the size that he was looking for from the position to make that thing work. But boy, Kidna executed his offense pretty good in that first year. Took your team to the playoffs. You kind of ran out of steam at the end of the year there with Kidna there. But it wasn't like Kidna had all, he had Galloway to throw to, but didn't have a ton to work with out there outside of that as far as a passer goes. But yeah, he was pretty good. Kidna wasn't bad for you. Certainly was the best of that list that was presented below. He was the best of that list in what he did. Some of those guys did nothing. B. Calmsy, clearly, thank you for the $2 donation. Any advice for a new kitten? Driving me crazy. You're in it, brother. You're in it. When I had Pumpkin here as a kitten, I did not have the channel going at that time. So I could deal with the 100 miles an hour that is and she's an orange kitten at that. So you want to talk about turned up style of kitten, that they get an extra crank at 20%, those orange kittens do. But they're going to be wild and crazy, man. They're in that still needy phase, not used to being away from mommy all the way. And so they have that neediness to it. They're also kind of imprinting on you. This is where the cat basically picks you and you're their human. And you got to kind of accept that whole process that'll take to get there on that. But you're not chilling them out. I find the ball toys. So the one that I tend to find I found with kids that works really good is the ball ones where they hit the ball and it rolls around the circle. You spend $20 at a Petco, you get a real simplistic one, and they can keep themselves really busy. So you just got to find things that keep them engaged toys wise, and because they want to have that constant stimulation. So the ball things are nice because it's kind of a constant driver game where it sort of plays itself a little bit. Whereas if you just give them a toy on the floor, they eventually like, this thing's dead. It's not doing anything. Whereas the ball kind of constantly keeps going. She liked that a lot when she was a kitten. But best of luck, man. It's a handful no matter what you do. So you just got to hang in there. Omen, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Omen. Really appreciate you doing that. Folks, do join Omen if you're not already subbed up. Get subbed up. We're trying to get to 19,500, 20,000 for the year, but 19.5, we're going to do a 24-hour stream. I'd love to hit it. We're getting very close to 18.6 here, so we're already about within 900 of that mark. And when we do, I'm going to go 24 hours on a stream, 24 hours for charity, and really looking forward to doing it. So thank you, Omen, for helping us get there a little bit closer, a little bit faster. Really appreciate you for doing that. Marcus says it's being said throughout the TV broadcast Seattle cannot qualify for the wild card. Oh, okay. I was hearing before the game that there was some way we could do it, but maybe that was misreporting or whatnot. I haven't looked it up yet on the wild card approach. I've been so locked in, Marcus, on the division that I haven't really checked the pathway to get in by the wild card. But I thought coming in there was, but yeah, maybe not. Matty Jack says Walker has become Penny. Kind of Penny light. Certainly more productive than Penny, but the injury stuff has continued to mount up here. And though, you don't necessarily look at him as like he's missed all these games through his career, he has missed a good amount of games. And even the games he hasn't missed, he comes in kind of dinged up, banged up, not at his best a lot. For a guy that you don't necessarily give 300 touches to a year in and year out, he does seem to kind of wear down kind of easily. Yeah. Ethan, Hawks Nest. While hopefully Week 18 matters for us, I really think we need to appreciate that Mike has completely turned this defense to a sky-high trajectory without having a lot of his guys. Absolutely, it's the case. It's the biggest story coming out the end of this season is that you have confirmation of the biggest question coming into this season. Is this the right guy? Is this the right head coach? Is this a guy that you thought he would be when you hired him? And yes, he has proven to be that. He's proven to be what you hoped he was going to be. We knew this wasn't going to be flipped around overnight, and it's going to take some time to do that. But you've got the right guy here in Mike, and I've got as much confidence as ever in him to be that guy going forward to get us back to the mountaintop. Grandnezzer says we hit that like when it's Pumpkin's turn. She drops some serious knowledge. Yes, she does. Yeah. Hell yeah. Tony Wright, good evening, Brandon. And you are so right. Now, Cincinnati has a dilemma because they didn't sign Jamar Chase to a long-term deal and franchise tag T. Higgins at $25.5 million for this season. It's canary in the coal mine to their financial situation. And this has been a team that has been poverty-stricken throughout my lifetime as they has maintained the same ownership throughout my lifetime. And I'm doing a little imagination here for the outlook, but I'm also like a predator, you know. I'm like that bobcat that's sitting in the high grass, you know, and there's a little duck coming right across me, and that duck is the Bengals organization. And I'm like, let's just be ready to pounce on this thing if this thing presents itself. That door cracks open, bang it through. But I look at it, Tony, and I go, what are they going to do there? They're letting T walk for nothing this offseason. Do they think if they couldn't come to a contractual common place with Jamar last year where you could get somewhat of a reasonable discount, having the leverage of his fourth and fifth year over the top of him? Do you think that that's going to get anything but way more expensive this offseason? Say nothing of the fact that you just might get Jamar in a position to say, hey, I want to be traded. You're not paying me. I'm going to hold out. I'm not going another year for you on this. You either trade me or I'm sitting out a season. God forbid, what if it gets to that kind of situation here? And when you show such an unwillingness to pay guys that have earned contracts in this sport, that's how that gets there, and very quickly. You see a little bit of Micah Parsons playing this in Dallas right now, where Micah's already starting to get ahead of Jerry Jones's negotiating tactics to try to wait all the way through the end of training camp to finally pay his guys. And he's saying, no, I want this deal done in March. I don't want to be waiting on this thing. And that's exactly what I said about Micah 2 weeks ago before this story broke about him wanting to get the deal done in March and being public about saying that he wants to do that. Players are very well aware of how these owners operate at times, who can be sometimes cheapskates. And this creates potentially, to me, Tony, a market opportunity for my team in this given situation. Slobby One says there's no shot we get Joe Burrow. We'll see. Deron Ever says I'd sell all the picks for Joe Burrow. See, I think we're all in agreement on this. I would too. Berg Show, hey buddy, do you think the Cards will beat the Rams? Murray's very inconsistent. I think the Cardinals stylistically have the means to go after the Cardinals, Berg Show, because they have a commitment to running the ball. I think Rams can sometimes have it suited to their way when you have teams that'll go away from running the ball to try to get pass happy, a little bit like I think we did at times in our game against the Rams, sort of letting their run defense off the hook. And that the Cardinals won't do that. They'll stay committed to running the ball. It's going to hurt not having James Conner out there for the Cardinals, but they did draft Trey Benson pretty high in this draft. He was my favorite running back in this past draft. He's going to be capable for them at least getting most of what the same kind of job done that a Conner could do. I think he really is able. It's just, Conner was kind of embedded there. Defensively, they're creative. They're multiple. They'll be willing to send blitzes. They're not going to be necessarily scared to death that Stafford's going to make them pay the price over the top by doing so, because that's what they know they need to do as a defense to find success. That same thing can give Stafford troubles. He can have problems at times with dealing with pressure when it's dialed up like that. He does not like that. He likes much better the four-man fronts, and he can kind of pick his way through and hit his spots and let them run their sort of flood zone concepts where they just run through coverages and create openings off the backside, longer developing plays that you get with those four-man boxes. So I think the Cardinals are set up stylistically to be able to go after them. Some of this is going to come into play, Bergs, is how motivated is a Cardinal team going to be that's not playing for anything? Are they really still checked in at this point in time this year, or do they come out and they underwhelm? So it's hard to predict, but this is not an easy peasy win here for the Rams either. They're going to have to go out there and take it. Duran, I'm glad to hear you're on board with me on this Burrow thing, man. All in, baby. DC5 Sonic gonna miss Lockett. Yeah, it's probably Lockett's final year. It's going to be tough seeing him go, but he's had a hell of a career. Tony says now Cincinnati is going to lose T. Higgins to free agency in 2025. They have to sign either Jamar Chase to a long-term deal or defensive end Trey Hendrickson to a long-term deal, but they can't do both. They're in a pickle. Duran says Matt Cass Prime was 2020. hasn't faced so few double teams anymore. Very well could be the case, is how we find it. I do worry a little bit about how Metcalf's game is going to age as he starts to lose some of his speed. Tony says the Bengals are probably going to lose Trey Hendrickson to free agency along with T. Higgins. Probably. I don't think that you're going to get Jamar playing out on the 5th year of his option either. They're in Cincinnati on that. I think he's going to be pretty opposed to that. So that's where we go to. If you're ever looking at a Bengal team in the last 10 years that is facing down, potentially hitting that reset button, you mentioned Hendrickson is another guy into the factor of this, as you've already kind of had at times in the recent years, some of the talent bleed out of that defense, like a Jesse Bates. Going to your Falcons, Tony. You go, could they make a little bit of a pivot here? I'm saying they will for sure, but if they do, just be ready to pounce out of that long grass. Dune Moose, let's show the Bengals how much we're willing to give up. In addition to all the things Brandon mentioned, John should say, hey, we'll even throw in Ryan Grubb. Exactly. I'll toss him in. War Chief says, you guys are ruining my fantasies, laughing out loud. How are we going to fantasize about getting a quarterback like Joe Cool or Sunshine from the Jags and then talk about trading DK? I'm going to need Joe to DK. I don't think that the DK trade necessarily happens with as much surety as if you go and get a Joe Burrow or a Trevor Lawrence, War Chief. I think the thing with DK being moved is if you're going to move Geno and then not have a good backup option to go away from Geno, or you're kind of having two guys fight it out then for next year. That's where more of the potential, I think, trade of a DK comes in. But if you're going to make a move for probably a Burrow type or whatnot like that, you're probably signing DK to the extension then at that point, would be my guess. But not sure, not certain necessarily. Connor says, I thought there was talk about the Colts benching Richardson earlier in the season. They did bench him for about a hot minute, and they're like, we're just kidding. Come on. No. Come on. No. We just, we want to make sure you're fully healthy. Yeah, that's it. Kevin O'Connell, Burrow totally sounds like a Schneider move. It feels like that, doesn't it, Kevin? It's got the DNA fingerprints of a Schneider-like move. Didn't see it coming outside the box, aggressive as hell. Come on, Johnny. Tap into that old spirit. Be a young man again. Benjamin Button this shit. Whitebird. Geno Smith has solidified himself as a #1 backup quarterback. He's good enough to be a starting NFL quarterback, but not if you want to be a contender every year. Potentially well said on your part there, Whitebird. Certainly haven't given him always the greatest offensive line here in his 3 years. I think if you gave him a better starting offensive line, if you gave him a kind of supporting cast that Jared Goff's had with the Detroit Lions, could Geno Smith give you a comparable performance? I think he could. But we haven't given him something even close to that, really, Megan, I would so fly to LA to try the Rams fans in their backyard be. God, it'd be awesome to go in there and just bring like a huge contingent of Hawk fans. Like we all come up to the gates wearing our jerseys. Bunch of odd looks from Rams fans. What is going on? We play the Hawks this week? They're playing the Cardinals. We were playing the Cardinals. Why are they wearing the Seahawks fans? God, it'd be a great trolling moment. Berg Show, have you noticed that Coach McDonald has black eyes? He's got a shark's eyes, like a doll's eyes, Berg Show. They roll up all black on you, and then comes up the teeth to bite you and take you down to David Jones' locker. I've seen the eyes. I've seen the eyes of a dead man, the eyes of a shark, the eyes of a killer. Dune Moose says, I joined in so late where all the talk is about dreaming of Joe Cool. Was there talk about Geno earlier? There's been talk about Geno throughout, for sure. Just something I'm presenting as a potential option that might open up here. Trevor Lawrence, Burrow. We're looking at a little bit of the Bengals situation from a cap standpoint, and that they may be in a position to maybe make a move there. Jack says, I'd trade the Kraken for Burrow in a heartbeat. Sorry, Megan. J.O., you think since Mac is a defensive coach, he would know by now if Grubb's got it what it takes, or Geno for that matter? I think he's got a pretty fixed opinion at this point, J.O. I think we may have some questions in the fandom, but I think that there's more of a certainty within the coaching staff on both of those two accounts. Yes. And one reason on both of those two accounts, I think I'll trust the direction the team wants to go in the future overall with this. But yeah, I think he's well footed into where he sits with it. Jack says, Joe Burrow with this defense equals Super Bowl. Let's go, Jack. Let's go. I know I'm not going to sell you on this one, Megan. I'm going to dream about it, though. Hand Grenade, I'm worried about the Super Bowl curse. We did go after Burrow. Why? It could work. Dune Mooses, can't believe we couldn't put up a touchdown against a 4-11 team. Yeah, me neither. Yeah. Duran says, you need more than an elite quarterback and a good defense to win a Super Bowl. You do. But if you've got the defense on the trajectory that they do, you bring in a Burrow, and you've got your two pillar tackles in place, I think you got quite a bit to build off of here as we go into this future. It doesn't finish everything off, but the hard work is done. You get the right coach in house. You got the quarterback. You got probably most of the foundational pieces in place defensively for that defensive minded head coach. You're on the right trail. You're on the path. Doesn't guarantee anything, but you're moving in the right direction. Striatic, a little joke here. If Pete just lets other people do the coaching, he could be a great coach again. Well, it's just, you have a coach in Coach Carroll Striatic that he was a guy that had all of his fingers in all the pies. And it was sort of like, I'm a genius defensive mind, I'm a genius offensive mind. And there was a high level of amount of control that he had over the top of the whole game, as opposed to those coaches that hire the OC to be play callers and let them run their offense, and hire the DCs to be defensive coordinators to run their defense. And that you certainly are going to have some influence over them, but there's a difference between influence and total control. And with Coach Carroll, it leans into more of a total control situation and how he delves out responsibility. And that's what's, in my opinion, got him in trouble in Seattle. The Berg Show, do you think Belichick will coach the Giants or Jets next year? Berg Show, Belichick has accepted the UNC job. He's going to be the North Carolina head coach at college. UNC. War Chief B, I can dig it though. Can you imagine Joe Cool Burrow in a Seahawks stole black, blue, and white pimp suit? White matching platinum Seahawk pendant chains and a lime green hat. I can dig it. Oh, I can dig it. No, man, mistake about that. I can totally dig it, War Chief. I'm all in on this one. It'd be a good look. Duran, losing the first Super Bowl isn't going to linger in the mind of a man like Joe Cool Burrow when he's driving down for the game winner in his second. Nah, it ain't gonna phase Joe Cool. It ain't gonna phase Joe Cool. Was Joe Cool phased when he couldn't get the starting job at Ohio State over Jacoby Brissett? Did he say, my career's done, I ain't got it? Did that fuel his fire? Eddie V says, this game tonight was like two toothless bums fighting in a back alley. Man, that was ugly. Eddie, it was very ugly. Not a lot of good to come out of this game as far as defense. But yeah, it was this was sloppy. This was your Thursday night, short week, late season, body's tired. Tough to watch at times. Not always a smooth affair. King Bomber says, I feel like Cross is the only guy I want to extend this offseason. Mafe might be a guy that I'm willing to do, but I will say to do Mafe, it's not going to be for some high-end, your 9 sacks a year and your good run defense. That's the player we're paying for. If you want to be paid like something beyond that, play out the final rookie year of your contract at this point. But Cross, yes. King Bomber. I might even say, King Bomber, that if I knew Abraham Lucas's health was going to be good to go going forward and that knee's fully straight, that he might even be a guy on there that I'm considering as well. I might put Ernest Jones in there too, King. I think Ernest is not going to be a 25-year-old guy. I think he's shown you enough within this defense. You could feel pretty good about him too. I'd throw him on that list. But not a lot of guys, to your point. Not a lot. Will Valdez says we could have had Favre too. That's right. That's right. That one was less about, of course, the fact that we didn't like the talent of him. That it was about the fact that you had an owner who wanted a certain quarterback. You had an owner, and I confirmed this, by the way, which absolutely was one of the more brutal things to have to hear. Because, you guys know with me, I'm a theory guy. I love to come up with my little theories that probably, like the Burrow thing. Maybe there's no thing to the, I'm just wondering, and I've heard some stuff with the Burrow camp stuff. I've heard some stuff coming out of Cincinnati. There's not like there's not a heaping barrel of smoke coming out this window, but there's a little bit of a leaky train of smoke coming out. Are they smoking in there? Is something on fire? I don't know. I'm just mentioning this. But there was one place where I'd always wondered for years where I went, Ken Behring wanted to own a baseball team, couldn't get a baseball team, settled on a football team, really, though, wanted a football team in LA and not in Seattle. And he was a baseball fan at heart. So your coach, Chuck Knox, loved Brett Favre, saw wonderful things from Brett Favre and his ability and what he could be, pushed for ownership, to push for general manager in the front office to get Favre in the draft. That's who I want. And instead they went with Dan McGuire, who was Mark McGuire's brother. And why did they go with him? Because that's who Ken Behring wanted. And why did Ken Behring go with Dan McGuire? Because he was a baseball fan and he liked Mark McGuire. You guys go back and watch my interview with the general manager of the former Seahawks that I conducted this offseason. He confirmed the story. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, that was just a pet theory on my part. I was BSing. But it shows you how sometimes, as crazy as certain stuff would be in your mind, is they don't operate that. There's a sense of professionalism. Nobody would just do that. We've got a New York Jet owner who had his general manager turn down a trade to Jerry Jeudy this last offseason because Jerry Jeudy's Madden ratings weren't high enough. Again, I crap you not. This is not a joke. Yeah, that's funny, Brandon. People do stupid things in this league all the time. All the time. But yeah, Favre, another one that you could have had. Your coach saw it. Chuck Knox, the grizzled old coach. I see it. I see it in this. I know it when I see it, and I see it in this guy. Owners, stay out of it. Andre's all about Dylan Gabriel. Go get a Brock Purdy on a rookie deal. That's pretty much what you give the Dylan Gabriel. A left-handed version of that. If you can create a situation around like the Niners did, maybe you can maximize that. Does come from a spread concept. Empower says, B, love the shirt, man. Looking fresh tonight. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Empower. A little Christmas gift. Figured it would help us on the win tonight. Provide some good mojo for the victory, Stuart McDonald says, whatever the Bengals want, give it to them. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm so glad to hear everybody else is on board with this. We just blow them away with an offer. Like I say, it's Godfather,
I understand you like a quarterback. I like a quarterback too. He's a nice quarterback. I know you want to keep him. Let me make you an offer. An offer you will be blown away by. Please let us show you the respect that you deserve, Cincinnati, and give us this quarterback who you do not want to pay, but we will be willing to.
Young Bido in the house. What's up, Young? How you doing, man? Duran says, we need a quarterback who's someone smarter than Geno, someone with greater awareness on the football field. And something you get with Burrow is a lot of awareness. I've called him the best anticipatory thrower in the game, and I do believe he is that. He sees coverages. He can see guys getting open in ways other quarterbacks can't always see. And he just sees the game different from the shoulders up. He really does, in a very unique, special way. And yeah, I think we're kind of getting to that point, Duran. I think we're kind of getting that point. Appreciate you, Young Bado. Mark Sanchez with the $5 donation. Thank you for that, Mark. Very kind of you. The 30 for 30 Elway to Marino is brutal because not only did we not want to give an extra first round pick for Elway, but we took Warner or Eric Dixon 2105. Well, Dickerson went ahead. So Sanchez, remember on that, Dickerson went number 2, and then Warner went number 3. But yeah, you're right. You didn't give that first round pick, and you're talking about a different era where maybe quarterback play wasn't as, I mean, at times it was kind of a running back driven league. So you would be at times like more invested in who your running backs were than you were going to be invested in necessarily the quarterback play. And that was definitely the case of what drove us a bit on that. Some of it was because of Chuck Knox coming in, and you wanted to give Chuck Knox his, there's an intelligence behind it at the time too, because Chuck Knox was going to be very run heavy. That's the guy that was the head coach of the Bills when O.J. Simpson went out there and ran for his own 2,000-yard season. But yeah, hard to hear that you weren't willing to give that extra first-round pick up. And it does linger in my brain a bit when I sometimes think about these potential trades that we can make as we go into the future on this one. To say, let's not overvalue these first-round picks. In that way, if you can get that kind of player, that kind of difference maker for the most important position in all of football. But yeah, they had to, of course, just had to include that little detail, didn't they, Mark? Just had to include that little detail of you guys could have Elway. And folks, you younger fans that didn't have to live through the late 80s and early 90s as Elway took your team out to the woodshed every single Sunday and a lot of times put on the Superman cape and went flying up into the wind, be it in Mile High or the Kingdom, and just took over the game. I saw one play where remember this one play in my youth stand out where you're doing pretty good on him on the day. You got a guy you blitz at the right time, coming right up the middle, free rusher, and he hits John Elway dead in the grill, just slams him. Elway shakes him off, bounces off, and throws a 50-yard piss missile on a line with no air on it, just boom. You could almost hear through the television the zzz. That was the sound coming off the back of the ball as he spun it. He threw the thing so hard, but just a physical beast for the position. I mean, the guy went on and won his 2 Super Bowls at the end when he was in a much more physical diminished place than where he was in his prime, but could still go out there and get the job done because he was just so much talented than everybody else when he walked in. He could lose that bit and still be a very good quarterback with his skill set, especially with his from the neck up ability that he had. But that one's always going to sting me, Mark. What could have been in the 80s as a reverse course versus what played out on the other end of things. Josu Solano, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Sorry if I mispronounced the first name, but thank you for subscribing to the channel and hopping aboard. I really appreciate you for doing that. The Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation. Laughing out loud, I just remembered Joe bought a Batmobile. Seeing that zooming through Seattle would be sick. God, if this happened, tickets would be more crazy. Well, you want to take out 2 birds with 1 stone? You got problems in-house with the fans not selling their tickets and not being, as I've been told by myself through this chat a couple of different times over when this question's been brought up, of them saying, hey, give me a reason to want to be in that stadium. Hey, give me something to root for. Hey, give me something that's going to energize all of us in a way to want to be in there and do that. Well, here you go. You got the right coach. You got a young up-and-coming team. We got one of the better we got one of the best quarterbacks in the sport we're able to bring into the house at that point. Yeah, I would think that should. If that doesn't do it, I don't know what will, Real Cheese. At that point, then the fan base will have truly, really been checked out if that can't move the needle at that point. But I think it would, and I have little doubt that it would, and just part of the reason that I would be fantastically in favor of this move, fantastically willing to give up more than I think a lot of maybe even Hawk fans out there would be hesitant to do. Because I think that at the end of the day, we would be able to maximize Joe. I think we'd be able to get more out of them than I think the Bengals are in their cheapened ways. Dron says, personally, I would prefer to trade up for the first overall pick. That's the thing about that, Duran, though. It's a little bit like Chicago last year, where the team that tends to be at the first round pick tends to pick the number 1 overall quarterback. It's very rare that the team moves off of that first overall pick and makes a trade. And so you've got to be, you might even throw them that king's ransom and they're saying, no, we're sold on the guy. We want the guy. Those teams tend to just take the guys at that spot. James says, go through the game and watch Geno plays that are not 1-read pass plays, wide receiver screens, halfback screens, check down swing passes. It's not good. No, I agree, man. That's why we're talking about different quarterbacks right now, James, is we're not, I think as happy with what we're seeing from Gino on the play here. I don't think he played one of his worst games of the year here out there tonight. JL says, get some scratching posts, they'll mess your couch up. Yep, definitely scratching posts of the way. That's a one good piece of advice that's absolutely solid. Like she's ripping on it right now here in the room. Mine, she like heard me say scratchy pad. She's like, but I've got about 4 of them in my room. Be calm. So give them a lot of those scratchy pads. They love those things. Tony Wright says, you're right, Brandon. That was an outstanding documentary, as there was also 3-team trade that got nixed with the San Diego Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Baltimore Colts regarding that first-round pick. Yeah, the Broncos kind of just ended up being the last team standing there. And I think it was even that they ended up just throwing in a couple of players that got the deal done, where there was like players that were legit players in the league that could kind of offsuit the picks. But you didn't have teams really like lining up to get the deal done on Elway, even though they were open for business, being the Colts, because Elway didn't want to go to the Colts and he was threatening to go play baseball if they didn't trade him. So a trade had to happen, but you would have thought that there would have been more teams lining up at that time. I just backtrack it to the fact that it was at a time where the passing was just starting to inject its way into the sport. Running backs were still much more held into higher esteem at that time. And so you just weren't going to make that same kind of equivalent trade that you would in this day and age for a kind of player like that. Duran says, get the first overall. We give them whatever they want. I'd have a hard time doing that. I'm happy to give them whatever they want to the Bengals for a Burrow. Give them whatever they want for a guy in Shazier Sanders who I've got some questions on. I'm a little worried on that one and making that same kind of, it's a lot less certainty for what would probably be Duran, very similar draft capital that you'd have to give up. I don't know if I want to do that if I had more of a certainty at the number 1 overall pick in Shadur, I might feel better about that. But Shadur is going to be picked as much in the number 1 overall pick, not because he's just so purely, ultimately that talented, but because of the fact that there's the need for the team to have the quarterback at the number 1 overall pick. And those are two different things as to why that guy gets picked there. And Bauer Bead, will you be live streaming the Cards Rams? Would be thrilling to watch. I think we will. It seems to be people want to see it. You guys are, your request is my demand. So if we've got the interest to do it, and it seems like it's been about a good dozen people who said, I watch if you do it. So we'll go ahead and live stream it. Sure. Why not? I ain't got nothing going on. Eddie V says, Gino has been a backup for the majority of his career for a reason. Even if the Seahawks make the playoffs, they'll embarrass themselves. I have no faith in this team. Potentially so, Eddie. Let's remember, though, too, as long as the odds would be if you made the playoffs and making any noise, I agree with you that maybe there's not a great chance you would make noise. But we did have once a 7-9 team that beat the former Super Bowl champions the year after that in your own house. And if that team could do that, then this is a much more talented team than that team was. Anything can happen in the playoffs. Get in, I say, and anything can happen. Get it in and let it roll. See where it lands. Jameson's teams have figured out they can blitz Geno mad, shift coverages post-snap, and he'll panic and hold the ball. Yep. A lot of him staring and holding the ball, and a lot of confusion. I'd agree there. Ron says, I don't know who to take because I haven't watched college ball, but please, John Schneider. Sending whispers to April 25. Brian Daboll, trade down. Daboll's not there anymore, Duran. I don't think he'll be there anymore. If he's there, he won't. I don't think it'll last. But we'll see. Remember, John's never traded up in a first round either. Toronto, we're thinking is better healthy. He gives a lot more big playability. He does. He has a hard time staying healthy, though, man. And that's been something that's kind of tricky. And as always with it, guys, please don't fight, guys, on the channel and the thing. Bido, as always, with just let's be respectful as we can on this. I understand there'll be disagreement in outlook of this team, and you guys can see with me on a lot of the interactions I have with this chat. I'm 3 hours and 20 minutes deep into this. We've got a lot of disagreement. I've got people that disagree with my outlook of this, but we can always keep it respectful. It's not hard to do. We'll have a variety of different outlooks of it. Definitely, let's try to just chill here as we can on that. The Megan with it. Just as always, if we get with stuff on it that we're hearing from certain people in the chat, and there's somebody out there, the mute button is there for a reason. So I definitely want to avoid Megan on this. Like with these kind of nights and with these kind of times where there's going to be some topics like this, I want to avoid the timeouts. If we need to, we hit the mute button, right? If we got somebody we don't want to hear from, if we got somebody we don't like talking to, mute button is the way to go. So that's where I'd like to make sure we're definitely living at here as we go through tonight. I don't see Bido's message, so I don't know if he got punched out on that. I hope not, because that's definitely not what I want on that mods on the chat on this. So I want to make sure that we're just, if the first run is always, let's go mute if we've got some problems on in-house disagreement. Second thing is if it's absolutely positively just so much, I mean, tearing it up and just causing problems, then we'll go on and we'll do the TO on it. But otherwise, I don't want to do the timeout usage on just disagreements in-house here. Mute button is there for the reason, folks. Disagreement's going to be there in the chat at times. We're going to have fervent disagreement. We got to lean back on being able to use that mute button so that, we're not pushing things out of the chat on that side. Thanks. I guess a little contentiousness at the end here, huh, Megan? All right. So I prefer, Megan, we go back on mute. Mute's the place to go on that, if we can. If we moved off of John, another team picked him up, how would we get comp picks and how do they work? You don't get comp picks for a general manager, Megan. So you could trade a general manager, but I don't know how you can go on that with it. But no, he would just move on. Yeah, I see, Megan, you got into it there with Bido. Just I like on that. I know it can get downstream and people go with it, but just the mute button is definitely the best way to go here with this. Then we don't have to get to the timeout stuff, and then I don't have people back to me moaning about being pushed out of the chat, or something like that with it. I know it's harder to do, and it's easier to just go TO on it, but I understand it's folks come in district. This is that place we'll be in, I think, at times on it where it's going to be hard and it's going to be tough at times for the off season on this. And I think we're doing pretty good overall tonight on keeping the boat on the waters. But there's going to be sheriff folks coming in. There's going to be a high divergence of opinion. The divergence of opinion is going to lead to a lot of friction. The friction is going to lead to a lot of fighting. The fighting is going to lead to a lot of somebody getting disrespected somewhere. And what we're going to need to do in this chat and understanding that that's not necessarily the adversarial person on the other side of it, just as an a-hole and a bad person and whatnot, but it's more of just the emotions are going to run high here. Not everybody's going to act in the proper way. And if there's people in the chat here that you don't necessarily get along with, you don't have to fight with them in the chat. The outcome of it doesn't have to be that you got to go back and forth. And in fact, I would say if we find ourselves in this chat, no matter who we are in this chat, if we find ourselves butting up heads with somebody and it's going in that place where it's getting strained, we'll just mute. I can go and do this for 5 and 6 hours and I can get into so many different painful conversations, but I end up enjoying and loving the process of it. Not everyone's going to enjoy and love that process of it. And I don't ask anybody to have to go through that, but that's where that hitting the mute thing then means that when you do that instead of like pushing out on a timeout, then I don't potentially have a sub gets costed because of some battle that happened between two people that had nothing to do with me. And that's why I want to stay to more of the mute on this one if we can. All SP, just at cap wise, I feel like Geno's probably gets extended unless a crazy trade happens, leaning towards wanting to trade DK. Hard to say which way it'll go there, LSP. I would be in favor of if you are not ready to compete in 2025, I'm in favor of making a move on both individual players myself. Grandizer Brando, getting tired here on the West Coast. Maybe we'll go lay down, but want to watch the truth behind the legend of Boggy Creek if I'm still awake. Just chilling with you. Sounds good, Grandizer. I've never heard of that movie, but the title sounds interesting. Young Bido Game says, what's Brendan Nelson's take on his boy Caleb doing historically awful against the Seahawks? Yeah, I think young Bido, he didn't have the best of games. I don't think that Caleb necessarily played a bad game out there. He's under a tremendous amount of pressure. He had Jake Curran starting for him out there at guard. That's awful. That's a Bears offensive line that's allowed 60 sacks. There's been times this year that Caleb has certainly held on to the ball too long, but he's a rookie quarterback playing in a bad situation where your coach got fired mid-year, where your offensive coordinator got fired 6-7 games into this year. I think that the talk on Caleb of being somehow putrid this year, when we've had so many rookie quarterbacks who've come in and played putrid. Zach Wilson came in for the Jets and played putridly. Sam Darnold, when he first came in for the Jets, played putridly. These guys, there's plenty of guys that we can come in that the way that sometimes gets talked about with Caleb Williams and his performance that I can get if the guy's played that bad. He's been in a bad environment with a bad OC, with a head coach that's fired, and 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions on the year, shouldering a lot of that offensive burden and load. He's been fine in a rookie year for a rookie quarterback. I understand it's not always perfect, and there's some bad moments with him on the sidelines. I know with body language stuff, but in watching the tape and watching him play this year, my opinion on a young Bido is that he's not been that bad. There's a lot of there to grow upon for him in the future, especially if they get the coaching actually right and in play. Say nothing of, hey, let's get an offensive line in there that could be functional for him as well. Pedro Mendoza says, blockbuster trade for Burrow this offseason. I hope so. I want to see it. Do it. Do it. Femi says, why not run a fly sweep with Byron Murphy if possible? Hey, let's go. Let's go. War Chief B. Oh, so that's where all these young quarterback college clowns get the attitude. John Elway refused to play somewhere coming out of college, of course. John Elway refused. God, I can't stand him. Yeah, well, I mean, I think he had at least a somewhat of a decent reason. That Colts team wasn't a particularly good team. The head coach there was not looking like he was going to be necessarily a fit for Elway. And what Elway could do and the offense that he was coming in there to run. It wasn't just as simply as just Elway saying, I don't like was it Baltimore Colts maybe is what it was at the time, I think. I can't believe if they were in Indianapolis or not, but it was some extenuating circumstances there that was outside of just purely, I don't like to go to the Colts. And he was a legitimate baseball prospect where, he had that leverage to be able to use. And not all players, have that leverage to use it. But yeah, he was the first guy to buck the system and not just go where he was told. Brandon Jan says, this is sad. Stafford will be looking like Gandalf the Grey before we beat the Rams with him at the helm. He'll have that beard down to his knees by the time we get to us being a contender. James, I would watch Olotimi let a linebacker run right past him and tackle the running back on a toss play that was a great play call by Grubb. Yeah, the offensive line wasn't maybe at its greatest. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I can go as hard as where you're at on this, James, on going, this is somehow Geno's fault this game, why you only scored 6 points. I think Geno played a poor game. I don't think Grubb called a particularly good game on the other side of it, though, either. I mean, James, did you like the third and seven bubble screen to Farrell Brown? I don't know. It's hard for me ever to just put the full blame into one entity or another on that one. Jeff, I'm just tuning in, but I'm glad our defense stole the show tonight. Great performance from them. Indeed, Jeff. Indeed. Did a great job. Megan, no, I don't expect you to be called an idiot or clown. I just don't. I don't want the contentiousness to go on with the mods than it's happening with me. If we're reaching a spot where there's contentiousness into the mods than there is with me on it, that's where I'm going. If we're at a place of time and out, I want it to centralize off of me as a pivot point with it, or at least me to have a chance to talk to folks on it. And I know I'm behind on the chat, but I think that there's an opening here where there's a battle that can be ensuing between different parties at times. I'd ask young Bido on this, man. It's really easy just to stay always respectful, and it's a place that we as an individual chat and section here that I call upon often, Megan, to be in this way. So I ask people to be respectful, and on that, I know that there's going to be times people come in. I think that the conditions right now are not going to be the funnest at times with the fan base, Megan, and I can sense in these moments, these will be the parts where there's going to be more contentiousness coming out of it. So it's less about right now what's in the moment and more about just, look, this is going to be a part of where this is going to go as the lay of the land. If we were winning, if there was more better parts about this team that we could be fully encouraged by going in the future, there'd be less disagreement, there'd be less contentiousness, there'd be less fighting. It's hard to stay in the role here, to stay out of the fights. It's hard to pull out of the fights. And there's a lot of times, Megan, where I get a lot of pull-ins to pull me into fights on it, but I think we don't get anywhere just fighting with each other. And if we're getting to the place where we're just going to amp it up, it's only going to, that doesn't take us to a healthy place. I don't like fighting. I don't like going that way. I like disagreement. I like respectful disagreement. I don't expect you to take stuff, but if you mute somebody, then you don't hear from them ever again. If you mute somebody, then they're out of the mix. And then that's to me, the power that you exert is you go, okay, you're no longer somebody I ever interact with. Bye. And if they're that disrespectful and they're that out of pocket to it, that seems the answer to that, rather than now you're gone off the channel. Because like we've talked about in the past on this, it's, if we got everybody on the same page and everybody was super agreeable and I had a huge, big, wide butterfly net of potential people we could get on that, Megan, we've had this conversation many times on it where it's like, look, if the butterfly net was that big and I could afford to just go, hey, let that butterfly go and let that butterfly, that'd be one thing. But we have got a finite amount of this tiny little niche, got to be able to maximize it. Can't be, if people get kicked out the door, if people get pushed out in timeout, I'd like to be where I'm the one driving it, or it's something they're doing to me on that front of it, whereas it comes to other places on it rather than outside of me. So it's where I don't feel like I have as much control in those kind of sections and moments where there's a fight or an argument, a disagreement, and I've had no place within it, and something's been settled out on the other side of it, and I've had kind of no say to the other end of it. I'm not as much a fan to that on it. And again, I think I would just hit the mute button. If somebody's going to disrespect me in the chat and I don't want to hear from them, I've used the mute button. I ignore plenty of people on this chat, Megan, that come in that say foul stuff to me all the time coming through the chat on it. And I just blow past it and ignore them and don't give them the power. You give them the power when you fit it back to what they say. It's not to say I don't want to see respect. I do. My main mod in here, Megan, does a lot of hard work in here. And I'd really appreciate if you guys didn't go at my mod that busts her butt, who's a big contributor to this channel in addition to it. So I know that we're all in little bad moods on it on times. And I'm not pressing on you on it. If you've got to hit the timeout, you got to hit the timeout. I'm just trying to give the perspective on it on where I'd like to be with it, because I'd ideally like to be, whether I'm pushing people out as far as, hey, you're going to be banned on my channel, or timeout people, I'd like it to be kind of centralizing, at least off of me, off the interaction, so that I have more of an ability to feel control on it, where I don't have control of it, where I get a little dicey on that, And like I say, butterfly nets, niches, tiny little niche. Jeff Knack, what does a potential DK extension look like? Extend him, Spoon, and Jones Jr. would be my choices. Spoon is just getting through year 2 right now, Jeff. He's not eligible to be extended right now. Jones could be extended. A DK Metcalf extension would probably be a 4-year deal, averaging probably around about $32 to $33 million per year on a new extension. ZN, Purdy or Penix for fantasy championship this weekend? I would go with Penix. Falcons are playing for something. Purdy's arms got fatigue right now. Duran says, if DK gets traded and he has his best season ever on his new team, we will never forgive ourselves. I don't know if that'd be my outlook on it. Don't know if that'd be my outlook on it. Yeah, you could have done more in your time and could have gotten more out of him. Could have set the stage in a better place than how you did it. Unfortunately, DK Metcalf came at the end of the Carroll regime, and the Carroll regime was going to be one where ownership was going to give that thing all the room in the world until there was nothing but all of the gas burned out of the tank, and the car was coughing down the road, and any downward incline was gone, and you're now down to a leveled state, and the car has now come to its stop. And so you're going to stretch that out, and you weren't going to give them any seasons there to really work off of to be in a contending state. You had to rebuild and reload through. Still haven't been particularly all that good to be a contender during that time. You kind of just wasted through on his prime on being in that contender shape. You can try to double back down on that now through the back end of his career to now re-maximize that through, or you can just kind of own up to the fact that, yeah, it would have been better to maximize it, Duran, but I also think you're in a place where it is what it is. And, your lack of ability to maximize him into his prime in that way doesn't take away from what is going to now be best here for the future of the team. And maybe it is to sign DK to an extension. But I think that you got to hold up on the table as well of the possibility of maybe that's not also the approach or the pathway to take here, especially considering the cost is going to be so very high and you're not paying him for necessarily what he's been, but where he's going as a player. Jeff says, I heard on Brandon's channel that he'll be paid this offseason. Did you mean Brandon's channel? Consumer 114, you want to trade DK now, Brando? Letting the casuals get to you. So I try to be so specific what I'm saying, consumer here, but I guess I'm maybe not being specific enough. And I always ask people to really take me as what I'm saying here and not drive it into something of what you think you kind of hear, but what you're exact hearing. I'm very specific in my wording. I'm very specific in what my outlook is to do on different situations here. I'm not saying to trade DK. But I'm saying that rather than it being a rubber stamp, no doubt about it, I give him a contract extension. No, I don't think that it's a point right now that that's the case. And it's informed for me, consumer, by the year of 2025, and that I don't think the team's ready to contend. Big part of DK and being a proponent of DK has been like, okay, we got to turn this over now. Okay, we got to rebuild this now. But by the time we get to 2024, by the time we get to 2025, and he's still 27, still 28 years old, he'll be still really ready to be a good player at that point, and we're ready to compete. So it's not that he's at the end of his prime at that point, or he's done at the end of the point. He's still ready to be a really good player. But now it's dead, and it's looking like he's going to be around 29 years old by the time that you're actually ready to compete. And that makes me a little bit more hesitant on this deal to do this. There's some other factors at play here. I'm watching DK through the back of this schedule, and maybe it's the injury that's holding him up. Maybe it's all can be explained by that. But I don't see his game really expanding here as far as the route running getting better, the contested catches. The great moments are great. The highs are really, really high, and the lows are really, really low. And I think it's not just a simple, easy situation as we'd like it to be there with DK right now. But some of it, and maybe as much as anything on this, is a bit informed a little bit on this, on whether or not this team can compete in 2025 or not. Or if just signing DK just to sign DK, because if I sign DK or if I sign a Geno Smith for another big contract, and these are big contracts you're signing him to, I need to be sure that I'm ready to compete like right now, because those are kind of moves for the moment, the here and now. It's not a move for a team that's like, well, we're still kind of a bit away. Just my opinion on it. But I'm not even advocating fully for the trade. I'm just saying that we put it within consideration right now, that we put all considerations on the table for what this team needs to do this offseason, because it's not about holding on to sacred cows. It's about getting to a point of contention and what that will take. And sometimes that takes making some hard decisions that aren't always the easiest decisions on the surface of them to make, but are what are best for the team in the long term. Ethan, Hawksnest, I know it wasn't all that long, but remember how fun Chris Carson was? Sometimes I'll revisit those highlights, and that man was a bulldozer with turbos. Yeah, I think others liked him a little more than I liked him, Ethan. He was a fine back, highly injured, beat up a lot. You paid him after he left here. Yeah, he's okay. He's fine. I'm not as big on him as others are, I think, on that. He was okay. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest, I don't know about you, but I'm so freaking hyped for Sunday Night Football so that the world gets to see the GOAT, Michael Penix. I stand by a genius pick by Atlanta. Well, you know that I was in the same place on that one, man, where I thought it was a good pick by Atlanta, and I thought that they were going to be happy with that pick in the long term, and I think they're looking as being pretty happy with that in the long term. Young Bido, I don't think that he had the worst game out there. You got to consider that the conditions in this game with the rain coming down like it was going to impact the passing attack in a major way. They were without Tevin Jenkins, one of their best offensive linemen, and putting Curhan out there. They had no running game to work off of in this game. He was under a ton of duress throughout this game with the way that the pass protection was working for the Bears, who had given up 60 sacks this year. I'm very consistent on this, Young Bido, where I say with a young quarterback that if you get a young quarterback and you have him behind a lot of duress and you get him piss poor coaching and you get him an awful offensive coordinator, well, when you start holding that guy's feet to the fire as far as performance go and say, it gets a bit tough for me to do that. I often lament on this with these young quarterbacks, Young Bido, to get that stuff in point, get that stuff locked in before you put that guy out on the football field. Otherwise, you start to make evaluations a little bit like you are here, where you're saying, well, this season had a bad game of that. It's interrelated. This is where we get back to, again, was it all Caleb Williams rolling out there offensively for it? Was it like whatever they did was going to be either on his shoulders or failure in the pouring, driving rain? Like, is that really what you want to do for a rookie quarterback, no matter how high you draft him? Is that a pathway for success for a young quarterback? These are the things that are more of the important questions was that his worst? No, the questions you should be asking are about these other items, because this is more of what impacts the performance on the field more than it is Caleb Williams shitting the bed or not here in week 17 of the season. This is where you don't want to just go stat watching. You take everything into account. The pouring rain is going to affect the conditions. It affected our ability to pass in this game too, it would seem. So that dampened down some of the production. The pass rush dampened down some of the production. The lack of consistent running game for the Bears dampened down production. Jake freaking Curhan playing left guard for the Bears dampened down the production. But I thought he actually played a pretty decent game. Were there some throws that he probably would like back? Sure. But you put any young quarterback in that kind of environment, Young Bido game, I rail on it over and over. You're here enough on this channel to see me talk about this over and over again. And I hit it over and over again, where I say, you got to take care of these factors for these young quarterbacks, And please, Young Bido, find peace there with Megan on this. Find common ground with her on this. Make some peace before the stream ends tonight if you can for me. You make my heart feel better if you did that. I'd appreciate it if you could. I don't mind disagreement here. Let's always keep it respectful, though. I can do it for 9 hours straight streaming with you guys on a stream. You guys can certainly do it on the interrelations between each other on there. And remember with her how much work she does on this channel for what she does to help us out. Adron, maybe his O-line wasn't weak as garbage. He'd get hit less. Wonder how that works. Arms are up in the air. Exactly, Duran. We're facing this very same situation here with our quarterback and how it's played out. That's why it's not hard to see this over with Caleb and go, hey, I can see why it's going the way it's gone. Waldron is your offensive coordinator, defensive-minded head coach, an offensive line that's still not taking steps forward. Darnell Wright's their only legitimate offensive guy right now. They went for another receiver rather than getting him another alignment, which is what really Caleb needed. But that's why the Bears organization gets it wrong more often than not, right? And that's why you can track back on this, like we're seeing with the Jets organization that's having a Geno Smith find his wind here with Seattle, or a Sam Darnold find his wind. Some organizations just fail quarterbacks. That's just kind of what they do. That's just kind of their way. Game says, I don't get all the hate I'm seeing for this game. I love defensive football. Yeah, our offense was bad, but that makes the whole game an embarrassment somehow. I don't get it. I think it's more, if I'm to speak on where the people are at on this a little bit with it, in that it's a little bit of where this team's been at times, especially offensively speaking, and some of the frustrations that fans have, and that this isn't a one-off game. That this has happened many different times over, that the offense is regressing at the end of the year rather than getting better at the end of the year. And I think from a lot of people's standpoint, they feel like there's more talent on this offense to get more out of this. You have maybe the best slot wide receiver in the league. You've got one of the true game changers at the wide receiver position that demands double teams. You've got a Noah Fant capable tight end. You have a strong rookie year from an AJ Barner. You have two great talented running backs. You put a lot of investment into this offensive line. I think people are looking for more productivity and less of this offense to look so out of sorts. And again, regressing as you get to the depths of the season rather than things coming together. But that's my kind of guess on the situation. And you're all good there, Megan. We get it. Allsby, I see so often where there's receivers in the same area. I don't know how much of that is on players not being as detail oriented as they should be. How much of that is on play design? Some of it's probably play design. Some of it's probably player oriented. It's probably a bit of both. I know Grubb comes from a college system that had more wider hash marks, which allowed you to run some more of those concepts where the players aren't as in close conjunction to each other when they're running that in that way. Hard to say, though. You'd have to kind of go play by play on that to really see where it's at. The Berg Show. If the Rams lose Outlander, we win out. We will have the same record as the Rams, same head-to-head, same conference record. So why won't the Rams make it and we don't? I believe it's the Berg Show. I think it's the divisional record before you get to the conference. So it goes head to head and then it goes divisional record. And I believe that the Rams will have one more divisional win than we will. I believe. And then I think if after divisional, I'm not sure if it goes to conference at that point. I think it goes to common opponent. But however it goes on this Berg Show, if the Rams lose out and we win out, we win, we beat the record if we win out. We win if we beat the Rams. So it's us on that one. I'm sort of confused on the question. Sorry, Berg Show. You might have to kind of reframe what you meant on. It's the Outlander that's if the Rams lose out, we win out. Why would the Rams we make it, Berg Show? So you got that twisted around. If the Rams lose this week and we beat the Rams next week, we get in. Sorry, I misunderstood your question a little bit on that. That's my bad. A little late in the stream here. Brains get a little bit mushy. So yeah, we get in. No, you got to twist that around. And Young Bido, you're all good, man. I just want peace and happiness and harmony in my chat. We're all on the same team. We're all part of the same family here. I don't want to see my family fighting in here. I don't. I know that stuff's going to get a little bit tough this offseason. I know everyone's going to have some issues this offseason as we get into it. I understand that the discussions are going to get tough. And I'm going to try to lead the way here from my standpoint on this and walking it like I talk it. And trying to make sure that even if I get some folks in this, that we're going to get paunchy at me and then a little bit angry in it, that we can pull this back in and go, look, I get it. Let's lock this back in though. And remember, respect is what drives this thing. What makes this community go is you guys, not me. What makes this channel go is you guys, not me. And if the chat gets toxic, if the chat can't stay respectful, this channel can't reach to where it wants to go. And it just takes one little person to come in with the dynamite and go, Kss. That's all it takes. Just one. So we all got to toe this line. I got to toe this line. But I promise you I will walk it like I talk it. And that you will watch people give me hell. And you will watch people flame me. And you will watch me continue to try to bring them back in the fray. Because you know what I found often is that you match what you might get is disrespect back with respect. You match love against disrespect. You might be surprised when then you get the love back. It ain't always fun to do it. It's much funner at times, I'll tell you guys, to just want to light some people up at times. I'll tell you that. But it ain't what's best for the channel for me, and I will lean this way. And it's not going to be easy for us, and this is going to be a hard off season. There's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to like some of the topics we're going to have to get into. There's going to be a lot of contention, a lot of, I don't think that's the way we go. We can't go that way. And I want to see us go that way, and it's going to get hard. It's going to get hard. But we got to keep this place what it is. And in doing that means respect and open-mindedness and the fact that we can have any kind of hard discussion and talk it through and come out the other side of it and knowing we're family and know we're all wanting the same thing, and we might disagree on how we get there, and that's okay. But we'll do it by respect first and foremost. So it's the one thing I have a lot of rules in this place. It's the one thing I really do ask for and really do insist upon, as I know that if we don't have it, this thing won't go anywhere real fast as a community. And that shuts us down quick. Am I behind on a few donations? Boy, I probably am here. Nope, I'm okay. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you that. Feed Me. Don't believe Jody wants to sell the team. I think the rumors started because the state deal was expiring soon and Paul needs a statue before she sells. Well, I would agree with you there that definitely it's time to get a statue of Paul out in front. He absolutely deserves one. The foundational trust, Feed Me More, insists that the team gets sold. So the Paul G. Allen Trust says the team's got to be sold. It doesn't provide a timeline for how they got to be sold, but it does say that the team needs to be sold. The assets need to be liquidated. And so that there is that push here that is in the background over the top of things right now. It is real. It exists. It's part of what's going on. Now, Jody does control the timeline on this. And from a fiduciary duty, I think she can come back to the trust on this and say, look, and me waiting and me making sure that I hold out a little bit, we're creating more profit, which is my fiduciary duty in this situation. Yes, it's to sell the team, but it's also to get the right price for the team. And so I do think that they're for sale, but I don't think it's that there's a fixed timeline here. We're certainly hearing no rumors of them currently being out on the open market. And I would expect that this is going to take a little bit of time. My guess is that the very bare minimum time frame on this would be 2027, and it wouldn't shock me if she pulled it all the way to 2030 as well. Keon Lund, thank you for subscribing, or thank you for the donation, sorry, for the $5 donation and all of your donos tonight, man. I really appreciate you for that. Is it just coincidence that our run game looks its best with Sharbs? Sharb hits the designed holes, but K9 is an incredible athlete. Sharbs has been good. Yeah, it's a good question on this. You started to find the gap-based running scheme in the Jets game. You really hadn't run it very much up until that point at all. Then you started to go into it in that game with Saatoa and Lucas. And yeah, Charbonnet had a couple runs in that game, but K9 also had a couple of really good runs in that game as well. K9 gets injured. You come back and then Charbonnet starts to find the ground game there with the Cardinals, going on the road against them. And then it's working there as well in addition to that. But you didn't go as much back to the gap stuff with K9 once he came back. You didn't go much to the commitment to the run game like last week. Well, in sort of K9 starting for you last week, I don't know if you got him one gap run. And a lot of these runs with Charbonnet, including today where you wouldn't always run the double gap stuff, where it's Abraham Lucas and Saatoa pulling back across the formation. Sometimes it was just Saatoa. Sometimes it was just Abraham Lucas. But you're still going back to some of that sort of gap run style that you're looking to run, that you're having that success with. And that's been what's really been the big buoy for the run game as we've gone to the back half of the schedule, Keon, has been those gap runs. So I sure would like to see Walker with a little bit of a steady diet of those runs before I could first fully yet say that, Charbonnet is going to be a better back for this team and his ability to be more productive than K9. I do think Charbonnet's got to be probably your RB1 going forward, but that's as much to do with just an ability to stay healthy and stay on the field. And K9 probably having to have some of his carries restricted, being a guy that just does get beat up a lot. But Charbonnet's been really good, man, and he's finding his footing and he's locking into place. And I got no problem with him as RB1 going into the future. I think with K9, you didn't have these runs, and if you were to go with more of the zone-based stuff here with Charbonnet and ask him to run that right now, like you had done with K9 early on this year, Keon, I think those holes would close up a lot more at that point. That, you'd see a little bit less of that happening. And with K9, he's not had the majority of the season with the healthy Lucas out there rolling either, in addition to that. He's not had a majority of the season out there healthy with the Saatoa out there who's more of a run blocker than a pass blocker, and providing that benefit to him as well. You might be right on this. I would say I'd want to see some of that at play as well with K9 to at least a little bit to make that full determination that the run game looks better with Charbonnet versus K9 being able to run the same system with the same personnel out there blocking for him up front. It's the thing I wonder a little bit with that on that, Keon, but we're in agreement. And then at the end of the day, it's you do run with Sharbs into the future as your RB1 and you feel pretty solid with that, I think, and that, bring back Walker on the final year of his deal. Let him have a final good year to cap off and make some money in free agency, but run with Charbonnet going forward. Walker just can't stay healthy. Feeding More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, are you afraid if we do sell, if you're still alive? You know something I don't? No, no, I think one of the John Schneider, I think one of Paul Allen's most valued things in his life, and he was proudest about, was having the Seahawks team and taking this team to the championship like he did, and building a winner here. And I think that what he's instructed to Jody in this situation, and part of the reason why you've not been in a point of just selling fast. If it was about profit, it was about just not caring. If it was about a passing interest for Paul Allen, then I think you would have seen this team sold much faster. I think his mandate to Jody is that, yeah, you're going to sell the team pretty quickly after I pass. Not quickly, but I'm going to have you sell the team after I pass. But you're going to sell it to the right ownership group, to the right party, to make sure that they can continue on the vision that I started, not to bring it to a dead stop. And I would estimate that is the direction she'll eventually go here. I do trust in that quite a bit. I think Jody, it's at times has gotten some shade from fans and stuff on the ownership of this. I don't think that she's done a bad job. I think she actually done a pretty good job for somebody that's not necessarily a football holic like Paul necessarily might have been. And so I think she'll carry that forward, Feed Me. I kind of trust in that pretty well. Yeah, I feel pretty solidly about that. Duran says, let the dreamers dream. Let it be whisper words of wisdom. James Peters, DK is hurt and can't cut off his left leg. I bet he needs surgery after the season is done. I very well could see that be the case. He had to come back to the sideline after picking up that low completion in this game. James, to your point. TJC, if hypothetically you were given the Seahawks general manager job, would you take it? And how good of a job would you do? I would absolutely take it in a heartbeat. That's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I don't care if I'd be in over my head. I'd learn fast. I would bring in a lot of support of guys that had known the job and were good at it. I'd go out there and I'd probably bring in a guy like Randy Mueller to help me out as a consultant through the process. You know, I bring in Mike Holmgren, a local guy in there to help me out through the process. I bring in a lot of smart minds around me to help me out. And do I think I could do a good job? I've got an ego. Sure. You know what I mean? I think general managing requires a lot of different skill sets. I don't know if I'd have all those skill sets to make it go. But I tell you, TJ, I watch a lot of moves go down over these last few years, and especially covering the football as closely as I've ever covered it, and watching so many teams do things so stupidly. Watching my own team at times do things so stupidly that on the surface of it is dumb. Well, that's dumb on the surface of it. That's not intelligent right there on the front of that. And that's with an organization overall that does more smarter things than dumb things, being the Seattle Seahawks. But yeah, I wouldn't be trotting out a league worst offensive line. I guarantee you freaking that. I'll build you a competent offensive line. I'm not going to trade for guys and put them out of position from what their natural position really is. I'm not going to draft guys what a natural position is and then move them out of position because I can't go find a nose tackle in free agency. So probably a lot of hubris on my part, probably a lot of ego on my part. Probably talking out my ass and saying I could. But would I turn down the job? No, I would not. Chris says, dang, going late on the stream. Yeah, man, we got to roll a little later tonight. We got to cook it up a bit. Allspeed says, if DK needs surgery and ends up a step slower, he's straight up cooked. So the part I worry about with DK going into the future is I'm not sure DK's game is going to age well. And James, I'm with you on the whole injury thing. I think even you would agree on this with it, where, it's a guy whose route running has not been the sharpest as he's gone through his career here. It's good. There's some moments at times where it looks pretty decent, but it's not always top end on that side. The contested catch stuff has not come forward. And I'm not talking about the high point, extend out, become 11 feet long, touch the top of the backboard. I'm talking about being able to, extend away, not to be a body catcher. Maybe it's just the injury fully in the back half of the season that's what's been robbing him. And certainly before the injury, he was on pace to really cook it up and get going this year from a productivity standpoint. But I got worries about the $33 million a year. I got worries about that body holding up over time. I got worries about how his game's going to age when he does lose a step or two. Does he have a refined skill set to fall back upon to remain an outstanding player at the rate you're going to be paying him at that point? Or are you then maybe paying for a little bit of the past performance versus where he will really be in the future? I don't say this with a certainty in where I land, by the way, and that I know this to be. I'm just saying that these are the more of the considerations here at play on this. George Brady says, Chris Carson is the greatest running back NFL has ever seen. Accept it or I stop supporting the channel. Okay. He's the greatest ever. I like him, but yeah, he's a guy that's definitely loved by the fan base quite a bit. And he was good. I love how hard he ran. I do. We didn't give him the best of offensive lines at times. I'll give him that. Safety Geese, I would take John Schneider's general manager job if I could. Every mock I've done that's involved the O-line has been better than whatever John has picked the last 4 years. I can't push back on that, Save. I get it. I do similar stuff on my side. James says, Jay Curran, the ex-Seahawk, won us this game. Yes, he did. Where somebody was saying earlier, James still doing the Lord's good work for his ex-team. Drug says, the Rams win or lose. I say win. The Rams win or lose. I say win. Right? Cardinals have no motivation to win. Yeah, they don't. They can play spoiler. But you're right. That is a factor. One team's got something to play for. The other team doesn't. It's worth noting. Definitely worth noting. Berg Show, have you ever thought about coaching football, high school, college pros, or do you make more money doing YouTube? I mean, I would think about a Berg Show. I don't, it wouldn't be as much about the money thing, I think, as much to a degree, as it would be that I'm pretty late in the game here to start into coaching. I'm in my mid 40s here, and to start that ball up as a coaching, that's probably more of a decision I should have made more in my 20s if I was going to go that route, because you got to earn your way in the coaching ranks. You got to go through from high school to your college to your, and work your way up very slowly. And so you need time, you need years, you need decades to get that done. And that would probably be pretty hard for me to put that kind of investment in time. And with the channel on the side where you've got to earn a, full-time wage, it's not as much of that I earn a lot of money from YouTube as that to earn the money that I earn from YouTube Berg Show, I have to work well over 100 hours a week. And so to work well over 100 hours a week and then to try to do coaching on the side of that at the same point in time would be definitely too much. But that's as much the hours as it is the monetary reasons on that. But I would be willing to if I could somehow find a way to balance it all. It's tough though, as I find myself running into the 24-hour issue right now where there's only 24 hours a day when I need 29. Chris says Cards don't have motivation to lose either. Being a spoiler helps morale. Yeah. And that's a team, by the way, when it comes to not playing, or that I know they had a disappointing loss against the Panthers last week, but that is a team that has typically this year, tough opponent or not, they show up and they play hard. They'll give you their best beat. Megan says, B, I'm not sure I told you, have Burrow as my quarterback 1 and Lawrence as my quarterback 2 for the Hawks on my ultimate franchise on Madden at the Hawks Nest. Maybe you're already out ahead of this here, Megan. Maybe you're already getting ahead of this, on this trade. You're having a little bit of some psychic inclinations on this one, maybe. I'll take either one at this point. If we can pick one out this offseason, I would definitely applaud either move. I would. King, I think we move off of K9, Reek, DK, and Gino in a year. It's very possible, man. I think that's very possible. Especially with me wondering a bit here, King, if the outlook from the team might be, if we're signing a guy like DK or Gino on this, it's partly because we think we're contending for 2025. Maybe we're not quite ready to contend for 2025. Maybe this is going to have to be something that we have to look at as, we got to be more patient on this. We'll see. Whitmas, chat, I have to work in 6 hours and can't sleep. Oh, it's brutal, man. We've all been there, bro. We've all been there. Duran says Thomas Rawls and Chris Carson, so fun to watch. Oh, wow, the brightest stars burn out fast. Chris Carson was a guy that put his body on the line, man, and you love those guys because they give you everything they got, and he would fight every run like his life was on the line. And you see so many running backs that sometimes don't run that way, and they're willing to go down very easily. And he was a guy that would just every run like that, and that's probably part of what got him more down, is that, he did fight so hard as that back that he had no thought process about his body. He was going to lay it on the line. With Thomas, kind of similar stuff a little bit, just I think that major injury that he suffered in his rookie year with that broken leg just never quite got right back off of it. We never learned really the full story with Thomas of what happened there and why he went from such an exciting rookie year campaign to just it not being there and good to go at that point as you got to the other side of it. But both of those guys were a rolling ball of knives. Both those guys fought every inch of their ass off on every run to give you everything they got. A little bit of that beast mode kind of spirit still echoing through them at the time. Very good backs. Absolutely. Save the geese. Are the Chargers out of the playoffs yet? Remember when everyone wanted hire Harbaugh for the Hawks? Yeah, man, the Chargers are at 9-6. They're gonna get in the playoffs by the looks of things to me. I was one of those people, so I can't not say that I wasn't one of those folks that was on the stance of being in favor of Harbaugh. And I mean, quite honestly, I don't think that in retrospect that's been proven to be the bad move. I think you've certainly been successful going McDonald, but McDonald took over a 9-win team last year and is going to get this team probably to 9 wins. Harbaugh took over a team last year that had 4 wins, and he's going to take them to 10 this year. For those of us that were like me that had Harbaugh as the number one guy, as the coaching candidate, I think if anything, I've been, and you were, sounds like the same way on this, King. I think you've been validated in your outlook here, not discouraged by the way this year's played out. You knew what you were going to get in Harbaugh. You knew the way he was going to run his team. You knew that you were going to get a fast turnaround. You knew that he was going to establish his culture. You knew he won everywhere he went. And that's the way that this is playing out. But you can say that you could make a real strong argument here. He's done even better work with the Chargers to get them where they've gotten than McDonald's done here with the Seahawks to get where they've gotten, being that he had a team coming off four wins versus 9 wins. The Hawks previous year coming off 10 wins, 9 wins the previous year. So you had a little bit more talent to work with is kind of what I'm saying on the regards to McDonald than what necessarily Harbaugh had, I think, especially when it comes to that defense. Save the geese. Brandon, what's the cap look like if Tyler retires and they cut Draymond and Uchenna? You save $13 million, or you save $14 million by moving on from Tyler Lockett. You'll save $14 million by moving on from Draymond Jones. About. Oh, no, wait, sorry, I might have that wrong. I think I got that right, actually. My eyes are starting to go crossed here. Yeah, then Draymond gets you 14 on Tyler. And Uchenna gets you like 13. Somewhere in that neighborhood. So there's a substantial amount of money between the three. And 3 moves that I would anticipate are probably going to be made. Save the geese. Because that's the move. That's the money you got to create just to do your normal order of business. It's more than 20. I might be a little off on my numbers. I got to go back and double check all my backtracking on this, but I essentially did the way to think about this on it, and really to where to pair everybody up is you mentioned those three names. Throw Noah Fant in there, throw George Fant in there, throw the $6 million of base salary of Roy Robertson Harris in there on top of it. In addition to that, put in Rayshon Jenkins and his deal in that, where you're going to save about $5-6 million on that. You put it all together, you're sitting on about $50 to $60 million of pretty functional cuts between the collection of all those guys, save the geese. So think of it like that. You know, all of the real cuts you're really likely to make. You're not going to roll with these guys back. You need the money anyway. You can put the money in better places. So it's about $50 to $60 million collectively in all of those guys that you cut through. And the money can be added even more when you factor in Geno or DK on that deal in addition to that, depending on what you do with them, whether you sign them to an extension or whether you look to move them. James Peters says, Williams will be fine. He has Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, no Dunzier, but he needs a competent offensive line. Amen. And they may only have one offensive lineman, so they've got a long way to go on that side of it. Audie Bell, Brandon, my Hawks aren't ready for prime time. I haven't bashed Grubb all year, but in the end, I am not sure of him. I think a lot of Hawk fans are in that place on him right now, Audie. And this was a frustrating game for me with Grubb. Frustrating game with me with Geno. Both. But yeah, I think a lot of people are in that same spot, Audie. All the way around. I think a lot of people are feeling much of the same way. King Yacht, Draymond Jones definitely going to be cut. I don't think they give him another year. There's too much money that's going to be there to be Save King Bomber, and I just don't think they're getting the productivity out of him. They're trying to put him out on the edge to just try to recoup some value there. I don't think he's been the greatest as a power edge out there. He's got some pressure numbers a little bit, but he's not been particularly good for you out there. Save the Geese says, doesn't Jones only have 4 sacks on the year? Not worth the contract. I'd draft Jalen Walker if I could. Jalen, kind of a Bruce Irvin type guy off the edge for Georgia. And you definitely would look to get a different edge guy. If you're going to move off Draymond, probably Uchenna. You're going to look to get some depth in there. But yeah, too much of a cost for what you're getting. I just think James Peters, I can't go on to the side where you're at with it. I see your comments on it, and you're feeling Grubb is completely held back by Geno. I have a very hard time of getting to any sort of simple answer on a team on any given basis. This is all on this guy. This is all on that guy. This is this guy's fault completely for why this is going the way it's going. There's tangible things you and I can go back and forth on with this that I can specifically go to with Grubb that are absent Geno Smith. The lack of commitment to the running game throughout the course of the season, not just a game here or a game there, but throughout the course of the season has stood out evident over and over again. With Geno Smith, there's a lot of these 7-step drops that get drawn up in the game plan where he seems to operate as though he thinks he's got the pass protection in place to make these kind of plays happen, and he doesn't. I'm not going to say that Geno doesn't have a huge part of the blame to be put on here as well. I think it can be a both situation where both of them are a little underwhelming this year and what they brought to the table. But I don't think either guy's doing his job. Don't think either guy's doing his job. And I'd have a hard time throwing it to just onto one guy saying, well, it's just, this guy with it. I get where you're coming with it on it. Berkshire says, no, what I meant is if the Rams and Hawks both finish at 10-7, would they get in? I've looked it up. We'll have a split head-to-head. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. So, Berkshire, Rams lose. You don't have to look any more deeper into this. You can just take my word for this 100%. You don't have to do any more research, okay? I'll save you any more work on this one. Cardinals win this week against the Rams. You beat the Rams next week. You win the division. You've got a home playoff game. It's as simple as that on that. By that situation, the way you're labeling, it's just as easy as that. So we've got the tiebreaker on the 10-7. Get money 22. DK has to be double teamed to be contained. DK isn't going anywhere. Maybe not. Alice Beast says the opportunity cost of signing DK to a $30 million a year contract is too rich for the production he gets you, IMO. It's a little bit of my worry a bit with this. Duran says, I think DK is as good as ever, to be honest. A few penalties, honestly. And again, I'm just advocating for looking at the potential here for all possibilities for this offseason, not necessarily saying DK's got to be moved. Just want to consider some of this stuff before we get to the place of, well, he just got to be signed a contract extension. It's like, well, we sure on where we're going with the directional wise, where we're going to be at competition wise to contend. Some of the DK Metcalf, shouldn't it be informed a little bit about where you truly feel you're ready to contend? And if you're far away, if you don't have your quarterback in place for the long-term future, if you don't have the pathway to going and getting that quarterback, maybe this offseason, does that inform some of the decision on this? It does a little bit for me. It's not just purely then based on where DK is at on production or whether he draws double teams. It's where the whole grand scheme of this kind of fits out and its consideration of that a little bit. Will the NFL let the Rams lose? Probably not, Kevin. If it got down to that final game, they'd probably rather the LA market get in over Seattle market. I'd say that. You don't like it to come down to that game. Dron, I think the most DK trade proponents are thinking of how we'll use that picks to be on the offensive line, and I understand that. Yeah, it's a little bit like that, Duran. For my case, if we're making a bit of proponent, again, I'm not full on proponent for it, but I just want to be in consideration of what are we doing as an alternative? You know, could there be that as an offensive line where you can put the resources into it, not only just by draft capital with Duran, but also by investment of dollars. We have spent as much money into the wide receiver core here as anybody else in the NFL here over the last couple of years with how much you put into it from both the draft capital standpoint and the monetary standpoint with DK and Tyler Lockett in those deals. Has that been worthwhile? Is that the right path? Is that the right path when you have an offensive line that's not ready to maximize those skill position players on the outside because they can't hold up in pass protection? I mean, one of the best things that DK Metcalf does is take the top off the defense. But I can't tell you how many times I've watched the All-22 tape this year and DK Metcalf takes off the top of defense and you don't have the pass protection that can hold up that lets the route develop to get the ball to him. You know, it's all got a little bit of an interconnectedness and it doesn't quite work right now. And putting him on that extension doesn't make it work as a problem. You know. And you're good, young Bido. I appreciate you for doing that, Bido. I really do, man. I really appreciate it. All the branches are the way we find our connection here, you know. You're the man on that, man. Thank you for that. Save the Geese was Byron Murphy out the second half. Feel like I didn't see him much. He played a really good game, Save the Geese. He's rocking nose tackle. He made a couple of plays on tackles where he was very good getting down the line of scrimmage and getting the ball carrier. He was great on a 3rd down and 2 as a nose tackle in the 3-4 where you played him in a 0 tech and he was stout at the point of attack. He's just getting double teamed a lot and it's not putting him in a position to really be able to go out there and you know, stack up the sacks and pressure numbers and some of the things that would make people, I think, feel better about his rookie year, but he's having a very successful rookie year for the role that you're playing him in. Megan says, HawksNest, what if we cut K9? What is the cap hit? Oh, it's very cheap, Megan. He doesn't cost anything. But you're not saving anything by moving off of him. He carries a $2.7 million cap hit. You'll save like $1.8 million by moving off of him. So he's cheap. There's no reason not to have him on the final year of his contract here on his rookie year at that point. Seahawks need to sign or draft a true nose tackle so Murphy can play his natural position. Resign Reed too. I'd love to see it, man. Yeah, you definitely need to go find a quality nose tackle somewhere safe. Hankins hasn't been it, and that's what's forced Murphy to play in that position out of his position. It's going to be tough too going in the future on this, Geese, because you do have Leonard Williams still playing like at a monster level, and there's only one 3-tech on the, unless you're going to start rocking wide 9, there's only one 3-tech on the field at any one given time. And so, how many snaps do you want to pull away from Leonard Williams when he's playing like he's playing? It's a conundrum. First world problems a little bit in regards to having, too many good 3-techs, but it's a little bit of what's going down. Ethan Tech World, the Hawks Nest, you have my attention with this Burrow trade. Now, regardless of the results of the game this weekend, you got to present this trade to the roundtable. See if anyone gets nervous. I'm with it, man. I'll present it. They'll probably call me crazy, and they'll probably tell me there's no way the Bengals will ever move Burrow in a trade, but I think it's interesting to consider it. Durance is back on the Geno topic. I felt like this game, there were numerous opportunities for Geno to get it down the field, and Geno hesitated or didn't look at him. To Metcalf, I mean. Yeah, I think that while I am pushing it back a little bit with James fully putting it on Geno's shoulders here, Geno played a miserable game. This is one of his worst games of the year. And his decision-making and his tentativeness in the pocket and a variety of things kind of going on with him. I think the lack of picking up the blitz that James mentioned above is valid. I think there was times in this game that he didn't do as well of taking a look at what was happening at the fronts and seeing what Chicago was doing and reacting to that. There was times where he should have pulled the trigger to certain throws and just didn't pull the trigger. He looked tentative. He looked out of sorts. He didn't look ready to play. I think those things are all true. Yeah, Megan, he's on a second-round contract. So those guys outside of the first round don't get paid a lot. So K9 wasn't going to get paid a lot, and K9 wasn't going to make much. So you can roll with it. Breeze DK was on the sidelines for a good few plays today. I think there's still some stuff going on with the injury front. You're cool. I mean, I know for sure after that one catch he made down, picking it off the top of the grass, he came down hard on that injured knee, and he was a little gimpy coming off the field after that. James says, once DK had knee soreness, you noticed that the targets flipped from 10 a game to DK to 10 a game to JSN. They did. Yep. And I certainly would give DK room on there being potentially an injury here that hasn't been as reported about that's still really bothering him in a major way. And that gives him a lot more room for understanding why the performance hasn't been as well at times here through the back half of the season. Save says, here's my mock with one trade to get an extra 4. Tyler Booker, TJ Sanders, Domani Jackson, Dylan Gabriel, Jake Majors, Nick Cash, John Michael Gabor, Josh Pruitt, Jacoby Marks. Don't know all those guys. Haven't looked into all of those yet, but in general terms, it looks pretty good to me. Can't go wrong with Booker, man. Good safe left guard in this draft, I think. James Peters, Brandon, I coach now at 49 years old. I coach now at 49 years old. I drop our offensive scheme and play designs. Do it besides my full-time job. My kids love it. Oh, there we go. I'd definitely be open to it. It is the tough part doing this job, though, that does where, man, it's especially as I get older now into doing it, James, every single week I do this channel, it's 100 hours a week. It tends to be 7 days a week. I tend to not have a lot of energy once I'm done to the other side, but I'd be open to it. I don't know where I would go in to do it. I don't know how I'd even get into it. I don't know where, I don't even know where to begin on that, but that'd be the one hard thing for me is, man, I just don't know. I'd sure like to do it just one to do all that and be a coach or just do this rather than try to split the efforts up and do both kind of at a substandard level. Megan, I take Joe Cool all day. Joe Cool all day, every day, all day, 100 times a day. He's the better player. He's more accomplished. I like where your head's at. Save the Geese says get the best guard in the draft. RD1, get a defensive tackle for depth and a boater this defensive line even more. Get another athletic corner who's athletic. Get a receiver and a tight end, then defense tackle and running back for extra depth. Like it, man. Let's go. I'm with it. So you can see either Gino with extension to a save cap or someone like Flacco or anyone who's been around for a while who can run an offense. It all starts to fix the O-line first. Agreed. I think that's the one place where there will be a lot of disagreement this offseason between Hawk fans, Save the Geese, of the proper path going forward. I don't think that there's going to be any disagreement, though, about the fact that everyone's going to want the offensive line to be made priority number one. And I think that we all know why, and that this has been long overlooked and neglected, and the time is now to get this thing fixed up. Duran says, in retrospect, I took to remembering my win total prediction, 10-7. Season has gone as predicted on that front. Yeah, me too, Duran. I mean, I said 11 wins, but I said 11 wins if Abraham Lucas plays at least over half of the games this season. If it's under half, I said 10 wins. I thought Abraham Lucas meant that much to the team and coming back to the fray, and he kind of has. So I'm in the same way, Duran. I find myself kind of right at the spot that I thought the team was going to be at. I'd hoped we'd maybe be finishing up a little bit stronger to that 10-7, where it's you 10-7 versus 10-7. Yeah, 10-7. 10-7. Right? 10-7. We're on the other side of that a little bit here. That's okay though. Can I do some mocks right now? I mean, I can try. I haven't looked at all the players in the draft, man. So, you know, I mean, I'm going to get to the second round and I'm not going to know who these guys are. So it's not really a mock that's going to mean much if I don't really know the guys. You know what I mean? It's just me kind of just picking the players at that point. I got to get a little bit more of a look at the guys. And, unfortunately, that's back to that time frame thing. You know, James mentioned above that, you know, with, where it gets hard, man, is that I'd love to be 200 players deep in this draft class for the season and doing 10 live stream shows a week. And we've got 300 people in the chat tonight and it's 2 a.m. and yeah, there's just, you know, there's only so much time. So you're going to have to give me about another month to get through the season and get some players up. If I run a mock right now, it's going to be, I know the first guy and I don't know most of pretty much everybody else. So it's second on round to the 7th round. It's going to be just kind of me throwing guesses to the wind for the most part, which isn't really, I mean, mocks have value, I think, once you actually have a little bit of a view of the draft and where the draft's strong and where it's weak. I'm also kind of, we're 4.5 hours in. We're probably kind of winding down here a little bit on that side. Brandon Jana says, Brandon C, thanks as always for the stream. You're a beast. Hoping for the best this Saturday. If you're streaming it, I'll tune in. Much love, 12s. Go Hawks. Yeah, I think we'll firmly be in the footing here at this point. You guys have asked for it. I'm down to do it. So your guys' wish is my command. You want to do a Saturday stream and we can have the Rams rolling? Happy to do it. So let's do ourselves a Ram play-by-play. We'll do a Rams play-by-play stream with the Cardinals. We'll watch the game live. I'll give you guys my play-by-play, and hopefully we can watch the Cardinals go out there and surprise this Rams team and maybe give us another extra week here of NFL football that still matters. I'm down. Let's go. Deron Everest, is George Fan still on IR? Yes, I think he is. And yes, he's better than Stone Feet Foresight. That is correct. I agree with you there. Selby One says, yeah, but we freed up 40-something million for who? There's no good lineman going to free agency as far as I know. This is back to the part where we go Slowby One. What's the drive? Remember, back to the initial part of this Slowby One is first before we get to the who you spending on, who you buying, where you getting, who's the guy we're going and grabbing. What if we rolled over money, Slowby One? What if we made the decision that 2025 is not going to be a point of contending, and that you create that cap space, but you create that cap space with the intention of rolling it into next year, to having extra cap space into 2026? Because you free up the money doesn't mean you have to spend it, and you can roll it over. If you don't have a guy out there that you, like you say, is there's a worthwhile guy to go out there and get. If there's not that worthwhile to get, then that's the direction you go. But I don't want to keep Draymond Jones on another year of a contract. You can maybe make the argument for a Nuchenna. There's no argument to be made for a Tyler Lockett for the cost that he's costing to keep him back in here another year. He's kind of just a guy at this point at the wide receiver position. And so some of these cuts are more driven by the fact that free the money up to, you're not want to roll that player another year, roll the money over into next year's cap, and call it a day on that. Save the Geese says, so over 30 million, an extension to Geno and DK with the 26-27 cap, you'll be good. But I think they'll trade DK to Pittsburgh. Okay, I don't know why people like Rob Stanton freak out about the cap so much then. I think people tend to not really look at the flexibility of the cap that's at place. They'll get caught up in a bit of the cap space that exists and not get into the numbers and the details a bit of what really is set up for the cap to free you up or not free you up. I can't speak to Rob's perspective on that per se with it. I think a part of Save the Geese, and one thing I'd wonder for you on this, if you could respond on this, I'd wonder from your perspective is, in signing Geno and DK, do we believe that this is a team that can contend for 2025? And if we don't, does that impact potentially from your perspective, the willingness to sign DK or Geno to a contract extension next year? Just a question I would wonder from your perspective on that and where you might stand. Deron says, I really thought we'd get more deep passing like we saw in the Odunze Penix connection with Geno to DI, to DK and Lockett. Yeah, I think the lack of pass protection holding up at times this year, Deron, has inhibited that. I think teams are still drifting heavily into coverage in anticipation of those longer, deeper developing routes. In addition to that, I think the lack of commitment of the passing attack to the short passing attack has allowed those teams to lean heavily into that deep drops, and that's kind of shut that stuff down overall. But that's just been kind of my outlook on why we haven't seen more of it. I think he wants to run it, does Grubb, Deron. You just can't execute it. Have a good night, Ben. You have a good one, brother. Thank you for watching tonight. King Bomber, I'd love to see a game where Geno just throws the ball away play after play after play because nobody's open. I wouldn't mind seeing that either, man. He definitely holds the ball a little bit too long and just doesn't want to ever seem to throw it away for whatever reason. Make it make sense to me. Stuart McDonald, the homer in me wanted to like Grubb, but it's hard. I did too, man. I like a lot of what conceptually he brings to the table as an OC. I think he's got a bit of a forward-thinking concept with his offense, but your negatives can overtake your good. Your negatives can grow bigger than what the benefits are that you bring. And there's some harder things for me with Grubb to look at on this team and how this offense has performed and to explain away or to just necessarily throw onto the shoulders of somebody else as the responsibility. It's not been impressive. King says if Geno threw plays away, I'd love to see a game where Geno just throws the ball away play after play because nobody's open. And then there would be highlights of the all-22 flying everywhere and people would be on Grubb's ass. Yeah, that's true, man. It's true. Maybe the great irony here is I think that to a degree here, I think Geno's like trying to keep that completion percentage high, and that's part of why he doesn't throw the ball away and to make his stats look a little bit better. But it's also then not always exposing then the lack of the guys that weren't open that, you had nowhere to go with the ball. But we don't see him do that. Your point. Mentioning earlier, he's got a little bit of that Aaron Rodgers thing. Rodgers was doing the same thing with Green Bay. You could see him circling around that all-time completion percentage record. You could just feel it. Now, you're remembering Forsythe right, Deron. He was god-awful there at right tackle. He was better last year at right tackle. He could kind of hold up at times, but it was horrible this year. And Fant is definitely an improvement on him. Just Fant's 33 years old and has had many lower leg injuries, and he's probably spent at this point. Dron says, if Lucas were to get hurt and I want to have some decent pass pro, in theory, Fant's pass pro should be a T better than Foresight, I think. Yeah, you've got that accurate, Duran. That's correct. Just a smidge better. No, Berg Show, I understood your question, but I think it's just you're going a little bit too complicated more than you need to on this situation. I guess expand this, Berg Show. Are you looking for me to unpack an explanation for why, if the Rams lose this week and we beat them next week and we both end up at 10-7, because that's where we both end up 10-7, like you said, right? If we both end up at 7-7 in that way, the Rams lose this week with the Cardinals, but we win next week. So don't we end up at 10-7 at that point? I mean, okay. Let me get into this. We're pretty straightforward at this point, Bergs, as far as like this gets you in, that doesn't get you in. So let's walk through the scenarios. Cards win, you win, you're in. Cardinals lose, you win, you're not in. I know it doesn't make sense on the tiebreakers, Berg Show. I would have you go and take a look at NFL tiebreakers for division wins. I know that this gets down the line on it. I don't really want to go too far into like unpacking this too much with you on it, because again, this is the way that it is. Like I like thinking deeply on a lot of stuff and going into the depths on stuff. And I know wait, doesn't this tiebreaker work for that? I will tell you that the tiebreakers are really confusing, and that the tiebreakers and the way that they work for the wild card are different from how they work for the division. And it goes from this one and it goes to that one, and it goes to that one. I don't really want to get too far into the depths on this one, to be honest with you, because it's kind of a pointless endeavor. The Rams lose to the Cardinals this week, you win. The Rams next week, you win the division. The Cardinals lose to the Rams this week, you beat the Rams next week, even with the same division, you don't have the tiebreaker. It's as simple and as much as that. I would offer that if you're looking to get into like, what's the sixth tiebreaker that's the decider, because the other five above, it seems there's a lack of clarity on what the sixth or fifth or fourth tiebreaker is with this. But I would just say to that, Berg Show, it's just, this is where it's at. You controlled your own fate. You had an opportunity for it not to get down to a B, to where you guys have the same record and potentially the Rams get into the playoffs over you, that they get the division title over you. You had the opportunity for this to not be that way. You allowed it to be that way. You controlled your own fate and you let them slide off the hook. So that's really the base reality here. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it easy. We're 2 a.m. This is not a time for complication. Cardinals beat the Rams, you beat the Rams, you're in. Anything outside of that, you ain't getting in. You're not going to win the division. It gets easy and simple on that point. So maybe there's a drive here where you're wanting me to tell you which tiebreaker it is, but I think you can as easily look that up on that just by Google searching what are the tiebreakers. It's not super important to me on this, because it's just tell me what factors out at the end. I don't care how we got to get there on the journey. Just tell me what this is going to take for us to get in, and then I'll go, okay, that's it. And then I can just toss the rest kind of out on it. I would Google Berg Show if it's kind of hard for you to lock in. The thing that's helped me out on doing this Berg Show is to Google search up divisional title break tiebreakers. Just Google it up and then walk through each of those steps and cross-reference each of those steps by what you see as far as the record. So head to head. Okay, head to head doesn't apply because we both have a win. Division record. Okay, we both have the division record. I think it goes down to common opponent, not strength of schedule, but common opponent is the next one. Maybe it's conference, but it will tell you there on the NFL one which is the next marker down, and then you'll see clearly as to why the tiebreaker goes to them if it's a situation where they beat the Cardinals next week, but still then lose to us the week after. So it's not strength of schedule. I think it's common opponents, Berg Show. Common opponents you've each had on your schedule is I think the next one that goes down. But I would just say, just Google search it up if it's kind of bothering you a little bit, as it seems to be bothering you on it, as to why we're not kind of getting in over the Rams if we got the equal record. I think, James, the one thing I'll say with the DK, if he's that injured that where he's got to line up to one side of the field because he can't cut on his knee, then he needs to be sitting for the rest of the season. He's not helping the team out there if he is that disabled in how he's able to play out there and how you're kind of selling it. And it may be the case. You may be right about it. I'm not chiding you or saying it's not maybe the way it is, but I am saying that this is where the coach has to come in and say, okay, then you're a detriment to the team. You can't make a cut that's literally causing an interception. You couldn't get off press coverage last week that almost caused an interception on Shaquille Griffin. You're not good enough to play. I as much as it's tough to go to a Bobo or go to the White kid, hey, at least White made some noise when he was out there playing. He made some catches. So I don't see the benefit to going to a DK Metcalf at 70% if he's this pared down as a player, because he's not bringing the productivity with it on that side of it by him being in that state. Everyone's worst nightmare. You could pass for Pete Carroll's son. Hell yeah, I'd take that, man. I'll definitely take that. Megan says I would take Trevor because he's cuter. Hawks Nest. Yeah, would you be happier? You would be happier with Burrow. Yeah, I agree, Slopey. If somebody wants to offer me a pick for Walker, I'm certainly open to it. Don't know there would be, but I'd be open to it. Definitely need a legit nose tackle, James. That's for sure. It's going to be hard to kind of navigate how you'd use the Williams-Burpee thing into the near future, though, because you got a bit of a stack up at the position, a log jam a little bit at the position. Duran, I remember with Russ, there was so many cornerback or hitch routes by DK for a free 15 yards. Where did they go? Oh, I don't know. But it feels like somewhere far, far away from home. Shout out to Benson Boone, hottest rising star from Washington State. Hey, shout out to Benson Boone. And yeah, definitely some routes that are not as well into the context as they once were there with DK, that's for sure. Couple donations here. Real Cheese. Thank you, Real Cheese, for the $5 donation. I'm a little slow right now, but if we're looking at 26 to be the year to push hard, what about Leonard? He'd be 32. Is that the peak? Is that the edge of peak defensive line power? Well, unfortunately with this deal, it's a little bit different from a DK Metcalf situation, Real Cheese, or a Geno situation. You've already signed the contract with Leonard Williams. And in a lot of ways, you were informed to have to sign the contract of Leonard Williams because you had traded the second round pick and you didn't want to lose that second round pick for nothing. So it's not as much of a decision that you would ask in regards to Leonard Williams. The other part of that is that, look, Leonard Williams is playing better at the defensive tackle position than Geno is at the quarterback position, or DK is playing at the wide receiver position. You know, he's earning that money. He's being worth the bang for the buck. So I get the question and where you're at with that one, but it's a little bit of a different area you're coming at it from, in that the deal's already just been recently signed, where in Geno and DK's case, they're coming into the final year of their contract. The eligibility is coming up. You have two players that are going to also want to be paid right now. There's not a way to sort of push the decision down the line a little bit in regards to that. By the time that you get to 26, like you're talking about, and Williams at 32, and you're saying peak of defensive line power, what I would offer to you, Real Cheese, is that there's a real heavy track record of defensive linemen, especially those bigger linemen like him that were really uber talented, who were able to play into their mid-30s, into even their late 30s. Your Ndamukong Suh types, your Calais Campbell types. These guys have been able to play very late in their career, and 32 was not where it ended for them. Calais Campbell's still playing at a high level at 39. I don't think that Ndamukong really fell off until about 35, 36. So I don't think that there's a lot of reason to believe with Leonard at 32, even at that point, that he's still not going to be a productive player. And in Byron Murphy, you're going to have a guy who's going to be able to keep his snaps very evened up there from the 3-tech position to where he doesn't have to get overloaded at that age either. So I don't think it'll be an issue. I don't. I think he can still help the team. I think he's helping the team more than some of those other players we're talking about here. And there is a good track record of older defensive linemen, interior defensive tackles especially, who can still be productive at a little bit of a later age. Thank you for the $5 those, Real Cheese. I really appreciate you for that. Slap a Joint. Like that name there. Awesome. Thank you for the $2 donation. Would you mind picking up Justin Fields 1 year? If it's a 1 year flyer on a near veteran minimum deal, slap a joint. And you're doing this because you've moved on from Geno Smith and you don't really like the quarterbacks in this class. And you just want to have a guy in there to duke it out with Sam Howell and to have a guy that's, at least maybe some legitimate talent to maybe make something happen on a quarterback competition battle as you sort of punt through 2026 a little bit and looking for that next quarterback and trying to get everything in the right place. So from that view of it, I'd be okay with it. I'm not a very big Fields guy. I don't have a lot of trust in Fields reaching an upside. Bears couldn't seem to get off of him fast enough. He had a chance there with the Steelers to ascend to the starting role. He even got Russell Wilson, who was being given the starting role, but had the injury in training camp and was given some games to start out there and prove that he was ready to take this forward. He was provided an environment in Pittsburgh where he wasn't going to have to be a high volume passer, where he was going to have the best offensive line in his career to work with. And yet still, he didn't look ready to go. He didn't look ready to tap into that sort of spirit of that talent. There's also the rumors with him, slap a joint about work ethic conditions and whatnot. And I really don't like having a quarterback where there's some questions about his work ethic. You should just sort of have that. So Fields, begrudgingly, I would take him. I'd take him cheap. I wouldn't look at him as a long-term answer, and I wouldn't have a lot of hope for him as a player if they did go that direction to try to pick him up. But he's a possibility, slap. And I don't know that he's going to cost a lot. Crashy, you should do film studies on live for the draft. I am going to do a little bit of that maybe over on the Clips channel, Crashy. So if you're not subbed up to my Clips channel, the Hawks Nest Clips on YouTube, this is a separate channel. It's going to be a channel that I'm really going to hammer this off season. It's going to be created really mainly for the benefit of doing videos that be outside of a little bit of the context of what we normally do on the channel. Normally maybe even just Seahawks-centric stuff, but more prospect-centric stuff and doing little breakdown videos and looking at stuff like that, kind of reaction to the tape out there a little bit. I agree with you. I think it's a great suggestion, Crashy, and I'm going to work to try to put something like that together for that Clips channel side of it. I don't know if it'd be as well received onto the main channel, but I think the Clips channel for the diehards and the folks that like that stuff, kind of stuff would be kind of cool. But thank you, man. Appreciate the suggestion, and I'm with it. Goes to Pete C. We're live, baby. We're live, baby. Slobby One says, I'm betting the house on the Hawks next week. Let's go. Burke Show says, Tyler is a waste of space. He's old, slow, and gets like 3 targets per game. You definitely have given him what I like to call, Burke Show, the golden parachute of a retirement package. You got the final last really 2 years where you're paying him at a super high rate. Didn't necessarily give you top end production for that super high rate, but it's a hell of a golden parachute, and no one can say that we didn't do Tyler right on his way out. Duran, I should wait until next week to say this, but imagine if the Rams still had Darnold against Laken Tomlinson and Sato Lamea. Woof. You imagine if that wouldn't that be the worst, Duran, as we go and the Cardinals win this week. We get the chance. We're matched up against the Rams, and we come to learn that Darnold's been like Clubber Lang and Rocky 2, just in his basement working out, preparing himself for a playoff run, and he's coming out last week of the season to make sure the Rams get in. I probably shouldn't even have said it out loud. Crashy says, Gino won't lead us to a Super Bowl, so I think it's time to think for the future. I think that's where many of us are starting to land a little bit here, Crashy, on doesn't look like we're quite ready to get to contending status by 2026. This is now about more of a future outlook. Doesn't mean we're not on the right path. Doesn't mean that Mike McDonald isn't the right coach. Just means that we need to put in some more patience, and we need to really look at this like there's maybe a little bit more moves that need to be made here than just a few slight little moves to sort of top things off. Got to make a little bit more, some major moves to really guide this thing into a contending state. Slobby One says, I feel for Gino on that. Every time he throws it away, he gets a grounding call. It's kind of true. Kind of true. Kevin O'Connell says, ew, no Justin Fields. I have a hard time with it on him. I really do. And boy, that Pittsburgh situation, man, they like were instantaneous on their decision with like a first little look of him. First couple, I think they had like a month and a half of him in house, and they denied his 5th-year option there pretty quick. That in itself was kind of telling in that moment. Slubby one, the only quarterback I want over Geno is Sam Darnold, honestly. Nobody else is tangible. I think we should be thankful the Rams did not trade for slanging Sam Darnold. Yeah, I wouldn't be scared to death if Darnold was with the Rams. But maybe away we go, Slubby one. Certainly is an option. Is it the strength of schedule the tiebreaker? So there you go, Berg Show. So King's saying it is the strength of schedule. I thought it was the common opponent. But again, when you get down to this, you're down to the 5th, 6th, 7th thing. So it's like you're getting deep onto the tiebreaker list at that point. And I get them confused between the wild card and the division because there's 2 different separate rules with those 2. It's all confusing, though. I will say that, Berg Show. It is all confusing. James Grubb is handicapped by holding calls, false starts, sacks. It's tough. Lots of 3rd and 5s today, and Geno still didn't get it done. Just saying. That's fair. I think that there's some good stuff in this game. I think that there's stuff, though, that's been problematic with Grubb, too. And it's a mixed bag. We'll see where McDonald falls with it. And if they want to, James, go with them for another year. I'm not going to get pissy about it or super angry or in my emotions about it. I'll be fine with Grubb's approach. I'm really on the par with Grubb on this. I don't have he needs to go. He needs to. I'll trust in Grubb and McDonald's assessment of the situation. And if he wants to cut Grubb, I'd understand it. And if he wanted to stay with Grubb, I'd understand it. I get it both ways for kind of some of the reasons that you mentioned on the pro side of it. Chance still can't believe we lost the Giants. There's quite a few of us still turning that one over, and boy, doesn't it hurt more than ever today, Chance. It hurt when it happened, but you knew when it happened, boy, this one's going to come back to bite us. And it did. Hey, Joss, we've watched Lockett steadily wither away game after game this year. He's done, sadly. Yeah. It's just kind of come to the other road, and he's had a great career. There's nothing to hang the head about or, bad end to it. It's second best receiving career in Seattle Seahawks history. Second best wide receiver in Seattle Seahawks history, probably when it's all said and done. And it's a hell of a career. Hell of a career. But, yeah, it's winding down at this point. Dron says, remember how DK hurt his knee? The Falcons game, he tried to do a Superman leap. It was actually a leap out of bounds. It wasn't the Superman leap that got him, Duran. He jumped up, and it was for a ball Geno and threw it up high in the air that he tried to clear up for, and then he came down on his knee after he jumped up into the air to try to go pick it. And he kind of sold out to make the catch out of bounds and couldn't stay in bounds on it, but then he hurt his knee on that particular play. Sam Kim, do the Seahawks have even a 5% chance to win a playoff game this year? Yeah, Sam. Maybe it's not much higher than 5%. But 5 seems about right if we got in. I think it'd be higher too as far as if we're getting a home playoff game, Sam. You've got, I know the home crowd hasn't been the best this year. I know our home field advantage hasn't been the best this year. I think a playoff game would be a different animal. And I think that gives you a bit better chance than 5% playing at home. Your boy likes Malik Willis. There you go. Maybe you got to go take a look at. I'm not a big Malik guy either, but hey, he's done a great work out there with the Packers, and maybe a guy that they do consider. James Peters, Brandon, at 70%, DK still pulls a double team because of straight line speed. Yeah, the double teams are worth a lot. I pointed to him quite often in his career. I love his double team rates that he pulls, and that's a legitimate part of it. Does the double team rate and sub 1,000-yard season sign me up to a DK Metcalf at $33 million a year? I don't know. And a part of it is, again, on this, James, is DK's game going to age well when he loses a step as he gets into his early 30s? Is he going to be probably due for some more major injuries as he goes forward, considering the ball he's played? You make these contract decisions. You got to factor all that in on what to do and whether it's smart all the way around. And maybe it is. I'm not anti going with DK in the future. I love DK. He's been my favorite player. I just, there are some things I see with DK's game that's starting to grow to bug me a little bit. And it's not just explainable away to me to just the injury situation. And there's a lot of pluses and benefits he's bringing. I've been an ardent supporter of him. But when we get down to it, James, my issue and problem comes into place with this on the baseline with this team as it stands and why I don't think that they get to contending state. And DK is a bit of an emblematic situation of this. Geno's an emblematic situation of this. The pro side of you with Grubb, emblematic situation of this. It's not that guys are pure, rawly bad. It's not that players aren't got some skill they bring. It isn't that they don't bring some benefit to the team. But everywhere I look on this football team, anywhere there's good on a player, a coach, an offense or defensive side of the ball, there's this negative point over here. There's this thing that carries on this side that they got to bring with them. DK, game changer, big guy, beastly dude. You got to have the double team on him all times. But, the hands come and go. But the route running, it kind of comes and goes. It doesn't give you a whole lot of yak. Doesn't give you a lot of contested catchability. I don't get a lot of necessarily of the high-end production out of him. I'm not going to get to 15, 1,600 yards. I'm going to have to kind of be happy with like 1,000 yards on a 17-game season in which he's played like almost every game. That's about where the production will be. And it's not going to be 14, 15 touchdowns a year. It'll be at 7 or 8 touchdowns. And he's going to mix in a good number of penalties over the course of the year where he's going to lose his head and just decide that he's going to go ape nuts and start doing something stupid in the heat of the moment. It's all of that that's his game. It ain't just the double teams and the cool moments there where he makes a big play. It's all of that stuff in the band. And that's why I say with this offseason, it's an evaluation that's not about a broad brush or a simplistic view of anybody or any player or any coach. It's about let's unpack this thing in full. Let's put it all out on the table here. Let's not dress up a player for what they do at their best, and that's who they are. Let's look at all of also the negatives here that come into play with it on it. DK Metcalf in this game, that 15-yard penalty had nothing to do with this freaking injuries. You go from 2nd and 2 to 2nd and 17 because he can't control his freaking temper again. A moment where he can't control his temper, that he's got no excuse not to control his temper. He's the one taking the block extra long. He's the one that can't let up when the whistle goes. That's on him, not the defender. He's the one that slams the player in the face. How many effing times do I watch that over and over again with him? He's getting up to being 30 years old and he's acting like a 19-year-old out there. That's not problematic. That's not an issue. I'm perfectly happy spending 33, 34 million a year knowing I'm getting that along with whatever good I get on the other side of it. It does bring some hesitancy to me at this point. Yeah. It does have me a little bit like going, am I sure about this one? Am I really, really sure? Because it starts to feel a lot more like we're projecting to the thing that's not ever really happened, but we think is going to happen at some point as the player gets into his 7th, 8th year in the league. Maybe it can, but there's some detriments here too. It ain't all pure upside and good. Sam Kim says 4-hour live cast over a mediocre team with almost zero chance to win a playoff game. You guys are dedicated for sure. I find it cute. Well, we're talking a lot about this team in the long term more than just what they are right now, Sam. And I know other fans just, kind of come in from the outside on this and they just don't quite understand what it is we're doing or how we can do it. And I know that like you don't have a content creator like myself that's willing to go this long for a team that might be good on your end. You know, like I'm sure Rams fans, you guys are at best probably got somebody that goes like an hour live. So I'm sure a little bit of it's like, man, we're a playoff team and we don't even have our content creators willing to go as long as this guy's going with his people, and his people are rolling with him, and they don't have as much to feel excited about. So I know it must seem like, man, why can't we drum that up? Why can't we make that happen? And I don't know what to tell you. You know, we have a special community here. We have a lot of fun in what we get to do. It ain't just about turning over what the team is or whether the team is good or bad. We don't bandwagon here, Sam. That's something that you can see within this, that I think if you had a 4-hour live stream that was only going to go 4 hours because the team was great and dominant and awesome, well, that's a bit more of a bandwagon mentality, right? But when you got a team like this that's been up and down and it's got some lesser parts to it as the year ends down, it's got some regression to it as the year runs down, that, hey, it's got a very slim hope to getting in the playoffs. If you get in the playoffs, you're not going to make a lot of noise, but we've got people in here 5 hours deep, 200, 300 deep, willing to talk this out, willing to get into the depths of this. It speaks to their commitments as fans. It speaks to the fact that we're not bandwagoners up here in Seattle, that we're dedicated in that way and that we love this sport and that we really, really appreciate this community in addition to it. So that's what's really at the heart of it. I appreciate the curiosity though. I'm sorry the other fan bases out there, as I get some other fans that comes in time, don't get that same kind of commitment from your content creators. They should. They should reward you in that way. You know, they should give that to you for watching them like you do. Sorry they don't. King Tay, I don't get why we're sending our receivers on 20-yard route patterns so often on third and short, medium situations. That's one of those valid places, King Tay, to I think kind of pick at here with Grubb, and that I've seen that over and over throughout this year, where you're in 2nd and 3, you're in 3rd and 4, and you have longer developing routes where it seems to be Grubb anticipating short zones coming up and squeezing and squishing the shorter routes. So he's trying to anticipate that by calling longer developing stuff. But then it would yet seem that there's not really as much longer developing stuff open because teams aren't really squeezing the shorter routes, but instead they're playing a little bit more to depth on these kind of plays. Like they've seen it on tape, where they've seen on tape, you tend to run in 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 3, you run longer developing routes. I think we're going to anticipate that. And Grubb hasn't really adjusted off of that in a different direction. Duran says, if anybody has a physics question to apply to football, I'm your man. Bet. Berg Show, the Giants loss was an absolute dagger, man. Brutal dagger on a couple different levels. 501st rejected. We're still going. I left 3 hours ago. Hey, that's how I roll out here, man. That's what we do. That's what we do. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. Man, it looks like Geno is getting beaten into submission and now getting some David Carr syndrome tendencies. Did this happen to Russ too? Yeah, it happened to Russ too. It did. Long live the king. I think some of that stuff extended into his Denver territory in time, and that adjustment, even once he had a Denver offensive line that could pass protect well, I think he was still affected by it. It's one of the reasons that I lament having a line like this, is that you can take a quarterback who's very comfortable and calm and cool and collected, and you put him into this environment over a couple of years, and yes, you eventually get him beaten down. Yes, you eventually get him to develop bad habits. Yes, you get him to turn into and have the David Carr, to use your words, the David Carr syndrome set in. David Carr, the Houston Texans, former #1 overall pick, brother of Derek Carr, who got himself hammered with the Texans, an expansion franchise that didn't have an offensive line in place, got himself beaten to an absolute pulp, and it affected him. He was never able, even going to different organizations, to tap back into that talent. It's like a fighter that gets his button punched one too many times, and now any kind of just passing punch can knock him out. And I have a big time concern that we've reached that stage with Geno, putting him behind this piss poor offensive line for 3 years straight that cannot hold up at all and gets him hit constantly. And it's easy to understand how it can get that way. This is a human nature thing. It ain't about toughness. It ain't about being able to take the pain. It's about, this is what happens from a human nature standpoint when you ask a guy to get inundated by this kind of pressure for this long a period of time. It can happen just over a couple of games setting in like this. Say nothing of almost 3 straight years of having it happen. Well, Valdez, I think it's more like Ivan Drago. If he dies, he dies. Duran, imagine this situation turns out like Jordan Love and A-Rod. Why I mention is because Rodgers has 3 seasons of declining until the Packers drafted Love. Geno's 3 years as a starter. Look at his stat. Yeah, I'm with it. James says, I told you all strength of schedule hours ago. Berg Show, why can't the NFL have a one-game playoff like in baseball? Game 163 if two teams are tied? Certainly would. I would think the NFL, you might be onto something, Berg Show. NFL loves to expand playoffs as much as they can. So maybe an opportunity for the NFL to expand in that way. But I think that they have expanded in recent years already with the playoff system when you went from the 2-bye teams to the 1-bye team and added the extra playoff team into the mix. So, they just did expand. How do you run that game at that point too? Do you have all of the playoff teams now, Berg Show, get a, do they all get it that, essentially a bye for that first week of that final game to play out? How do you structure that from a timeline standpoint? And then doesn't that water down then the first round bye for both of the number one conference teams at that point? Don't Tell Me Santa Cruz says, you stayed up so late to commentate on the most boring game. Well, I know you're new on the chat in here tonight, Don't Tell Santa Cruz, but a lot of what we're talking about is not as necessarily as much about the game as much as the big picture on this team and what's going on with the team and where they're going and what moves need to be made. And there's a lot of decisions facing this team right now and a lot to discuss over. It always throws me off. And you're the second person who just in the moment back, we just had Sam Kim also having some lamentations here. And I don't know if you guys are folks that are Rams fans coming in here or 49er fans coming in here. And it's, but this is what we do here, man. I do this every single time I go live. Tonight is not a abnormal thing. This is the way I run my channel. I do so because I love my community and I love my interaction, not because I'm just wanting to turn over this one game over and over and over 15 ways from Sunday. It's because I love how my people think. I love the ideas that they present. I love that we can come out of this a little bit clearer and understanding of the team and how long we go and what we try to figure out about the team. So I get that it's confusing to kind of outsiders coming on in here, but this is a Tuesday for us. It may look special to you, but it's just a Tuesday for us. Joey Lynch, I'd pick Geno over Josh Allen or Lamar and Joe Burrow. I would probably disagree with that, Joey. Yeah, I'd probably be a strong no on that one. James Peter, Brandon, I'm okay if they replace Grubb, but I just don't see it making a difference in how many deep throws you see to DK straight down the field today. Cover 2 all game. Yeah, a lot of cover 2. I don't disagree with you in that he's a guy that draws a lot of double teams. He does. So I'm with it on that completely with DK, and I've been a pro DK guy. I just think that it's not a rubber stamp decision on DK where it's a no-brainer that you're signing him to a $34 million contract this offseason. I don't think it's a no-brainer. I can see coming to the decision where it's the right decision, but I think it should be one that's has a good amount of turning over and thinking about it and making some considerations and thinking about what does the alternative direction look like. I think when it comes to making the difference, James, it's a move about, again, at the head of this decision-making from my standpoint of this, James, and it may differ from your outlook. My outlook is not that we're competing in 2025. So these are less moves about how do we correct this for tomorrow? How do we're going to lose this. How do we then have that for tomorrow once we lost this today? It ain't as much a drive for me about that. It's much about building this properly and appropriately and kind of building it a little bit in a slow roll fashion here to get it right. We've tried the fast approach here, James. We've tried the microwave approach. We've had an organization for the last few years that's thought that they're better than they truly are and that make moves for the team and make moves for the now that can kind of cost them in the now because they're thinking about always, we're right there this close. We're always this close. And to me, this is a part of where I say it's a course correction here, James, where you have a team making the same mistake year after year after year, and maybe at the head of the stack of these mistakes is thinking that they're better than they truly are, and that's informing their decision-making in a bad way to hurt their long-term future because they're pulling from the long-term future to serve today. Hey, we're ready to contend. Leonard Williams is going to take us over the top. Bam, second-round pick. And now we're going to have to pay Leonard Williams in addition to that. Wait, you weren't ready to be. He didn't take you over the top. You didn't even make the playoffs. You didn't even make the playoffs. So it's really about if we're not ready to go, these are not going to be reactionary moves to, well, we lose this. Now, how do we fill the hole to that? It's now about how do we build this team for 2026 to be that contending team? And DK may be a part of that future, and I'm okay with that being part of the future, but there's also alternatives, I think, too, as a pathway here. especially considering the cost, especially considering the trade capital you get back, especially considering the way we built this team here prior leading up to this with DK here every single season has not led to your Seattle Seahawks either having a dominant offense or getting to the playoffs on a consistent basis, much less being a contending team. For as good as DK's been, that's been the reality of your Seahawks team. That's not his fault necessarily, but that has been the reality of his dominant, sub-dominant presence here throughout the last first 6 years of his career. And that does put this stuff in a bit of consideration for me a little bit on this. I appreciate where you're coming from on, James. And I'm okay on any way they want to go this offseason. I don't have necessarily, I know I'm talking passionately about keeping these considerations, but I'm open-minded into a variety of different ways that this can go this offseason. War Chief says, Tyler Lockett's the best receiver on that team. He's just along in his career. Don't disrespect the Seahawks legends. What's wrong with you? I don't think he's the best receiver on the team at this point. Jackson Smith's probably that guy on that, War Chief. I think A.A. Joss, I'm pretty sure that it's the landing on the knee thing that happened. But, I mean, whether it was him hurdling the guy or whether he landed on the knee, I mean, the knee got injured, right? That's the most important part of what we're talking about here is that the knee was injured. On the kid, Malik ain't good. Jordan ain't great. LaFleur is a genius offensive mind. I think LaFleur's a very smart offensive mind. I do. And I think Malik's gotten to be put in a very good situation to make himself look at his best. And I don't think he's going to look that good behind our offensive line if you put him here instead. But he will be a guy that people will be talking a little bit about because he will be out there on the open market. Martin Lawrence, do they Seahawks move on from Ken Walker's running back one and try Charbonnet leading the run game? I think Charbonnet becomes your RB1 at this point, Martin, as much because Walker just can't stay healthy. And he's had a pretty disappointing year overall, I think, when it's all said and done with Walker. He averaged like 3.7 yards per carry. I think there's some, on top of the issues in Walker's game as far as the injuries go, I think he's got some vision issues. I think he's like a guy that's got like, on a 0 to 10 grade, you go, his elusive score would be 90. His speed score would be a 9. His moves in the open field would be a 9, but I feel like his vision would be like a 2. And I've noticed as much as ever this year, Martin, it holding back Walker at times on some of his runs where there's too much dancing, there's too much bouncing it outside, there's too much looking for the big play that's never there. There's not as much of breaking the first tackle like I've seen from him in the past. James, Brandon, I just meant DK. DK's still on the field at 70% to pull those double teams. I don't give DK more than 3 years and not a cent over $35 million. And if I get a first round offer, 100%, I take that pick. So we've really kind of come to the common ground on the DK side because that's kind of where it is, where I do think you get a first round pick for him. I'm not pushing back against you at all in the double team stuff. It's a stat that I've commonly referenced since he's been in the league. He has been often a top 10 double teamed wide receiver in the sport. He's been as high as number 2 on that list from a double team rate back in 2020. So the double team rates are legit, and that does help out the rest of the offense. And I like that he brings that element of value to the play even when he's not catching the ball. I don't deny that. But I also saw Jackson Smith have his breakout game once DK went out, and that he's remained consistent once DK's been back in there. And I think that if he's not able to make those cuts, like you're saying, you got to line him to one side of the field, and then you just got to have him run basically go routes, and he can't even run much off of that. That's where I go, well, it's all null and void. You're one more game left on the year, but I have a hard time. It's that money stuff that gets me tricked here, James, where I go, is his game going to age well? Do I want to pay $34 million a year? I'm having a hard time. I think you checked with me a month ago, I would have been like, no problem, James, but I do find myself more in that first round. Tough. Tough, tough questions here with this team, James, this offseason, man. Not a lot of easy answers here on this, you know? A lot of things where you can go this way and there's an understandable reason for going that way, and you can go this way and there's understandable reasons for going that way. It's not as clear. It's clear as mud. Seattle Seahawks, blue and green. Why are people afraid to get rid of mediocre quarterback? Very rare to win a Super Bowl with one of those. I think people are growing more open to the situation of this being the proper approach. I think people, and rightfully so with Gino, are looking at some of what's been put in front of him the past couple of years, and that it hasn't in a lot of ways been set up for success. But it's also a decision that's not made in a vacuum this offseason, because with Gino, it's not just about retaining Gino, it's about retaining Gino and putting him on a contract extension. It's both of those two things. King Bomber says, yeah, Brandon, that's exactly how I feel about DK at this point. Yeah, I'm not happy about it either, that, you know, in this place where I'm at with it. I'm not. DK coming into the season, my favorite player on this team. But I always tell you guys that I'm never rooted in that I'm riding and dying on a take that I might have to when I'm given more further information and data, and then I'm just going to stay on this other point like that data and information doesn't exist. It does. And the data and information, when it comes to DK and making this contract extension, is going to be informed not only by where DK has it in his level of play and his age, but also by how soon you can contend and where this team is truly at as a team and how close they really are. It's been a successful year. It has. Overall, it's been a very successful year, but that doesn't mean you're ready to be a contender next year. That doesn't mean you're ready to hang up there with the likes of Detroit Lions, of your Philadelphia Eagles, of your Green Bay Packers. You don't even know at this point if you can hang with the Los Angeles Rams. They might double deuce you this year. Got a ways to go. Got a ways to go. Berg Show, I've heard that a lot of the players don't respect McDonald like they did with Pete. Have you heard that? Pete could wrangle in DK more than Mac can. I've not heard any of that, Berg Show. No. I've heard no evidence of that. I think that I'd be hard pressed to believe that the team had a lot of respect for Coach Carroll when they weren't playing hard for Coach Carroll at the end of the year last year, even when you had the playoffs on the line. So I think that there's a lot of evidence to be where, you know, they may have liked Coach Carroll, but I don't think that's the same thing of liking him and respecting him. And if you don't play hard for your coach, that's a glaring sign of disrespect to me. King Bomber says that first contract, he felt like he needed to take the next step, and the new offensive scheme, new coaching, new Seahawks team would help him change that. That's what I'd sort of hoped here with DK, is that in this year we'd get to learn, can he get into that top end? Can he have his career best season in an offense that will feature him and utilize him in motion and put him out of the slot at times? And the answer was for a little while. And maybe the injury is the big holding back factor here. Some of this is what we don't know behind closed doors and how bad the injury really is with it. But has that next step been taken, King Bomber? You know, has he really come far forward as a receiver at this point from what he was walking in the door? I know he's made some improvements, but it's not this huge, big distance he's covered in development as a player. Megan HawksNest, 9:30 p.m. here. Food as I haven't had all day. Talk soon. Get some good food there, Megan. And thank you again for all of your donations and support to the channel tonight, as well as doing all the mod duties, as I know it's never easy, especially nights like this after even after a weird win like this one. But thank you for everything you do. You were tremendously gracious in dropping that $200 donation tonight on the chat. You started us off right, man, and you started a run tonight, Megan. We had an amazing amount of donos on the channel tonight. I couldn't stay with it and do the play-by-play. My head was spinning. But thank you for all you do for the channel in every way. I really, really do appreciate it in every way. And yeah, we'll chat soon here on that one. You have yourself a great night. Get some good food and see if we can get some luck here in a couple days. I'll be back live. We'll do the live stream here in a couple days for the Cardinal game. Sloppy One says, not sure how we can blame Mike for DK doing the same stuff he did under Pete Bergshow. Oh, sorry, you were speaking of Bergshow. My bad. Seahawks Blue and Green says, point is I would rather take the chance on a rookie when I already know Geno isn't getting us there. It's a fair point. I think you can advocate for that, especially with the cost that you have to pay with Geno again, where I don't think you're getting Geno on the final year of his deal here. He's going to want a contract extension. And so it does become then just a deal also about a rookie, alternative other quarterback, or Geno and the cost that comes then with Geno and paying him. James says, you guys think you're seeing a long route when you saw today was cover 2 zones? You have to clear them and throw the flags or short post middle in front of the safeties before the wide receiver gets there. I have seen so much all 22, James, in covering this team this year and keeping in mind with me, James, that I usually go back and watch the all 22, if not twice, at the very least once, and go back and look through it. I can't tell you how many times on the third and shorts I've watched on third down and short concepts this year, James, where you're running routes down the field, you're max protecting, you have no short routes to be run, to just give an easy, quick completion and let the guy go and get the 3 yards. It's a commonality over and over again of what you see from this team in these third and short situations where they're trying to press the ball down the field. And again, as I said before, I'm not speaking my butt on this one, James. What I see from all 22 in these situations throughout this year is too much of a heavy amount of passing, not going to the running game on third and short, having no trust in that, not even trying to go to it, having no misdirection, having none of that. What you see is what you're going to get. It's going to be a shotgun look, and it's going to be longer developing routes down the field. I've seen it over and over and over again on the all 22. A stunning, very few amount of guys to just run the short routes to the sticks. And the thing with this that jumps out, James, the canary in the coal mine situation of this is that the teams are dropping to depth. 3rd and 2, the team should be anticipating the short route. But what you see on the all 22, what you saw tonight from the Chicago Bears was a dropping to depth on 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4s, dropping to depth in deep zone coverage. That's what you saw instead. So if there were more plays, James, proliferated throughout this year in 3rd and 3s and 3rd and 4s, where you're actually throwing the ball short and trying to get the quick completion and just go get the quick first down, hit the quick route, rather than him dropping back, head looking down. And it's that trademark move of the quarterback on the longer developing routes where the head arches up and they're staring all the way deep down the field at the safeties, trying to figure out what's going down, way down over there, way down over there. Why? It's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. The longer developing stuff hasn't worked throughout the year in those situations. Why are you going through to it? That's the part where it's going to be harder for me on this one, James, to have the understanding with Grubb is this has been a common problem. It's been a common problem throughout the course of the year that I can backtrace all the way back to game 1. And that's where we get some issues with Grubb here is the lack of adjustment in his game. As I've said for a while here on this, he calls the game as he wants to call it, not by the talent he has, not by the pass protection he has. And some of it like that is just a bit beyond the pale. But it's, yeah, those routes you want to develop and run flood zones, and it's going to take longer developing. But when you don't have the pass pro to hang up, when you're not even running a single route at times out there into the flat, even to give him just a quick throw to go get the completion, it's one where you look back at the OC and you go, what are we doing here? And this is also, James, why you have so few of actually chain moving drives throughout this year. What you're supposed to get with Grubb and the spread concepts is more of the chain moving. Maybe you didn't get as many scoring drives. Maybe you didn't put as much points on the board, but you could count on getting consistent drives that would get some first downs and allow you to control the clock. Instead, we get a lot of feast or famine instead with Grubb, where it's a bit of the all or nothing going on with him when it comes to the offense. And that's not what you were supposed to be getting by the offense he was supposed to be designing. But I promise you, James, on going back to it, it's been a commonality that's shown up for me on Grubb throughout this year. 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, you're by and large running long developing routes down the football field. You're not going to the sticks. And if James, defenses were squeezing up on short routes, closing off the short zones on 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 3, i.e. playing to the sticks, I'd be right there with you on it and going, well, the counter to that, then you got to run the longer developing routes to get through the coverage on the short stuff. But it doesn't play like that on the all-22. That's not what I'm seeing to my eyes when I'm looking at the 10,000 yard view of the field and what's happening in front of me. And it's gotten a bit frustrating with Grubb, and it's hard to explain away. Duran says, I'm done with John Schneider. He refuses to give Russell a decent O-line. He refuses to give Russ a decent O-line, and he's done the same with Geno. There, I said it. I've heard enough from the fans, and the people have spoken. Let's go, Duran. Let's go, Duran. James, it's an anticipation throw. Geno didn't make them today. I will give you that too. I don't think Geno had a good day, man. So I'm not excusing his day away at all on that. Certainly he has been hesitant in the pocket. So Obi-Wan, I think DK's 3 fumbles in 2 games or whatever this year kind of sealed his fate as far as legacy and aging goes. Very well, good. Duran says the answer is DK's attitude problem. Don't give him a reason to not give a single F. That's all we hope, CS4. Some men just mature too slowly for this world. It's true. Well said. Very, very true. Very true. Brandon's a Ram fans. It makes an hours-long chat for us to drink at the bar with friends for everyone else, B. That's right. Let's go. Phoenix down. We're still rolling, man. I don't know how to quit you. I don't know how to quit you. Duran, clearly DK has gotten upset from whatever DPs are saying to him. Why can't he just not listen? I don't know. He does not have everywhere there's somebody of a possible fight, he wants in on that fight. And it's just a bit much. And it costs the team. It costs the team silly. And it's controllable. Alan, it would be nice to be able to get Josh Dobbs. He lit up the preseason. Maybe a guy they look at. Duran's is like, bro, you're a freak of nature, and yet that's what you choose to do with your strength. Yeah, it's kind of odd how out of control he gets with his emotions on the football field. Especially as you get it as a younger player, but as you're heading to your late 20s now, man, you're going to be getting to the point where you've been in this league for almost 10 years. At what point do you stop getting roped into this kind of stuff? It's sort of piddly Annie. James says, okay, with moving DK for a first, my brother said he'd trade him for a second just for the salary relief on the O-line. I don't know as much as I'd be willing to do that, James. I know that this is a place of contention that some people have on this where they say that you would not get a first-round pick from DK Metcalf. My feeling is that, yes, you would. I've looked at the track record of trades in NFL history for guys at his age, where he's at in his career, for the productivity he brings. Yes, you will. You're not going to maybe get a high first-round pick. You're maybe not going to get a middle teens first-round pick, but you will get a first-round pick for DK Metcalf. The Minnesota Vikings got a first-round pick for Stephon Diggs. You can get a first-round pick for DK Metcalf. Yeah. I love Joey Lynch, that you got a lot of faith in Geno, man. We'll see what happens. I think there's some faith shaken in the Hawk fandom in regards to that, though. Joey says, why can't we get Michael Penix? He went to UW. Yeah, because the Falcons love their guy and they're not letting him go. Martin says, I think sorting out contracts for Ernest Jones and Jaron Reed to keep them at the Hawks is a priority. I'm with it, Martin. I think Ernest Jones is your priority number 1 defensive free agent. I think Jaron Reed is your priority number 2. And I think both those guys have earned a right to be brought back on contracts. Reed's had a just awesome season. Awesome season. Hey, Joss is laughing out loud. How do you toss Stroud in the good quarterbacks? He's disappointment this year and just got wrecked on Christmas. Supporting cast, man. The thing that he had last year was an offensive line that held up pretty well for him. The thing that he's not had this year is an offensive line that's very, at times, similar to what Geno Smith's had to deal with. Very much almost kind of mirroring situations there. And you have in Stroud a lot like Geno, not a super escapable guy, and you put him under a deluge of pressure. It's not a surprise then when you see the quarterback in a lesser state. He's also had a lot of the year out with his number 1 wide receiver. Diggs, that they made the trade for this offseason, was gone after a week 6. Tank Dell's now out. I think he's had some injuries throughout this year, so the playmakers on the outside also haven't been as good. But Stroud is every bit as good of a player as he was last year, just that the supporting cast is more failed around him. Jake says, I think Geno is solid. Maybe it's the primetime pressure. Could be that, Jake. Could be that. Matthew Phillips, Geno needs to perform better, but he's injured, and the O-line was good in run blocking. They were, Matthew. Very good job in run blocking day, creating some holes. Duran, I blame DK's injury on himself, not his decision, but his tendencies. Fair enough. Fair enough. Long live the king, AB. Man, I still say if we get an A. Rashid Shaheed type receiver, this prevents DK from being double teamed merch. Offense can be wide open. Interesting point. Long live the king. Maybe a direction they go. You are going to need a number, whether you do whatever you do DK, you're going to need another number 2 wide receiver, outside Z receiver on this team. And so maybe that will be that kind of guy. Jo says, we've seen this offense play better. What's different? I don't know. They should be playing better. You should be getting more offensive production from what you're getting. Hard to see you just running it back with the same offensive personnel next offseason and saying, oh, we'll be improved just naturally through progression. Seems like there needs some moves to be made here, Jo. Seems like there needs to be some things shaken up a little bit. Greg Cam Tyler has been the number 1 wide receiver in targets for most of DK's career, so it would be Tyler's fault. Hawks haven't been a dominant offense, not DK's. Hawks blew the chance to build around DK after his second year. Yeah, I sorry if I gave the impression, Greg, that I was blaming DK for the fact that you haven't gotten more there. It's more of what I was referencing to just being the dynamic at play here. And that it's not a fault thing. Sometimes it's a dynamic thing. And that the dynamics at play here have not equaled out to you getting to a team that's even able to get to the playoffs with DK's presence here. And it's something I mentioned earlier about this with the other guys that are being paid up at that mid $30 million a year deal. You know, Jamar Chase will be paid around mid $30 million. CeeDee Lamb around $30 million. A couple other guys, Amon St. Brown, and there's a few guys paid up this mark, but all of them tend to come out of top end offenses. You know, and that's what they're driving it. You don't. Maybe not DK's fault. Maybe it's just all outside of his fault. Maybe he's just being brought through as a victim in all this, you know, and that, you know, he's a guy that's the generational player got held back by the team. Could be the reality of it. A big part of the thing with the DK thing on this side of it for me, Greg, is really just, I don't think you're ready to compete in 2026. I think you're getting to the point now where you're stretching out the career of DK where you're not really ready to make it roll with him. I agree with you that you should have been more building around him at that point and get this thing going. You didn't. Can't do anything about what's happened in the past. We can only do what's about in the future. And I'm not even, again, coming to say that I'm no point in this said, we got to move DK. I'm just saying that, look, I'm open to a possibility here of doing whatever it's going to take to being a contending team. More than falling in love with individual players here, what is the pathway we have to take to being a contending team? And to me, that starts with there being no sacred cows. There being no golden calves that we worship on high on. That we look at this team and say, what moves do we got to make to become a contender? And that removes us from individual players. That removes us from individual coaches. We got to just get down to the baseline here. You've been stuck in between for years now. In between for years. And if you do more of the same kind of moves that you've done in prior years, you're going to be stuck more in the in-between realm. You're going to be stuck more in that purgatory, and you're not going to get out of it anytime soon. So is there going to be a move off DK? We'll get weaker here. You're going to have to find the hole here. All those things are true. Yeah, those would be true. And I'm not saying that we have to go do it or that this is the move that's at the forefront of what I want to see move. What I am saying, though, is I think that there's a pull at times in the Hawks fan tendency to fall in love with their own guys. I think there's a pull at times to fall in love with their own guys to the point where, you know, you don't want to let the guy go because you just love the guy. Now, it's got this tantalizing this, and it can lend us astray. And a big part of why I want these considerations in point is I think that we get ourselves tricked a little bit here because we don't ask ourselves as hard a question, because we aren't willing as to look at every individual player and really look at this as whether this works or doesn't work, and this needs to be a part of the plan, and this works cohesively together as well. Does that all go together in that way? And I think it's okay to ask that question at that point for a team that does seem to have itself stuck a little bit. Understanding that we've seen these teams that get stuck, and Greg, they get stuck for decades in this space and they don't get out of it. And you can always usually backtrack these in-between teams, these purgatory teams, to why do they get stuck there? Because they're not willing to make the tough move. Because they will not shake it up. Because they always trick themselves into thinking that they're this far away when they're that far away. And that's what I'm worried about with the Seahawks team right now. It's why it's got me more open-minded than maybe I've been in the past to not just DK, but a variety of different players and considering what we got to do here to make this right and to get this in the best place. King says, if we're paying 20 to 24 million for DK, sure, I could live with his limitations. But 35 million? No way in hell. 35 million is for Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. Yeah. It's a different conversation, right? It's harder. James Brandon, I would move DK for a high second just for the 35 million a year. That's Cross and all pro right guard for the next 3 years salary wise. We can get a 6'2", 4'3", 40 guy to run straight down the field off play action. That's a bit of what I wonder with this, James. When you talk about DK and commanding the double teams and the speed, and I look at the Detroit Lions. Jameson Williams is not a complete wide receiver. He's not. He's going to run a limited route tree. He's really just a deep threat, fly sweep guy. Run him on a post route, crosser maybe, deep crosser, these kind of routes. But perfectly well suited to keep the heat off Amon St. Brown, right, James? Amon's able to just work with kind of impunity whenever he's got Williams out there, because Williams is going to draw that double team over the top with his speed. Or at least keep the cover 2 shell in place at times by his presence. I wonder this, James. The scenario you just proposed, this is what I wonder a little bit on this. I do think, again, you get the first for it, which is another part of the enticing side of this, is the sell high aspect of it. But that's part of what goes into my thinking on this too, James. King says, even if you go off the field stuff, his route running is nowhere near at that level. He can't win using his body 8 years into his career, and he struggles with making contested catches at times, and his hands are inconsistent. Yeah. You sign a guy in this $34, $35 million range a year at the wide receiver position, I need to have very few question marks to your game. You need to be pretty bulletproof there as a player. And I've got about 4 or 5 things with DK that I think are legitimate criticisms or question marks that you have about him going forward. And it makes me hesitant. Marchie's B, my feeling on DK is Seattle Seahawks football is about your favorite players. It's about time you got to meet Cortez or Richard Sherman or laugh at beast mode. Keep DK because he belongs here. I'm different of this, War Chief, and I've been vocal about this on my aspect. I understand that this is a very modern fandom thing, and players are the players we celebrate here. But at the end of the day, I'm not a fan of player. I'm a fan of the team. That's where my loyalty lies. And sometimes I think that in like this given situation, you have a loyalty that's got to be tested to 2 ways or another. You can't serve 2 masters. You can only serve one. So what's your master? For the team to be at its best and to drive to being a contender, and that is the guiding light of what you want from your team, or that you fall in love with your players and that you want to have that, keep him here. I like this guy. I want this guy to be here forever and be that da-da-da-da. And I get the pull within that, War Chief. And I've been a proponent of saying that I think the NFL should put contractual stuff in play like the Larry Bird rule in the NBA, where if you're re-signing your own free agent, that it doesn't hit you as much on your cap. So you can keep these guys from that longevity standpoint in-house on their own original team. I would love to see that type of thing, but that ain't the world we live in. And I think that a team that starts to make decisions based on sentimentality, on the guy and what he's done prior, and do that, that's how you end up giving a 2-year golden parachute to a guy like Tyler Lockett and eating up a lot of your cap space where you can't build off the rest of the team because you got some of that feelings of nostalgia in your heart there. And I think that this is a place where fandoms get drawn at times between this, where it's like, you got to make a choice on this. You got to pick one or the other. Can't serve the 2 masters. Which is it going to be? And from my standpoint, I made that choice long ago to say, I love the players. I'll celebrate the players. DK coming this year was my favorite player on this team. Very well still might be kind of that guy for me, but that doesn't override my loyalty to the team, or that it's got to be what's best for the team at the end of the day. Players come, players go in this sport more than any other, which makes it all the more important that the reasoning's got to be what's most important for the team, be the guiding light. Washington Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. Playoffs or not, let's see 10 wins. Go Hawks. Hey, I'm with it, man. Go get the dubs. You're not to be gained by winning, by losing. Go get those 10 wins and make this season that's a successful season even that much more successful, Washington Quest. So go Hawks, man. I agree. Let's keep it going. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, dude, it's 3 a.m. Go to bed, bro. We're getting some comments in here. People bothered by how long I'm going. I'm going to only go longer by how bothered you guys are on this. Man, I'm having a good time. Jeffrey, I love doing this, you guys. And I don't have a job that I got to be up for tomorrow morning. I get to sleep until the afternoon if I feel like it. So, you know, I'm in my element, man. You know what I mean? I'm a pig in mud out here, bro. This is not a hard job. I tell you guys, it ain't hard for me to do. I love what I get to do. I love what I get to chat and discuss. These are important decisions. I've been turning this stuff by myself for the last few days, ruminating on this, pissing myself off. At least I get to have it with you guys as a sounding board. I need that. King says, I'll take my first round pick and take my JSN as my number 1 receiver. There you go. James says, 3rd round, you can get a straight line runner for a fly route just like the Rams did. Amen. Ricky, the one thing going for the Hawks against the Rams is that it's an away game and the Hawks don't lose on the road. That's right, baby. We're road warriors, man. We're Mad Max too. Goes to Pete C. Great show tonight, B. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate you. Greg, DK was never getting 35 million, so I don't know why people are acting like he was. Well, 32.5 million is the low, Greg. He's not getting 30 million. It's a 32.5 million type deal. Yeah, I don't think you're around 30 on it. I don't. Jamar will sign the next new contract this offseason, which will probably push it up into about 37. T. Higgins will be out in the open market. He'll be pushing the thing up. 32.5 will be about where it sets. And that's still, it's not 35. That's about 2.5 million off 35. That's still pretty damn expensive. Duran says the first 2 are getting to display their talents because of the increased time to throw for the quarterback. Also, yes, their defense has been consistently better than ours. Maybe you're responding to something else out there. James says DK is too much about DK for me. Yeah, you throw in a bit of the extra cherry on top, the penalty issues and the losing the head moments like he has. Doesn't help. Or Chief says, yeah, and then JSN becomes garbage receiver next year. You think JSN gets 1,000 yards this season without DK Metcalf on the field drawing double teams? That's not happening, big dog. Jackson Smith and Jigba had his best breakout game, War Chief, this year when DK Metcalf wasn't in the lineup. By all accounts of what people are telling me here is the DK has not been at 100% throughout coming back from the injury, from the games he missed. Jackson Smith, when DK went out, has been consistent every single game moving forward throughout the rest of this year. If DK is off this football team, you're not just going to sit with the wide receiver core that you have right now and go like this and be like, we're done, we're good. You're going to go out there and make some commiserate moves with it. You're going to add to the wide receiver core. You're going to add probably a couple of guys. I don't think JSN's productivity relies solely upon DK's presence, if that's the argument being made here, War Chief. Does DK's presence help him? Sure. But what do you have, 12, 13 catches in the game DK missed? Almost 200 yards, could have like 250 yards, I think, in that game. That's without DK's presence. That's without DK drawing the double team. So doesn't that kind of game there, War Chief, in itself sort of disprove your argument? Wouldn't have that been a game that we would have saw JSN do nothing in, where they would have just double teamed on him and there's nobody else to worry about on that receiving core if that was the case? Orchie says it's not about DK's talent. He's the best player on that offense, hands down. It's about the money we're going to have to give him. That's where it's going to get interesting. Right. Yeah, it's not a decision that's just about keeping DK. It's keeping DK at that price. That's a big part of this. It's about how much that big chunk of the cost takes out of your salary cap, and then how you can build the rest of your team and how that restricts you or doesn't restrict you. The most talented player on offense, hands down, maybe. The best player on offense, hands down. I don't know about that this year, War Chief. I think there's some years of his play here in on this team you could absolutely say that. I don't know if I can say that as closely this year. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba's had a better year as a receiver than DK's as a receiver. Some of that's explained away by DK's injury. Some of that's not. I would say. I think you could probably make the argument, War Chief, that Charles Cross has been a better left tackle this year than DK Metcalf has been a wide receiver. So there's probably two players that I could put on this offense. Now, would DK be probably the third? Yeah, probably would be the third guy in the slot on that. Duran says DK is so controversial, isn't he? Dennis Rodman Jr. himself. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Definitely polarizing is the right word to use. James Peters Reed is free agent next year. He's a free agent this offseason, James. We don't have him under another year of contract. But you probably signed him to like a 2-year 12 or something if you brought him back. JL says you can't wrangle in DK. That's what Pete Carroll liked about him. He said that many times. Yeah, I don't think you can either. He's going to operate the way he's going to operate at this point. There's not a lot of changing him. James Peters says DK's Terrell Owens without the slant game. Boy, that stuff definitely has gone out of his game this year, especially. I don't know if it's the new offense, but they don't use that with him at all anymore. Deron Evers says they spammed DK the ball in 2020. That worked until defenses adjusted. Yeah, and the same adjustments have been in place. Essentially what you had for a long period of time with Seattle is defenses drawing an eighth man into the box to deal with the run game that they were always committed to throughout those years. And in 2020, Seahawks really kind of figured out that we can attack that single high look with DK or Tyler on the outside, and we can just rip people up and rip them apart. So then people decided to go to the cover 2 shell. Cover 2 shell's taken over the NFL, and that's been a big part to slowing down some of those deeper throws, that 1,300-yard season that DK was able to have that year. 2020 was also just a weird year because of the bid and all that other stuff and empty stadiums and how that kind of made things strange. But yeah, they've adjusted the cover 2, and you haven't run the ball consistently enough to drive those safeties in the box to then free up the single high in the same kind of fashion. Jake says, guys, let's remember this is Coach Mac's first year, and I'm impressed that we're even in playoff contention. Been a successful year for Coach Mac, Jake, and we're talking a lot about 2025 right now in our outlook of things, but I think everyone is pretty much in full agreement that this is a team that is certainly surpassed expectations for a first-time coach, and that we've got the right guy in Mac, and that we're turning over a lot of guys that we're not sure of, or maybe coaches we're not sure of, but that's not the case when it comes to Mike. War Chief B, aloha, my friend. Loved the long stream. I was rolling with you with the morning time when I was still at work till I got home. Great stream. It's 1 a.m. here. Work tomorrow. Aloha, Hawks Nest B. Hey, aloha to you too, War Chief. Thank you for hanging in with me on the long run on this night. Love going long and late with you guys. Appreciate you and all you do for this channel as well. Being a member of the channel in addition to that. Thank you for that. Duran says he's been 1,000 yard to 1,150 yards every year since every year. Not much more or less. Yep. He's kind of fit into that spot. Right about 1,000 yards a year, somewhere about 7 touchdowns receiving. Berg Show, how come we rarely do trick plays like flea flickers and throw deep? Even if it's not successful, we might get a pass interference. One of the problems I've had with Mr. Grubb this year has been the counterintuitive nature of his offense. You run the ball well, but you don't run the ball. You have 3rd and short, you're trying to go for the deep routes. You run a fly sweep, it's successful, you're not going to go back to it again for the full course of the game. It's been a bit of the frustrating part with him and watching him go through these football games where it's just like, dude, you've got something that works, go to it. For instance, on this Berg Show, you run the hook and ladder with Detroit, successful. You run the trick play with Jackson Smith and Jigba to DK Metcalf down the field. It's successful. Have we gone back to the trick play one time through the rest of the year? This is the amount of times you've gone to it. I don't know. I don't get it. Why? Joyce says, Percy Harvin, Golden Tate, Ricardo Lockett, we're all better than DK. I don't know about all those guys. Hey, Josh, DK just isn't in the same category as JJ or Amon St. Brown or Chase. No, he's not. And so it does become a struggle of then, how do I pay him at that mark? And that's where it gets hard. James, Brandon, we tried to get Gino under center today. He tripped himself. He stepped on Charbonnet's leg coming out under center. You're right. Tough moment in the game there. Come on, Gino. Ron says, because Grub is burning the food under the pressure. The Burke Show, DK's a beast. He needs to get his temper fixed. Maybe medication. I think as somebody else said above, I don't think DK sees there being a problem with it. I think he thinks it's fine. And Lord knows coaches have had a hard time reeling him in. We know Carroll tried. Ron says Grubb's feeling the pressure of the fans. He's not thinking clearly. Could be the case, man. Could be the case. DK Fart Calf says, don't trade me. Well, then accept $25 million per year and we'll be good, DK. James says, Brandon, okay, I'm going to watch the all 22. I'm going to count the seconds Gino holds the ball and snaps. Do that, but do also, please, James, do the cut-ups of the 3rd and 2s, the 3rd and 3s, and the 3rd and 4s, and you let me know of how many routes you saw short, the short completion to keep the chains moving. Understanding inherently within the DNA fabric of this offense is supposed to be about moving the chains and getting consistent drives. That's what the spread concept's supposed to have built within it, is the short passing concepts that can go get you those instant first downs. Or, God forbid, James, you just run the ball when you're running well in a game like this on a 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 3. That could be another approach to take too. Just saying. Ricky says lots of offensive-minded head coaches will get fired this offseason. I take them to be our OCs over Grubb, who isn't pro-ready. I think that's going to be the fate that is facing this team this offseason. DK Fart Calf says, I'll play better, I swear. I'll get lessons from Larry Fitzgerald. Don't trade me. All right, I'll hold off. You've made a good argument. As long as you go to Larry and get this right, man. As long as you go to Larry and find your way. James Peters, DK averages, 19 yards a catch? He doesn't run slants or 8-yard digs. 15 yards, but you're in the neighborhood. You're in the neighborhood. You're dancing in the hour. Greg Kemp says, okay, Brandon, so DK is getting more than Higgins? No, it's just that their contracts are going to continue to push this up. Higgins will probably get $30 million a year or somewhere in that neighborhood. If he gets $27 million a year, does DK have a right to say, I'm worth 32? It's that the more contracts that keep getting added on the books for the receivers on this do nothing, but it's not just the top end receiver ones that push it up. It's the ones where, hey, that guy's here. I need to be up over this spot. I'm better than that. I've got more productivity than that. I've got more of a track record than that guy. But I guess, Greg, what do you think DK is going to get at this point? You really feel like he's going to pull in 28 million? I mean, he's making 24 million on average right now as it is. So he only makes 6 million more per year 3 years later. 27 years old. If your feeling is that it's only a $30 million deal at that point, which is even still pretty damn expensive. I still got some exceptions to, but I still don't think it's at 30 million. I think it's well over 30. So I think I'm in a realistic place on this. We'll learn this offseason for sure. So one says JSN dropped 180 when DK was on the bench. Exactly. Bible First Reject, Brandon, the type of guy to hype himself up in the mirror before the stream. Hey, man, I gotta come up with the energy somewhere or another, bro. Gotta make sure I'm bringing the energy right. You know what I mean? I can't come in here soft with you guys. You'll call me out. Rightfully so. Will says Brandon does his own Rocky montage before he goes live. That's right, man. It's the eye of the tiger. I'm even shadow boxing too. Like I'm about to fight somebody. Like I get into it. Kieran says, I still contend we trade all of our players and all of our picks and field a team of UDFAs and walk-ons just to give us a couple of years to fix the season ticket holder situation and get it by 2030. I think, Jake, boys, I'm thinking an all-nighter. We ain't going all night, but we'll go. We got late here. Duran says, yes, he's got a ton of targets because he couldn't run the ball and DK was out. He was pretty efficient with those targets too, man. Okay, Mama, I think Charles Cross's stats haven't been great. but a part of that is the poor offensive scheme and Geno Smith not getting the ball out, plus incompetent starters to his right. How often we throw. Doesn't help. He's been well weighted for whatever it's worth by PFF this year, being Cross. He's been a top 6, top 7 left tackle in the sport. Jordan says DK has 1 penalty this year and had to do with unnecessary roughness, and that was today. It took 17 games for DK to get angry. I just don't understand why we were choosing to make that an issue. Well, it's been a part of his game. It's a pretty big costly moment in this game, and the timing of it happening is you have an offense struggling, and then timing is pretty poor. Penalties issues is more in general when you combine it with the penalties that you get also in addition to him. He gets highly penalized. I'm trying to find right now where he's at. So 6 penalties, 2 penalties, 7 penalties, 8 penalties, 8 penalties, and 5 penalties this year. So it's not the biggest part of the deficiency of a game that I point to with it, but it's a part of the game that you get. And again, in a point like this in this game, Jordan, where you just go and get 8 yards, you're in 2nd and 2, and he completely gets an unnecessary penalty in that moment. I've never seen a player get more unnecessary penalties in my life than DK Metcalf. Penalties where they have control, where they can control what they're doing in the moment, where they just do something completely out of left field in their manner to cause the penalty, where they controlled it to happen. And tonight was a shining example of that type of penalty and what we got from him, where it's like you didn't need to do all that. You could have stopped. But he can't control himself. And I think that's a worthy criticism of that stuff. That was a brutal penalty in that moment, Jordan. That can't come from a veteran right there. That penalty can't happen. And it's not the first time with him, whether it's last year or it's just the first time it's happened this year. That penalty should never happen, Jordan. It should never happen. Your offense has no footing to find throughout the course of this game. You finally start to get a little bit of life here in the second half, into 8 yards. And he goes a little bit extra just for the hell of it, putting you back 15 yards in the play and taking you into 2nd and 17. For what? For what? What did it accomplish from DK's side? Did the corner learn about how extra badass he is? Did he learn about how you don't want to mess with DK? He'll force his team to be costed an extra 15 yards if you do so? Greg says it's always funny when people say DK isn't as good as wide receivers who get the ball more than him, but when DK was top 10 in targets this year, he was 3rd in receiving yards. Fair enough. Greg, are you, I'm to the bottom here, Greg, so I can definitely see your post on the other side of it. Greg says, Brandon, I was saying DK will get paid more than Higgins, and I forgot receivers have signed new contracts. Where are you at, Greg, on how much you're wanting to spend on DK at this point? Let me get where your numbers are at. I want to see where you're aligning at. I'm getting an impression maybe you're at kind of the 27, 28 or something, and you seem to be saying, okay, you're bristling at the 35 million. Okay, I'm with that. I don't think he gets to 35 million, but why wouldn't it be 32 and a half? Why would 3 years ago he be signing a $24 million average per deal and he only goes up $6 million per year with all of the new contracts that have been signed at that time? So if you can, Greg, post for me on where you think the amount's really going to be out there with your on DK on that side. But I definitely think DK is going to be paid more than Higgins. I think all these contracts they'll be giving out to these receivers, Jamar, Higgins, and probably a few other guys this offseason are, going to do nothing but push up the price. Yeah, I just think I think the 32.5 is where it's probably at on DK on this one, Greg. The next man up thing kind of applies to those receivers too on this a bit. Deron Everest says, what are the Falcons going to give their wide receiver one? Forgot his name. Drake London. Well, boom, 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 boom. Man, I hate how they set this thing up on now with this. Yeah, you got Hill in there as well. Ayuk just signed his contract. I mean, DK is not going to get a dollar less than Ayuk. Not a year after Ayuk signed the deal. And that's a 4-year, $120 million deal. So that's 30 years, 30 million per average. That's another year forward. So this is where we come to on how I do the math to get where I'm at on this, Greg, is this exact fashion. And this is where I don't think that I'm pulling this out of my butt. I think that this is valid. Here's Brandon Ayuk's contract. Yeah, 30 million APY right there. Last year signed. So does next man up in DK Metcalf, who can say, I've been a better player than Ayuk. I've been more consistent than Ayuk over the course of my career. I'm right around the same age as Ayuk at 27 years old. How do I not then get 32.5 million from DK's standpoint? Greg says, Brandon, I thought he would get 30, but I forgot about the new Oh, my bad. Okay. And I'm more just picking your brain on this, Greg, where you may have an outlook on this one where you're right with it. I'm just trying to understand where you would come to on that, thinking if it was the other way with that. But yeah, it's all these other guys have signed their contracts, and not all of them in Ayuk's case, great receiver. Is Ayuk worth 30 million a year? No, he's not. What does that do to the value of the market, valuation of the market? It pushes people into silly places that probably shouldn't be. Yeah. Greg says DK's penalty early this season were called for holding on run blocking. They were, but they come with him, right? He's averaged 6-7 penalties every year the last few years. Then that means I'm going to be at probably between 5 to 8 penalties every year with DK Metcalf. Some of those are going to be with him blowing his top. Some of them is going to be blocking a little bit too extra. But that's also what I get with him. Again, it's not a big a point with it. It's just, it is another thing, right? It's another thing that is a part of the process. It's not something that just doesn't exist and isn't something that comes with DK's game at this point, part and parcel with the rest of what you get with him. And it is a negative balling. That's not something to overrule you or be like, we're not going to sign you because of the penalty situation. But it's disconcerting, I think, Jordan says, Brandon, I get that, but years past and even last year, you weren't down on him for it. So why exactly now? I don't. Yes, DK was leading the league in or yards, third in yardage. I don't think he was efficient by doing so necessarily in that way. I seem to feel like this year, as much as ever in watching DK's game, that I'm struck by as much of the limitations. I feel like there's been a marginal part of DK's game that by the grand scheme of things this year has regressed. I don't think that his game has refined over the years. I think my outlook on this, that the team was closer to contending than I view them to contend now. A big part of the forefront of this, and I know we're talking about DK's game, which you have to do in this part of this, but where I led with on this, Jordan, was to say a big part of this decision is pivoting out of the fact that you're not ready to contend in 2025. Big part of this decision is pivoting out of the fact that you don't have really a quarterback probably in place for the long-term future here. We're not close. And I think we're very much in a position here of signing DK Metcalf and looking at the reality of you got him on a contract. You're rewarding him. You're paying a high price. You're taking resources from being able to fix other stuff that may be more pressing of an issue here. And at the end of the day, at the by and large thing, you're not going to get to a contender state here with DK Metcalf on this team in the near future. Maybe by the time he gets to 30 or something, or 29. But a big part of this prior was me saying, I think we're closer. I think we're just right there on the edge of cracking through. I think we're going to get this new offensive coordinator in this, and so really be able to take the top off DK's game, rather than what I saw instead from DK was a little bit more regression than I would have liked to see coming into this year. I think about the skill set and I go, is this a skill set that's going to get better with time? Is this a skill set where he, as he loses a step or two and he's not a 4-3 guy, but now he's a 4-4 and a 5 guy, 4-5, 4-4-5 guy, or 4-5 guy? Is that a guy who's now going to struggle to create separation? Because I know I can't count on the contested catch stuff, because I know I can't count on high pointing the ball and utilizing his frame to the most. It gets deep with me on ways like this. Part of wanting to use DK was out of the slot and not have him out and not as much on the outside and use him in pre-snap motion. But JSN has taken to that in a big time way, turned himself into a top 5 like receiver from a productivity standpoint, used as a slot, used in motion in that way. Should DK unseat him in that way, as well as DK well acclimated and to be on the move and be in motion and to work some of the shorter routes? Maybe not as much. There wouldn't be something that would simplistically go into this. But a big driver of this, Jordan, beyond DK and where I've been in the past with him, is that I don't trust that this team's close right now. I don't think that we're ready to contend next year. I think that this team needs to start making some tough decisions to get itself to a contending state. You got one playoff win since 2017. You're on the wrong path of getting to a contender. The Super Bowl was now over 10 years ago. The Super Bowl we lost 10 years ago, not the one we won. I think that we've got to start going to a place of, rather than thinking that we're this close away, and I think that's inherently, when I look at the team recently, I think the team, the front office, the fans, me, myself, where I'm trying to correct my outlook on this team, Jordan, because part of this is about me getting right, me getting better in my analyzing of the team, to not just get stuck on a point of this is what I believe and this is what I'll forever believe, but taking in the new data and then allowing that to then inform me further. Maybe I continue to think the same thing. Maybe I get a little bit more into a pivoted point where I go, I think this less now. I'm seeing more, every person should, with more data, find themselves moved potentially one way or the other, especially if that data tells them a little bit of a story that's starting to emerge. And that's been the case here for me. But it's really beyond the skill set where he's at. It's where the team's at. It's where they're headed. And that I look at going, well, 2026 looks like the bare minimum for you being ready to contend. Maybe even 2027. Where DK is going to be 30 years old. And hopefully you can see where I'm going with that. If I'm not ready to contend, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have this guy, as good as the players have been in this house, just to have him along as kind of a, mascot player. Has been really great here because you've been a really pretty good player for us. We like you, want to keep you here for the whole career, but you're not going to be good. You're going to be a contender. Say nothing. In fact, I'm sure DK is going to want to probably be playing for a contender. He's probably tired of losing, as he has said. Maybe that's a bit of a factor into this as well, by the way. And that some of the pressure from this could come from DK's camp. But it's not a simple thing for me, and I'm not necessarily saying I'm ready to just jump in this. I'm just trying to give you my thoughts on why I'm adjusting a little bit with it. But Drake London will get $30 million. He'll get probably a little bit more than Brandon Ayuk got. He's got a little bit of the final year of a rookie deal, fourth year of the rookie deal where they can maybe, supplement, but the bottom line will be the bottom line on that. He'll be at, $31 million per year for Drake, probably. Jordan says, I just don't get the switch on how much it matters. We already knew this about DK for 4 years now. Mike has kept him in check until week 17. DK has been the least of our problems when it comes to making boneheaded mistakes. The penalty issue is not the biggest issue at the centerpiece on this, Jordan, and it's a lot of different things are informing this. And I know you didn't have a chance to react to what I just spoke to, so I'll look below to where you might be responding to that below on this. Most hated, DK having to show his dominance through non-football plays is the problem. Well said. Well said. Greg says, Brandon, I thought he would get to 30, but I forgot the new contracts. I'm sorry I didn't see that on there, Greg. Jordan says, would you sign T. Higgins if you traded DK? No. I would just spend a little bit extra money more for DK at that point. I think he's a better player. I think he commands more double teams, and I think, you know, you got the familiarity with him, or you know what you got with him. Not to mention Higgins, I think he's had more of a injury history than DK necessarily has. So no, I wouldn't go that route. I would probably look to put the assets into the offensive line, Jordan. The gained money would probably go there. Partially, you'd go and find a receiver probably in certain respects, but some of it would be to, you know, maybe go sign a Trey Smith in free agency at the right guard position. You know, something like that. Jordan, Drake London is not in his second year. He's getting through his third year of his deal this season. So he's going to be eligible for a contract extension after this season, and he will get paid. O'Dwyer, was the O-line absolute dog S in this game, and did Grubb refuse to run it again? I still have to watch the highlights, but 6 points against the Bears is brutal. The O-line was not dog crap, no. They ran the ball to some success in this game. They ran the ball more than they threw it in this game. Was there more room to probably run it than they did? Probably. Just join a game. I think both in Grubb and Geno Smith, they didn't have their best games out there today. There was some good moments, but overall the offense was just tough to watch, and it just doesn't have an identity, and it just doesn't know. It's sort of scrambling at all times to kind of find any kind of answers out there. Can't find a lot of consistency in moving the chains. Can't find, just can't find a lot of first downs. It's kind of rough is what it kind of is though. Kieran says, I think the play on the goal line of the Patriots Super Bowl was Russ's fault. Russ still can't throw a slant to save his life because he's too short. Yeah, that's probably why to me, the play call comes back to being a bit of a question play call there, but it had a lot of success on it throughout the year. Cash Money Killer. Here's Geno Smith niffing through defenders and picks up the first down. Knifing, I think you meant. Through defenders and picking up the first down. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation. Jeffrey, appreciate you for that. The double dip dono here says, I'm scared this era of Seahawks football ends like the Niners' current one, in a 7-year holding pattern for a Super Bowl worthy quarterback. Now it's too late for the Niners. Why people might be pushing for a quarterback first. Yeah, maybe on that. It's definitely a point of the thing. And look, when the Hawks and Geno, and whether Geno's the guy or not, and he's getting older, you're going to have to cross this bridge eventually to go and finding your quarterback somewhere who's going to be kind of more of that young guy that you're looking to ride with. It is kind of a matter of time with that. Niners did take their swing there, Jeffrey, with the 3 first-round picks to go get Trey Lance. They tried to target that guy. They tried to make it happen. They didn't try to plan on Brock Purdy. They've ended up on Brock Purdy. But we'll see how there ends up, man. Definitely, you've got a bit of a tough path to go and get that future quarterback, as it stands to your point. It's not an easy walk here to get this done. You might have to get creative with it. I've been advocating for maybe making some big swing trade where you just give up a monster amount of assets to make it happen. But it ain't going to be easy, Jeffrey. It ain't going to be easy. See Aloha, 808. Are you still going? Wow. Still going. BL Bem says, bro, you're still going? I couldn't fall asleep, so I figured you might as well join back. Let's go, man. You can't quit me. Can't quit me. Martin Lawrence, I'm not convinced spending $30 million or more a year on DK is a good move for the team. Might be valuable to trade him and get a high draft capital to put towards the rebuild we need. This is where we go to it a little bit. This really doesn't come back to trying to shade on DK as it might sound like I am. It's more of just building up the full case of what's at play. It's not just the performance, not just a penalty flag situation. It's not just the cost of what he would take. It's not just the returns that you could get. It's also not just about whether you are as a contending team or not. It's also not just about where you are at the quarterback position and where you're going to have a really good functional guy to throw him the ball. It's also not about an offensive line that may not be able to pass protect in the near future to get him to the place on the field, to hit him on the place on the field where he is at his best deep down the field. It is all of that stuff. It's all of that. And it makes it complicated. It muddies it up. And maybe the right answer at the end of the day is to pay DK that money and to put him on that extension. But I want us to turn over all of these matters in considering it. James Peters still going strong. I was checking the pre-market. Oh man, hopefully the pre-market's looking better. Ben Kieran says 10-1 chances they re-sign DK and Geno because the Hawks read the room and see no viable path to better players in the immediate future. I like the odds there, man. Probably right. Cameron, the Seahawks are now the first team in NFL history to finish the season with a winning record despite losing 6 games at home. Kind of auspicious, huh? A little auspicious. King says, on the bright side, I trust this free agency to do the right thing. John Schneider has rarely been wrong. I don't know. When it comes to free agency, man, it can be a little bit touch and go there. It's not always clean with him on that. Gary, I think it was incredibly obvious to anyone who's watched this team that they were only going to go as far as this O-line took them. Yeah. I don't know if it's as the season's winded down as much as the offensive line's been as big of the impediment as it was early on in the year, but certainly that's true. Jordan, the Hawks Nest. Sorry I took what you were saying as a general critique on DK and not as a future of the team outlook. I also saw people saying Golden Tate was better than DK. Yeah, I know there's a lot of that sway opinion, and I want to make sure I'm trying to be real careful with my wording on this too, Jordan, because I know it can come off that way. And that's why I want to make sure I'm clear if it's a little bit of that confusion that exists there. It's, I do love DK and I love what he's been for the Hawks as a player. And I love the mentality he brings to the field. And this would not be an easy decision if I was John Schneider to come to this place. But I find myself driven, Jordan, beyond the players right now. And that I'm struggle over the past couple of weeks when I look at this team and I say, and looking at this team, you're close. You're ready to go. A twist of this knob, a lift of this lever, open this hatch up, boom, you're ready to roll. It feels like it's not that right now. And this season's been successful, and Mike McDonald's the right coach, and we are we're moving on the right path. I do think that. But I find myself, if I'm being honest with you guys, in no relation to players on this, just of where the team is at, I don't see a team that can compete in 2025. This year, your quality wins come against the Atlanta Falcons and the Denver Broncos in week 1. Those are your best wins of the year. Those are your hallmark wins. You go, yeah, our 24 season, what we were, that's what you need. You want to know what the Hawks were about in 2024? Go look at us against the Falcons. Go look at us against the Broncos. Against the legit teams, you pretty much got exposed. Your defense, for as well as they played, for as good as they were beating down kind of the lesser ranks, they got exposed when they got to face the tough offenses. Doesn't look close. Offense doesn't look close. Grub, I'm not sure. If it feels far away to me, then that feels more like we got to not make moves that are driven for today, but driven for tomorrow. And that's more of what's really kind of pushing me right now, Jordan, at the forefront than any individual player or any individual thing. It's just that spirit is one that I think I want the team to be driven by, and I'm going to walk it like I talk it. If I expect Schneider and I want to see him pulled in that way, then I'm going to say in my outlook, I'm going to hit to this from an equivalency standpoint. Cameron, what do you think we do with Jason Myers? Extend him or let him play out his last year? Probably let him play out his last year, Cameron. You gave him so much bonus money in there on the deal, and you lowered down his base so much that there's not really any savings to be had by extending him. And, I don't think you're really like completely scared to your bones about losing him after this year after next year if he walks. So you just let him play out the one extra year there. King Bomber, I trust his evaluation on quarterbacks. In these last few years, he hasn't taken nobody, and nobody but Stroud has become a franchise quarterback. True. Jordan says, I don't see us contending next year, but one offseason can change a lot. You fix the offensive line and no offensive coordinator that can change the offense to have an identity we're looking for as a whole new beast. We lost the Giants. We have smoked them on the road. Oh, Giants. Yeah. Yeah. I think that 2026 is certainly in play. I don't think that this needs to be a 3 or 4 year process, Jordan. I'll say that. I do think it needs to be probably a 1 year process, but I don't think that it has to be one that you're sitting here just languishing for years within either. I agree with that. Here in the Hawks Nest, how can you be already predicting a bad Hawks team before the end of the year? You never know what's going to happen in the offseason. Would you have guessed Pete got fired last year? Yes, I was one of the few people actually in the online sphere. There's plenty of YouTubers that were in this, but I was one of the few people in the online sphere saying this is a real possibility. And that was what people, this is a great actually example for you to bring up, Kieran, because this is what sometimes happens. I bring up a situation. I say, hey, this is something that needs to go down. I get a lot of pushback from it within my chat. I'll get called sometimes crazy or what are you even thinking? How could you think that? And then it ends up playing out. So that's an example of a situation, Kieran, where I said, this is wrong with Carroll. This isn't working. He's got to go. And then did you see a lot of local Seattle media mentioning that? Did you see Boiling or any of those local media people that are bootlickers that will never at all bring that part of it up? Was it being brought into the general hemisphere fandom, or did it sideswipe everyone like they couldn't see it coming? Like it hit everybody out of left field once the announcement came down. But it didn't operate that way with me. And it's not because I had such great forward vision on this. Like I said, there's plenty of other YouTubers in the Hawks sphere that are Seahawks YouTubers that were doing the same thing. But yeah, you could. If you were looking at the situation intelligently and not with your heart and not swayed by the emotions of the past and not by sentimentality towards Pete Carroll for getting you a Super Bowl 10 years ago, yeah, you could see this coming down. I gave Carroll a 2-year clock before he got fired this past year to go, okay, you get a 2-year reset with a change of the defense and the change of the offense. Show me something now, Pete. And in 2 years, he didn't show me jack diddly squat. And that's why he was out on his butt. So it's, yeah, this is a great example of this, Kieran, in a representative way to exactly what we're talking about here, about anticipating what's going down. I'm not saying that I know for sure that that's what's going to happen, Kieran. But as a football team, you want them to be smartly guided and directed by what they think is going to happen as much as they can be. And what's stood out to this team in prior years here recently, Kieran, is that this team has damned the torpedoes. It's all about today and the here and now. We'll continue to, we think we're this close right now. Let's make this move. We think this is close now. Let's make that move. For instance, Kieran, do you make a trade deadline move for Leonard Williams last year? Unless but you think you're this close away from him putting you over the top. That's why you make that move. It's worked out for the Seahawks' favor. He's been a tremendous player for you. But that was a move in the moment. That was an example of the franchise being pushed to do something for the now. Because they thought they were that close to contending, that player could take them over. So there's been a problem in-house in their assessment over probably the last 3 to 4 to 5 years, Kieran, where they think they're better than they actually are. That's been a common mistake of your franchise and organization multiple times over for about 4 straight years minimum, if not longer beyond that. So what I'm saying now is that's led you down the wrong road to make decisions for today that have then cost you because you've also sacrificed for tomorrow to make that happen. Now I'm advocating for the team to take a different approach, to take more of the approach of, hey, we've looked at this wrong. Let's try to correct our lens and our view on this. And it's not to say that we know with 100% certainty that we can't compete in 2025. But it is to say that we're going to count with complete certainty by the moves we make that we will be contending by 2025. Can you understand where that's the difference on what I'm advocating for here, one versus the other? And I always say on this, Kieran, can the outlier happen? Can the anomaly pop up? Can a team like this that doesn't look close to contending suddenly turn it on over an offseason? Can they make all the magical moves in this offseason to make it happen to get to that place? They could. But I'm always consistent in telling you that you don't count on the anomaly. You don't count on the once every miracle every 10 years thing that could come through. That's not what you do. You count on more of a rule of thumb, on operating intelligently as a football team, fitting to what is the proper path to get you there intelligently, not relying on luck or relying on an anomaly. Because that's exactly what will lead teams to failure and to not getting there, because anomalies are anomalies for a reason. Kieran says, would you have predicted that the new coach would turn around a defense that couldn't stop a Pop Warner running back? Yes, again, Kieran, you're fitting to exactly the things that is, yes. And the thing about this, Kieran, is that I'm on effing record, my man. Everything that I say is on record. Everything that I say prior to this season is on record. What did I tell you about this defense prior to the year? I'm expecting early on this year the defense to have some out of the sorts moments. I asked for multiple different live streams prior to the season in training camp and in the offseason in July. I made this a point of emphasis throughout July to say that, look, I'm going to be very up on this team, but I always placed it back and saying, here's what you have to understand about what we're likely to see on this team. You're onboarding and you're going from some of the most simplified concepts on football on offense and defense to some of the most complicated on offense and defense. That's not going to happen overnight. And that I would expect the defense to start in kind of a similar weakened state to where they were with Carroll the prior year and take some time to be able to onboard those complicated processes. And Kieran, if I said it once, I said it 45 times over this offseason. So much like your comment above, I'm not saying I'm brilliant on this, but I'm consistent on, yes, that is what I said was going to happen. My prediction for the season, Kieran, was I said you're going to win 11 games if Abraham Lucas plays more than half the schedule, and if he plays less than half the schedule, you're going to win 10 games. You look like you're going to win 10 games. Again, I was right on this. So how does it work, Kieran? I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here, and I'm suddenly wrong in my outlook of the 2025 season being a contending team? Or does it hold more consistently on what I'm saying? And that, hey, I tend to be right on this stuff when I make these kind of bold assertions. I'm not quick to make these bold assertions haphazardly. I don't just do it wantonly. I don't do it just for kicks and giggles or to just try to be ahead of anybody. I do it because I really do firmly feel it and I've given it a lot of thought. And that's how you tend to be right on this stuff, is it's not that you're so smart, but you've turned stuff over enough and considered all the different aspects, and that's where you land to it. So I did on this one, Kieran. On both of these two accounts, if you go to any of my preseason shows that I did on this channel in a live stream show, on both of these accounts, I responded in the affirmative to your questions on that. So I guess, what do you make of that then, Kieran? If I was a guy ahead of it and making the prediction on that stuff, wouldn't there be something then maybe to this prediction of what I'm saying for what's probably likely to happen for 2025? If it's been held to be true on what my outlook's been so far? Maybe? Thinking Pete had to go and predicting Pete would get fired are two different entirely things. I guess it's just kind of a coincidence that I happen to land right in the same mark that the ownership landed on then with it, huh? You're right. Could I say with 100% that I knew Carroll was going to be fired? No, that I didn't. I couldn't say that I knew that Carroll was going to be fired on that. But was I and the people that are in this YouTube world and hemisphere of talking online about Carroll the only people that from a local Seattle media standpoint were the few people saying that this needed to happen, that this was the proper decision, versus the local Seattle media that were dead silent on it, who would have bootlicked Carroll into next year without a second thought? Yeah. Is that maybe worth something in the outlook of what I'm seeing in the situation to say, Kieran, maybe this is a representation of seeing it cleanly on what's going on with the team right now and having a pretty good pulse on it? I would think so, maybe. You might disagree on this, but I think I'm making a pretty logical leap on this one. I can't predict what's going to happen. Are you saying, Kieran, that you feel this team is in a position to contend? Because this isn't this thing where you just can kind of let it play out, Kieran. You need to make a decision on what you want to do from a tactical standpoint based on whether or not you think you're a contender. And I'm talking about John Schneider here, Kieran. So where do you stand? Is this team ready to contend or not? Because you got to make a decision on this. You can't sit on the fence and say, well, just let it play out and just kind of play it. No, you got to make a decision on Geno Smith. No, you got to make a decision on DK Metcalf. You got to make a decision on how you're going to rebuild this offensive line. You got to make a decision on Grubb as an offensive coordinator, whether he's good or go. So what's the path? You see a team here that's ready to go contend next year? That this is a team that's right there to lock it in? Can you not see some of the errors and the ways of taking that approach through off seasons and how you've let that drive you in the wrong direction to, again, go for today at the price of a bit for tomorrow? And that's been part of what's held you back here? I mean, does that not all inform you a little bit on this? Or am I just completely out of pocket on your side of it? I'd love to see where you stand on it. Jordan says, please trade for levered Trevor Lawrence. I know it was talked about earlier. I'm all over it, Jordan. I'm well for it. Lawrence, make a hard run at Burrow. I'm completely 100% with it. Because the pathway to the quarterback in the future is going to be a tough trek to get to, I think. Kieran says, I think you're discounting how well a team can draft and turn things around in an offseason. No, it can happen, Kieran. So this does happen in the league. But I think you're speaking to it almost like it's a common thing that occurs. And what I said above is where I think on this is that that's an anomaly kind of situation more than it is really this is what you can count on as a rule of thumb kind of situation. And again, with it, this isn't merely about letting it play out. It's also about how you've got to be informed by the decisions you make this offseason and how aggressive you are this offseason. Because if it's as I'm generally getting the feel from you, Kieran, that you do feel that you're close, well, then you need to make a lot of aggressive moves this offseason, don't you? You don't just stand in the pocket then and just go, well, let it play out. You've got to make a lot of stuff happen there to make this go, unless you just think it's naturally going to occur. Well, if that's the case, then you're having to make a bit of that call of I'm going to rob for tomorrow in an offseason, Kieran, where I'm walking into the offseason with about $3 million of functional cap space. I'm going to have to pull from tomorrow to make today happen. And I feel comfortable in doing that because I feel this team is that close to being a contender. You got to make a call on it if you're Schneider one way or the other. You don't get to straddle that fence. And it's hard for me in this place to make that decision by the team that I'm looking at here right now, Kieran. I don't know anything for sure. You don't know anything for sure. We're all making educated decisions here. But you don't make the educated decisions based on anomalous situations. You're much more smarter, in my opinion, to make it off of rule of thumbs. Which is if I've got a lot of work to do in a given offseason to get to a contending state, and it's probably going to take me 2 off seasons at least to get there because that amount of work that needs to get done, it's probably going to take 2 off seasons. I probably shouldn't count on it getting all done in 1 off season. Daron says, what would I give up for Trevor? I'd pop 2 first for Trevor, Daron. Yeah, I give up 2 first. Maybe kick in a player if they need that as sort of just a cherry on top. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that, Garth. He says, Brando, are you kidding me? It's almost 4 a.m. I was not wrong. You really are the GOAT streamer, maybe of any NFL fan base. Carroll to the Bears, I've heard. There's getting some growing rumors of Carroll maybe going to the Bears here, Garth. I mean, this thing may be a reality, and I like the fit for Carroll. I really do. I think Carroll's still got some potential as a head coach if he can learn some of his own lessons of what caused things to go astray here in Seattle at the end. And so I think that's a really nice fit for Carroll there with the Bears, considering he probably doesn't have a whole lot of options out there across the sport. I like that for him. It'd be interesting to see what he does with his hires if he does go there and see what he can do. But Garth, I got a hell of a life I get to run here, man. I'm very blessed to get to do what I get to do, and I'm having a lot of fun tonight. I enjoy this kind of discussion, man. These are the deep weeds that I like to get into, brother. Ricardo says, I'm on record saying 1 or 2 of DK, Geno, K9, Woolen will be moved this offseason. I get where you're coming from, Brandon. We might need to move some players to get that O-line. That's where I'm kind of at. I'm not really certain on what this guy's got to be moved, that guy's got to be moved. I'll try to get more in an offseason for a plan put together for you guys, but it is a little bit of, I feel like we got to shake some things up if we want to get this cage rattled in a way to get us to contender status. I think if we just sort of just try to play this safe and take out the 3-wood and hit it down the middle of the fairway here, we're going to get more of the same kind of results that we've similarly gotten. Not that we'll have a bad team on our hands. Not that we won't win more games than we'll lose. Not even that we can't be maybe a team that can get into the playoffs. But I don't think that we'll be a team that's going to be ready to be a contender by the way that this is sort of structuring up right now. Kieran says, whether it's John or a new general manager, without knowing where the offseason falls on free agency and draft selections, I can't say where the 25 season will be. You've been talking about big moves all night. I have. I've talked about the potential of going quarterback if it's in part, which would be a void. This is the thing where Kieran, where I said, I don't have a fit way of where I'm looking to go. And where maybe it's coming off to some of you guys out there of, oh, he wants to move DK. Oh, it's more of what I'm trying to do is say, let's discuss everything on the table here as a possibility for what needs to be done to get yourself to a contender state. Again, I'd love you to react to this, Kieran, because you're a bit on the fence on this one still. So let me get a reaction from you, Kieran, if you can, for me in the chat, because it's still a little bit of, in my opinion, that's still a little bit of a on the fence kind of reaction to there, where you're not telling me. You as John Schneider, put yourself in his state. You would agree, I'm sure, on this. He's got to decide if this team's a contender in 2025 or not, right? He's got to decide of whether or not this is truly a team that's ready to contend or not. That's one of the base points of your job as a general manager, is to understand where your team is and where they're likely to go for the next year and what needs to be done to get them to become that contender team. So do you feel like if you approach the 25 season and know that you've got to be aggressive, and I don't think you can argue anything but the fact they've got to be aggressive with the work that needs to get done if you want to get yourself to a contender state by 25. So do you want to be aggressive because you think the team's close enough to do that? Or do you feel that this is further away? You got to make a choice one way or the other, just like John's got to make a choice one way or the other. And I feel a little more straddling from you just a little bit in your responses. I get where you're coming from on the no one can know the reality. I'm not saying I know the reality, but the general managers have got to predict their team and where their team is at, right? You got to look at your team and go, do I see this as a team that's contending? And if so, make moves for the day. I pointed and tried to give you some moves, Kieran, in recent history that we've made, where those were moves that were made for the day because you thought you were a contending team, that you thought a move like Leonard Williams was going to put you up over the top, but you weren't even a contending team that year. You didn't even make the playoffs, much less be a contending team. The team has misevaluated itself. This evaluation I'm kind of pulling on you and asking you to make is the same evaluation that the team has gotten wrong looking in-house upon itself in recent years. So can you see how, and I'm trying to kind of find common ground here with this, Kieran. It's not I'm trying to find that common space here where, can you see how I'm trying to make an adjustment here, or asking my general manager to make an adjustment here to say, stop looking at it with such rose-colored glasses. Stop over-evaluating your team and your outlook of them. Start looking at them with more realer eyes. That's what I'm asking for. And I'd like to hear from you if you think you've got to make a choice one way or the other on this. And you seem like you're advocating heavily for saying, go for it 25. Damn them torpedoes. F that cap space 26, 27. I got $3 million of functional room. I got all this work to go get done. F it. Pull that cap space off 26 and 27, broski. Let's roll. And if you want to take that path, I'm okay with it. I'm not fighting you on that path, but I'm saying you got to make a choice on this. You don't get to sit in the middle on that fence straddling both sides. It's got to have a lane picked. Garth says, I don't want Schneider gone, but the O-line stuff's hard to ignore. Garth, it's going to be hard for me to have a lot of support for John in the future if he goes through another offseason ignoring the offensive line in the manner by which he's ignored it recently. Bible first rejected. Brandon, would you trade Geno and DK for Trevor or anyone else? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The part of the thing of making the trade for a Burrow or a Trevor Lawrence would be to then probably pivot back to keeping DK because I've got my quarterback in place. That's a part of this puzzle with the not going DK is the lack of, again, all of this stuff is really tough. And this is why we've had to go so long tonight, folks, is that this discussion is not as simple as just as some maybe wants to present as well. You just keep this guy or don't keep that guy. It's all of this stuff that factors into these decisions. It's all of that, you know? So when it comes to keeping DK, some of it's how the quarterback situation set up. If you've got a Burrow, you got a Lawrence, you can make a go big trade. Your team's got maybe a different outlook to it for the future because there's not as of this hole that's opened up there that you don't have any reasonable way of filling into the near future as it currently looks and stands right now. But I potentially, I maybe, but part of making the trade for the primetime QBs would be to roll with sort of the receiving core minus a Lockett that we have right now. Dio Brando, still awake, man. Henry Diesel, imagine if the Broncos decided to stay with Wilson instead of cutting losses and drafting Bo Nix. Sometimes you have to take risks instead of staying stagnant with a mediocre quarterback. Sure, man. You got to, what I'm advocating for is you got to shake things up sometimes. Leon says, I'm here to see how I play a bad game every week. They definitely play their share. If I were first rejected, Trevor or Joey B, which would be a better? Joe Burrow would be the preference for me. More accomplished, and I'd be more excited. I'd be excited by Lawrence anyway, but you know. AA Joss, Trevor can't be traded anyway. 133 money, 33 million in dead money. So it's my understanding with this, and go ahead, and I'd certainly be happy for you guys if you want to correct me on this. Let me find the deal here. Bear than 1 second. As are going cluster. Oh, where's the contract at? God, why can't I find the damn contract here? Oh, that's why. I got the thing over there. That's why. All right. My understanding on this, and I am happy if you can explain this differently to me, AJ Joss, always looking for places where I can have explained, is the bonus money is the money that comes off. The option bonus money does not click into place once you trade a guy. That's the point of putting the option bonuses deeper in the deals. It gives the flexibility to the team to be able to move the player. So while there is the dead money of the signing bonus, which comes out to having a year removed off the books, we'll take $7.5 million off the books, which takes him to $30 million as the dead money. It's my understanding that the option bonus monies that then sit into the future of the deal, 2026, the $14 million here, right? The $21 million in 27, the 28, different columns, different spots than where we've got the actual signing bonus, right? Because the signing bonus hits immediately and that drains out. But it's my understanding that the option bonus stuff would then go to the next team and click in that year of going then for that next team. So that $14 million that you see in 2026 as an option bonus would click in addition to the $2 million base. But again, maybe I understand this a little bit off. These contracts are always a little bit hard to necessarily peel through. But that's been my understanding as to why you put that there versus putting it, let's say, and giving him just the full bonus money off the rip. In which case, then when you make the trade, all of that would hit at that time. Barry Templin says, I'm ready to see what Pete Carroll does with his next coaching job. Me too, Barry. I like the landing spot for him in Chicago. A person, DK was arguing with Mike. Was he? Yeesh. Ryan says it would be nice to see Pete get another championship. Still a good coach. Just got to be able to adjust where you got it rough a little bit with him, but still potentially there. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Garth says DK needs to be traded to the WWE. He's just a physical specimen with attitude. I'll take cap relief from Vince. Maybe that's eventually where DK will go, is WWE when it's all said and done. But yep, definitely a hyper-talented guy, man, DK, and he's got a lot of ability on top of it. Have the Seahawks maximized that at all times? No, they haven't. Have they gotten all of that out of it that they could have? No, they haven't. Has there been sometimes a little lack of the full growth in his game at times? A little bit there too. Yeah. But thank you, Garth. Appreciate the double dip donation, brother. Kieran says, I think we have a I think we have a contender defense minus a piece or two. The offense is obviously a different story and handicapped by the line, as we both talked about, but that doesn't mean I assume. All right. But that doesn't mean I assume nothing can be done about the line or move some pieces and money around to get some hogs to make this efficient offense again. And that can happen in one off season. Likely no, can yes. So again, here, I think this speaks to a bit of the, what's at the nature here on this, Kieran, because I've now asked you 3 separate times and you will not answer the question. You keep kind of prefabbing it up a little bit and you keep trying to kind of change. You're answering to a question I'm not asking. I acknowledged you and I gave you ground back to say, is there a way to build this team to a contender state? Yeah. But I asked you about the team. I didn't ask you about the offense or the defense. I asked you about the team. And the reason that I think I'm kind of pressing you on this is not to be an asshole to you, but to say, this is what the team has to ask itself this offseason. It doesn't get to say, well, yeah, we can if we, but maybe. It has to look itself in the mirror. John's got to wake up and look himself in the mirror and say, this team's ready to go in 2025 based on these next moves I'm going to make this offseason. It's not a, well, I kind of hope it maybe will, but sort of if it does, but if not, that's not going to work, Kieran. And the fact I've asked you 3 times and you're not giving me the answer to the question is kind of telling to me on this a little bit. So I guess I'll ask it to you a 4th time. You're John Schneider. You're the general manager. You don't get to parse it. You don't go do, I kind of like the defense, but yeah, the offense. But if we do this on the offense, you've got to make a decision about how aggressive you are to take care of that offense. And if you're talking about getting it to a contender, you're going to be having to be probably pretty hyper aggressive, Kieran. You're going to have to probably make some pretty major moves to make that happen. You're going to have to rob from the 2026 and 2027 cap space to make that happen. Because whether or not you think this can happen or not in one offseason, Kieran, you've got $3 million of functional cap space. You're going to have to cut a plethora of guys. You're not going to still have a lot of money to go out there and make a lot of action happen. So that means if you want to make a lot of action happen, you're going to have to pull from 26 and 27 to make that happen. We come back around to, you've got to be sure about that decision for 2025. If you're going to confidently look at me and say, yeah, Brandon, I think we can, then you be very damn confident because you're going to have to pull that space off from that future area. It's not just a decision that's just a year-by-year decision here, Kieran. This is a year about pulling from commitment on future years, putting new players onto cap contracts that you might have a little bit of diciness with, all in the name of knowing that you can be ready to go in 2025. Otherwise, you risk holding yourself in this purgatory state that you have been for many years coming into this season, where you constantly trick yourself into thinking that you're a little bit better than you actually are. And so we'll see if, I'm sure we'll get an answer from you on this, but it's got to be an answer one way or another. It's not but it could. You're general manager and you've got to make that decision. And that's why we're talking about this in this way tonight. That's why I'm approaching this in this way tonight, because it's not a decision where you just get to go lightly on. It's a decision where there's a fork in the road and you got the left or you got the right. There's no middle path. It's the left or the right. Which are you taking? You contending in 25 or you're not. And if you're doing in 25, you're going to have to be hyper aggressive to get it done. There's no sort of just, with $3 million of cap space, you just sort of kind of, doggy paddle your way through the off season and hope that the natural development occurs in the young guys and you get there. You're going to have to make some major moves. King says, I've looked back through the last few drafts and the only lineman that they had a shot at taking was Cam Jurgens over K9. Yeah, it's also about, it's not just about where you're picking at the guys that are picked behind at the offensive line on that spot. I mean, you could have also had, who's the center that the Rams got from Arkansas this year, who's played pretty good center for them. You had an opportunity at him as well. Some of this also comes down to the fact that you can package picks and move up and go get a player. So the Seattle Seahawks wanted to go up and get Cooper Beebe last year. They liked Cooper Beebe in the 2nd round. They didn't want to give up the draft capital it was going to take to move up in the 2nd round. And part of not getting the offensive line in place here recently has been that you've been not willing to pay the price. That you want to go kind of cheap on the position, as evidenced by the fact that you have one of the cheapest offensive lines in the NFL. And as John has said, they're overrated and overdrafted, and he doesn't want to overdraft them. But That's part of why you've not got this line right, is that you haven't been willing to make those big decisions to move up in the draft to get guys. Target a guy a couple of years ago like a Steve Avila that the Rams got. You know, you knew what kind of safeguard he was going to be at the next level. Could have targeted him. Don't value guards. Aren't willing to make those kind of trades. Don't want to give up the extra capital to get up there. Would rather value your picks and take another safety and another edge or another running back. King Bomber says there wasn't a single interior offensive lineman in 2023 that has seemed to pan out that you could blame JSN for messing on. And don't bring up pre-2022. The O-line was bad, yes, but the league didn't require a dominant O-line to be great, good to great. Yeah, I think the offensive line's been an issue for many years over King Bomber. I think I'm very valid in bringing up the 2022 situation, because what's happened over the past 10 years, and a point that I illustrated in a video I dropped about a month ago that had neglect in the title, is that John Schneider's approach to the offensive line has been remarkably consistent over the last 10-year period. He drafts bare minimum. He doesn't want to spend money. He's not going to make trades, absent the Dwayne Brown trade, which was a smashing success, but he's never gone back to that well once again since making that trade. And it's been calling for this for a great deal of time, but you were so busy paying Russ at the top of the market and so busy continually refurbishing the Legion of Boom and them trying to get that rotated back in, that you didn't have any assets left over for the line, so you decided to go hella cheap on the line. And you paid the price for doing so, and you didn't max out Russ's prime in doing so. But even prior to 2022, if you built a good offensive line, that was a good way to go about it. That wasn't a bad thing to do, or that wasn't of a valuable thing. This team determined and made a determination at that time that it wasn't valuable to them, but that didn't mean that there wasn't other teams in this league that were finding value within that approach. It's been a pretty tried and true approach to me, King Bomber, for decades back on this one, over a variety of different eras in football. But the approach to the offensive line has been about the same the past 10 years. And I say about 10 years because it's given you plenty of time to correct your way on this. Martin says the main concern I'd have with trading for Joe Burrow is his injury record, but he would be a serious upgrade at quarterback over Geno. No move will be without risk, and that would be the part of the one that does have a share of risk in that deal. You're right. Eduardo says Cross is top 5 in pressures allowed in the league. He's far from elite. Fant was also injury prone. Do you think any of Cross's leading the league in pressures might have to do with O'Dwyer, being that is a little bit of a stat that can get juiced up if you happen to have a passing attack that's going to lead the league in passing attempts or be close to leading the league in passing attempts? Might be a little bit of what's an extension of that O'Dwyer. To agree? I think Cross has played a pretty fine season overall to the eye test to me. Pressures or not, as far as total pressure rate. He's looked good to me. I don't think he's perfect. I don't think he's dominant. But is he the Laramie Tunsil-like left tackle we thought we were drafting with the number 10 overall pick? Yep. He's going to round out to be just about that. And King Bomber, I'd push back on the no O-line trade moves to be made. I really would push back on this. You have a general manager that's told you about where he values offensive linemen. The one trade you made on this, King Bomber, with Dwayne Brown for a second and third round pick was a smashing success. And that was a trade where Quite specifically, you had to give up extra draft capital in order to make that trade happen. It was supposed to be for a second-round pick in Jeremy Lane. Jeremy Lane failed his physical. The Texans, really what they did is they had second thoughts about what they had traded Dwayne Brown for, where they're like, damn, we should have gotten more for this guy. So they come back to Seattle and are like, oh, yeah, we failed the physical on Jeremy Lane. We want an extra third-round pick in addition to the second rounder. And we gave it up. We kowtowed to them, even though they pulled that jacked-up move. And it was a smashing success. But John Schneider has not shown you that he values offensive linemen for 10 years here, is building a strong offensive line for 10 years. He's shown you by investment. He's shown you by how much money he puts into the position. We're spending as little as anybody in the entire sport, King Bomber. He doesn't trade up in the draft to go get linemen. Never has done at any point in time, right? He's traded up for wide receivers in drafts in second rounds. He's traded up for defensive tackles in second rounds. Can you remember him ever trading up for offensive linemen? I'm kind of surprised on you taking this outlook of this take of it. This has been 10 years of neglect for this positional group. This has been a broken process in regards to your offensive line for many a year, and it's been a pretty certain process over and over again. When it comes to making trades for offensive linemen, and I brought this up to EJ Snyder a couple days ago with Bootleg, and I think he said there's some credence to this. Because he brought up and he goes, look, just like you did. Well, we don't see offensive line trades. And I go, is it that you don't see offensive line trades because there's not guys available, or is it because teams just won't be willing to pay the price? And I have a real good mind to believe that with Schneider, I don't want to pay the price. I don't want to give up that extra third rounder like I did in 17 for Dwayne Brown. I just want it to be the second rounder. I want that third still that I still retain. I don't want the move the extra third rounder up in a second rounder to go get Cooper Beebe up in the second round. That's too much. I don't want to go up that far. You got to make these moves, though, at this point. He doesn't like it. I don't like it either. But the price is the cost. And he doesn't want to pay it. And hasn't wanted to pay it here, King Bomber, for a good 10 years. Jam Hutchinson, thank you for the $5 donation. Do you think if the team under a second year with Grubb and two decent inside offensive linemen, they will be a contender? No, Sam, I don't have an outlook right now if I'm making a prediction, and it's what you're asking, of course, here, where I don't get to be on the fence and I got to make that prediction on this one way or the other. I don't see a team that's ready to be a contender in 2025. By 2026, maybe by that point. I don't have a tremendous amount of confidence in Grubb. I think he certainly would be improved by having a better offensive line, and he has been held back by the offensive line this year. There's no doubt about that. There's been parts of Grubb's game that I think, though, extend outside of the offensive line as far as being problematic. Lack of commitment to the running game, the heavy amount of predilection to the 7-step drops, and trying to go away from some of the short passing concepts that are supposed to be inherently a part of this offense at the heart of what this offense runs off of. Walking away at times from things that work. I'm still hopeful for Grubb. If they want to roll with him again, I'm okay with it, but I don't have a lot of confidence in him coming forward in a major way next year with a couple of decent offensive linemen. Can't hurt. They might be able to do it, but if I'm making a prediction about where I'd stand on it and what I think is going to go down, I just can't see it, Sam, going that way. I do think that the team's just got a lot of work still left to be done to get to a contender state. Those teams that are contenders right now, they're humming, they're rolling. They've got everything set up and they're good, and they've been good for a good amount of time now. We still feel like we're kind of nibbling on the edges a bit here. Garth Knight with another $10 donation. I thank you for that, Garth. Very kind of you, brother. Says, it's crazy to think that there are 32 cities in the U.S. that have football teams strangled by a salary cap. Let me reread that one. Holy crap. We're definitely winding down here, folks. I promise you on that. It's crazy to think that there are 32 cities in the U.S. that have football teams strangled by a salary cap going out every week to win. It makes me realize, regardless of parity, supreme talent reigns. Makes me realize the parity, supreme talent reigns. Yeah, it does. It's a sport that is about that parity and that teams are very close together, and any given Sunday, an NFL team can go out there and win. That part is absolutely true, that it is that close. But there's a reason that there are those teams that separate, and that they make smart personnel decisions, that they've constructed the team smartly, that they spend their money right. They aren't doing just one thing good. They aren't just drafting well. They're doing a variety of things well to get to where they're going. It's a smart, applicable approach that they're applying most of the time. And that's not then happening by happenstance or luck. That's not those organizations counting on anomalous situations or a great miracle to occur on Christmas. That's them driving that intelligently to make that happen, Garth. And that's what I'm really advocating for at the heart of this team and what this team should do going into the future. Is that the approach should be not on a wish I may, wish I might, but actually based on something truly tangible of what I know to be where this team's going. And we can count on this to happen because we've taken care of A, B, C, D, E in our process in the background. And that's an intelligent process all the way down. It doesn't guarantee success, but it takes us a lot closer to the guarantee than just the roll of the dice kind of luck side of the situation and rolling it that way, Garth, you know. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. And Garth, thank you for all of your support tonight. Says Grubb's offense reminds me of a round hole square peg. It's a good way of putting it. I've called it at times a bit of a counterintuitive offense. It doesn't always lean into all of its players' strengths. It always doesn't seem to have a very certain philosophy by how it operates and what it's looking to do against a given opponents. It doesn't seem to have a lot of change by opponent that we're going to attack this opponent's weakness because that's where they're weak and this opponent's weak over here. So we're going to attack over here next week. It seems to be a bit randomized and, kind of disjointed, but round hole square peg works too, Jeffrey. That certainly is an applicable way of describing it. Absolutely. Frustrating, I think, beyond that. JS coming in with a $5 donation. Says 4 a.m. still streaming, still going, man. We're rolling here. Says, was that game disturbing? I got to say, though, going back to the list of offensive line mocked to the Hawks and we passed on isn't pretty. No, it's not pretty. It's not pretty indeed. And we've had our share of guys through the years that you've definitely passed on and could have had a chance at. And you've taken your different approaches with it. It's been the process that has been as far as the offensive line goes. You know, it's been, they've taken their approach with it. It's just, it hasn't quite worked out. And it is what it is a little bit there, JS, you know, on that side of it. Yeah, it's hard. You certainly don't apologize for a win. You don't feel bad about a win. It feels good to just find a way one way or the other to come out of this with this dub. There's no underselling that part of this from a Seattle Seahawks standpoint and the outlook of this game. At the same point in time, that was a really rough game to get through at times. That was a really tough football game to watch at times. Really great to see the defensive performance stand up, but that's also not the greatest of tests from an offense. You got Jay Curran out there at left guard for that Bears team. I mean, that's a offense that you should be able to get after there in that situation. You're well suited to give Caleb Williams a lot of problems as a rookie quarterback trying to find his way. So yeah, disturbing is a good word to apply to it, JS. I think it is. And when it comes to offensive linemen through the league and dealing with this and learning the lessons and learning it much more earlier on, Seattle's had a lot of time for John to figure this one out. But instead, we've got the quotes from last year: the linemen are overdrafted and overpaid. And I know that's a quote that gets a lot of run, but it's a quote that gives you a little bit of a view into the window of his soul as it pertains to offensive linemen in this day and age. And it makes you wonder a little bit about whether or not he's got a proper evaluation on the position and how it affects the rest of the team, how it affects the rest of the key positions on offense. It seems like there's a little bit of a blind spot on this one, but we're going to learn on this one this offseason, JS, in that way. We're going to figure out very clearly of where he stands with that. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brandon, did you ever get that Chad Brown and Joey Galloway cards I attempted to send you? Amazon has been unreliable in this market from my experience. So I put it up, Garth, and then I realized when I put it up that that the one is off a little bit. So this right here is the Joey one. Say what, Garth? Because what happened is, Garth, when I put the dishes do not stay tied. Come on, kitty, stop. How about we lay down? All right, we gotta start wrapping this up, guys. I'm getting tired. 7 hours in on this. I didn't get the Chad Brown one, Garth, so I don't know what happens there. I'm sorry. I'll try to move this I'll try to move this card here. If you can see where I'm pointing right here, Garth, I didn't realize it when I put it up that the microphone blocked it. Which the stupid big ass microphone, which it gets right in the front of the shot. So it's right in front of your Joey Galloway card right now. So I need to find a little bit of a different. I'm kind of trying to figure out, Garth, and I'm sort of holding off until the off season is. I've got to get the backside kind of really fully refigured out back here, and so I want to get down. I think I want to take down the flag, and I just want to readjust some things on the backside. But the Joey Galloway card is up. I did not get necessarily the Chad Brown card, so that one I did not receive, but I did get the Joey Galloway, and we got that one right, bam, up there. I'll try to move it out into more of a viewable spot where it's not covered by the microphone. Didn't realize it was going to be locking up on that one, but thank you for sending that. I really appreciate you for that. Sorry that the brown one didn't come. I didn't see it come down the line. I know my buddy's got one in Washington. I'm trying to get him to send me, but he's always running around 24/7 and never has time to just send me that print that you sent me. So I do still have the print back in Washington that I'm going to get to that I know you sent. I appreciate that, man. And I'll try to get the cards moved around. One of those things, I just got to wait for the off season to kind of get everything figured out in the backdrop, because it's kind of a mess right now. It's filled up a lot, and I want to get a little more clarity and make it look a little bit better and not have stuff get covered up by the microphone here, Garth. But thank you for sending me that Joey card. It's a cool signed card, man. Kind of dig it. So check it out, folks. A little Joey Galloway signed action there. Not too shabby, huh? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you, Garth. Got to adjust it, man. Got to adjust it. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $10 donation. Martin, appreciate you for that. Is John Schneider under real pressure this offseason to get hits in free agency in the draft? Could his job be on the line? I definitely think that John Schneider is under pressure, Martin. I think that there's definitely a little bit of, I don't know if it's a hot seat. I don't know if he's close to being fired. My inclination on this, Martin, is that if you had John, who's on a hot seat, if 1 year after hiring a new coach, and that coach gets you to 9 wins in his first year as a head coach, and you then are going to put that general manager on the hot seat, Martin, I think that that would be an example of an ownership group that wasn't operating with a lot of intelligence. If John is going to be on the hot seat a mere year later with a 9-win season, then he should have been on the hot seat with Coach Carroll, and you should have just moved him with Coach Carroll at that point. That's the move to be made. Doing it a year after you just moved off of Coach Carroll is going to then lead to you picking up a new general manager. A new general manager, Martin, is then going to want a new head coach. And now we're into this spinning reset button thing where every couple of years it's either a coach or a GM or a coach or a GM or a coach or a GM. And that's where you don't want to get to. That's not where good organizations get to, where you're just spinning around. So the key on this one, Martin, and I'll tell you, this is one of the most common questions, Martin, that I've gotten asked about John Schneider as this season is wind down. So it's a great question. It's one that's very much at the forefront of many 12's minds right now as to what's going on with this team, what's going on with John Schneider. Is he broken as a general manager? Is he ass as a general manager? Has he lost his touch as a general manager? Can he no longer even construct an offensive line as a general manager? These are questions at the forefront of the 12's minds, and I get it, Martin. I get where you guys are coming from on it. But the backtrack of this is that. The bottom line of this is that. If John was on the hot seat, if he was close to being fired, you had to move him last offseason. That was the time to do it. And if you sat on your hands at that point, and now you're suddenly having second thoughts from Jody Allen's standpoint, well, that's piss poor ownership, in my opinion. And I don't think the team's going to be well suited to pivot off John necessarily anytime soon if we want to try to really draw this to a point of success. There's got to be an ability for us to look at this thing, I think, Martin, and say, look, we got to be patient. That there's a heavy amount of pressure in the NFL to microwave anything. And the joke that I was making on this earlier is you got to put it in the slow roast cooker. You got to make your peace with John last year. You make with your peace with John last year. You move forward and you try to trust in him over the next couple of years, that giving McDonald that couple of years as well to build his program, to get his culture into place. So it's a valid question. It's one that's asked very often here of me on the chat, Martin, but it's one that I come back to time and time again saying you should have made it last year if this is where you were feeling this year. Had you come off a year maybe where you were 4 and whatever, and McDonald wasn't maybe the right coach, and okay, maybe there's more room for that. But not off of this season with the first-time coach, the youngest head coach in the NFL, where this looks like a success. That doesn't. No, I don't think you can go that route with it, Martin. On that, you're not alone to ask that question, but I just don't think you can. I don't think you can go that route with it. Kieran, did you not give me an answer? There we go, Kieran. There we go, Kieran. I want to get an answer from here. Here we go. Kieran says, I'd be aggressive, yes, because not trying because we want to go cheap is a pretty shitty way to operate. Well, I'm not advocating for going cheap on that, Kieran. I'm just advocating for taking the patient approach and not sacrificing tomorrow's dollars for today to be that aggressive. Just to make sure I'm being clear on my aspect of, make sure you steel man what I'm trying to say, right? Don't straw man me, but steel man me, right? Steel man where my argument really is. So I'm glad you did take the line. So I wanted you to, and you did on that. I appreciate you doing that. And I'm okay with that. But that's just what I want to make sure that we're acknowledging with that, is that if we're saying we got to be contenders in 25, then that's going to mean some hyper aggression. That's not just going to mean like a move here and a move there and you draft well and it's all going to be good. That's where it's going to, I think, require a little bit more at hand to make that happen. But I appreciate you giving me the answer on that one. I do. And I appreciate your perspective on this one, Kieran. I'm open-minded on this. I promise you I am. Jeffrey says, Pumpkin wants to know you're keeping up. She is. She's like, get to bed, you SOB. She's turned away from me now. She's pissed. Kieran, I traded and cut and re-signed probably most of the same people you would. Go find O-lineman at all costs because it's clearly the biggest need, and reevaluate on the other side of an actually improved line. Fair approach. Fair approach, Kieran. I'm totally good with it. King says, I do agree they could have gone after Avila, but I'm never going to critique a GM for not trading up. I will when you don't do it for a whole career in a given city that you've been at for 15 years. I get that it's a general rule of thumb that you don't want to do, but when you have a line group like that, King, where you've been short selling it for so very long, and then you never course correct, and you always just take that same approach. And I mean, man, the approach is the same year after year on this one. Just about. So I'm with you on a year-by-year spot of, okay, I'm not going to expect every year you got to make that move up, but when you know you have a hard time filling this position, when you know you suck at the guys you spend outside like Luke Jokels and Gabe Jacksons that you try to bring on the outside as aged-ass vets in here, well, then you got to pivot and find the one answer that does work, not keep hammering those aged vets being like, well, I know this one didn't work, but the next one will. Well, I know this one didn't work, but the next one will. Austin Blythe, okay, that didn't work, but Evan Brown will definitely work. Okay, Evan Brown didn't work, but Laken Tomlinson will definitely work. Can you see what I'm saying here, where it's just like, that's that same process. It's just, Luke Jokel becomes Gabe Jackson, who becomes, I know there's different positions a little bit, but it's like that money allocation basically goes to that kind of guy. And that's where I would go on that, to say that's where I think there is a fairness to say, no, you can move up there. No, you can be at one point or another aggressive there when you have created an offensive line unit that over the last 10 years, you've got many years you're at the back end as a group, as an overall ranking, as an overall rating. Beyond all the other things that you got on top of this, man, which is, like I said, you've not signed one major contract in free agency since going back to Robert Gallery. King. Robert Gallery in 2011, 2010 was the last major free agent contract for an offensive lineman that you've signed. Dwayne Brown is the only major offensive lineman that you've traded for in that 14 years. That feels like bare minimum for the position to me. That feels like a GM that's got a blind spot to the offensive line and could have done more, but chose not to. Not that kind of is being presented that he got caught by factors at hand and, oh, what am I going to do? Garth, thank you for another $10 donation, brother. Brando, don't worry about the placement of the cards. I just wanted to make sure you got them. Hopefully your buddy up north has the Chad Brown card. By the way, Chad Brown is a fun listen when you interview him. I'd like to have Chad back on. I think the next thing I'd like to do with Chad is kind of go over some plays in his career. So I've been trying to collect some plays for eventually doing that interview with him, Garth. Something I do want to really do for the channel. I love chopping it up with Chad. And such a great player, but a real fun interview. I'm glad that it's a good interview to listen to as well. And it's not just me having a geeked out fun time being able to chop it up with him. But I think that might be the Chad Brown one, Garth. I know he's holding it for me on the side, and I'm probably going to end up back up there in Spokane to go visit the dad, and I'll go visit him if he doesn't want to send it down to me inside that time. So we'll get it up. But I just want to get the backdrop re-engineered. I think the flag has got to be moved off. I got to move the light around around the flag and change the program location, move the Richard Sherman Madden cover, go find me the Alexander Madden cover this offseason so I can pair it with that, right? And I just want to get it all looking a little more clear, a little more cleaner, you know. But I appreciate you sending it to me. And we've got a nice little stack back there that we've built up. Those are mainly from you too. So appreciate you, bro, for helping my backdrop get a little more filled out, a little more better, a little more swaggy, Garth, a little more swaggy. But the Chad Brown one, I'm gonna get some of those plays set up this offseason. When I interview him this offseason, if I can pull him in, it's going to be to show him and walk through some of his plays and what he did and what his thinking process was on those plays. And yeah, I think we're going to do something like that. That'd be the plan. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation, Jeffrey. Jets sitting there like spin the general manager, head coach, quarterback wheel. Exactly. You get stuck in that lane of things, and you can get stuck. As I say, I talk about the Hawks team, and I say the worst place you can be is not a bad team. The worst place you can be is not a 2-3 win team. The worst place you can be is purgatory in the NFL. Because when you get in purgatory, you are neither great nor you are bad. You're never really good enough to get a high pick. You're always spending just enough money to tap out your cap. You're never quite in that position to really go hog wild fully in a way that you'd like to, as you're always kind of caught in the middle. And it's not a good place to be in. But you got to also be careful with these hires. And if you have a general manager just hired a coach and then you fire that general manager, the new general manager comes in there, Jeffrey, and what's he going to want to do? He's going to want to hire his own head coach. Because if McDonald then goes and fails over the next corresponding couple of years, that general manager doesn't want to take the heat for somebody else's hire. He'd rather hire his guy, his connection. Likewise, when it is successful, if McDonald is then successful, I point to this often, does that general manager look at that and go, well, I get to help to take credit for that? Or is it, wow, that former general manager really gets to have some of the credit for that because he was the guy that brought that hire in here. He's the guy that constructed some of this team. Some of this is the ego that drives this, but it's the nature of the beast here too. And yeah, you don't want to be on that wheel, Jeffrey. It's a brutal wheel to be on, and it's one of the reasons the Jets find themselves there in perpetuity. Is that this is what bad organizations do, is they just keep thinking, let's go to the next quick analyst, let's go to the next quick guy. This next quick guy will be the magical man, rather than what's the slow, right process to build this right and to get this right. And even then, like I said, there's no guarantees, but get yourself closer on it than further away. I like your approach, Kieran. Going with the offensive line, by the way, man. I like your approach. O'Dwyer says, that's a good point, Brandon. That pass-run ratio kind of skews our O-line for pressures. It does. I think Geno, if he's not going to lead the league in attempts this year, is going to be very close to leading the league in attempts. And that's, like you say, you have no running game to go back off. You got defenses that are pinning their ears back. You got a high volume of attempts. Probably going to lead to a little bit of a higher pressure rate for every individual player along that line. And I will say with him, he's a dominant player. I wouldn't say he's a top 3 left tackle at the sport, but is he a top 6, top 7 left tackle at the sport? I think he's that. I think he's probably that at least. Kieran says there are backups and practice squad players playing right now across the league who are kicking ass, and our backups and practice squad players can't block a breeze. Lineman, that is. If you have the money, there are trades all over the place to be made for quality offensive linemen. Agreed. I think it's money, but it's also carrying that willing to give up that extra capital too, that draft capital to make it happen, to really sway those teams over to make the move happen. And I think most teams want to, get by with that one pick rather than that extra kicker pick that it would take to make that happen. Darren says the defense is rounding into shape, but the offense has an Achilles heel. It does. It does. Hopefully that doesn't serve as the overriding part to hold this team back from contention into the future, Duran. Duran says, if John Schneider isn't looking around for free agent linemen, he should be looking at that thing like a 15-year-old used to look at the underwear catalog for Bon Marché. You know what I'm saying? That's how John should be looking at the free agents this offseason, you know? I know that's kind of an old reference for you kids with the online stuff now, but take my word for it. It used to be huge for young men. King Bomber, you look at all these top O lines, a majority of them aren't from making huge trades. They're all built from the draft and free agency. True. Yeah, King. Even if John Schneider isn't aggressive on giving up capital to make a trade, someone has to, right? Seattle's going to pay Cross even if he's in the top 5 because O linemen are scarce and hard to come by. Yes. I do believe that there's a trade out there to be had. I think that the place it comes to is a little bit like Kieran says, money-wise is a bit of a factor here, but also the second part is that you just, I think, come back to teams don't want to give up that extra pick. And that offensive line is both highly valued in the NFL and both devalued in the NFL. It's both high priority and low priority. And I think when it comes to the trades, the reason that you see a wide receiver trades happen all over the place all the time, but then you see so few lineman trades happen, even though there's 5 linemen on the field and there's really only by and large 2 to 3 receivers on the field at any one time, is I just don't think that valuation has gone up in the proper way for those guys that are really good, for those guys that are worthy of it. I'm not talking about difference makers here. I'm talking like a little bit better than average kind of players. That there's just not those teams that make the aggressive moves as needed. I think that's part of why I think there's a market opportunity here. And I think you agree with me on this, King Bomber, to go and look to make this kind of move. Blow somebody out of the water with an offer. It's what you did with the Texans. The trade with the Texans, giving up that extra 3rd rounder, might think like, oh yeah, it's 2nd, 3rd rounder, whatever. There's a lot of hand-wringing within the Seahawks fan base about giving up that extra 3rd rounder and not being able to just offload a Jeremy Lane on that trade. A lot of hand-wringing. This guy's 33 years old and a 2nd and 3rd round pick, 33. But you blew him out of the water, right? With that offer, basically. And that's what I think it'd take to make it happen again. Ryan Farmwald, are we done with Schneider? If by this time next year we still have a bottom barrel O line? I'm being an advocate for Schneider and for giving a lot of time and patience to this situation, Ryan. I think my one no-go area, though, I do have a no-go area on this one. And my one no-go area is if John decides to ignore the offensive line or take the exact same approach to this offensive line that he has in prior years. I'm going to make one semi-high pick in the draft. I'll pick one guy around the back end of the draft, and then I'll sign some old-ass free agent whose knees being held together by bubble gum and rubber bands. Well, I'm not going to be able to give him a lot of room on that. I really won't, Ryan, at that point. And that's even before the team has played at that point. That's not, well, let me see the line play and let me just see if the second year returns a Christian Haynes. And no, because like I've said, this has been a problem that's been consistently going on for 10 years where the approach has been by and large the same every year for a 10-year point. Can you find a year where you might have taken a 1st round and a 3rd round like Lucas that one draft? Sure. But was that also a year where you went out and spent a lot of money on free agent offensive linemen, or did you do the aged vet on his last legs thing? Oh, you did the aged vet on his last legs thing. That was the approach. So that would be a spot that I would start to find myself, Ryan, going, John's just got a dead spot here that he's never going to figure out, that he's never going to learn. That he is not adjusted to the new modern day prices. He's that old guy being, fridges used to cost me $229. I'm going to spend $1,000 for a fridge. I ain't paying that amount on a fridge. They only used to cost $300. They last you 30 years. One of those kind of guys that does one of those moves. These prices are ridiculous. Ridiculous as they may be. They're the reality of the situation. The cost is the cost. Walk in a department store and go, these inflated prices. I'm not paying this. You need clothes. You need an offensive lineman. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, see if you can get your German fan to send some weird German Seahawks stuff for the background. His beast mode flag is classic. It is pretty classic. German designed, Garth. German designed. And I might have to have him. I'm thinking Garth, I'm going to steal Jesse's idea. I might just go neon sign on the backdrop. I was thinking about doing a little bit of a slight logo redesign, toughen up the bird a little bit, and then do a little neon blaster on the backside. Yeah, no flag, neon blaster, cards up around the corners a little bit. Something like that, you know? I think that'd be pretty hot. But maybe I'll send him send the flag his way just to freak him out, Garth. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, brother. He says, you're a madman. Streaming is your crack. It is my crack, man. I can't quit you. I wish I could quit you. I'm loving the conversation tonight, guys. These are the things that I live for doing this channel, is these kind of discussions, man. I love this stuff. Love it. We are going to wrap it up, though. I'm definitely getting down to the end, and it's getting almost 5 in the damn morning. You guys are crazy sticking with me. You guys are crazy. Save the Geese says, dang, still going at 4 in the morning. King says there's going to be a lot of guys available. I think John Snyder will move on one of them. Trey Daniels, James Daniels, Trey Smith, James Daniels. Trey Smith would be great, man. I love it. Duran says that head official. He was risky, incoherent in what he was supposed to announce. Duran said we may need to find that Sam Darnold equivalent of an offensive lineman. That said, don't settle for just one that you can think can make a comeback type player. Yeah, that's where you hamper the position and hit it hard from a variety of different areas if you can. A. Joss says I think the ref was caused on the fumble because the whistle was for forward progress, but then they decided afterwards that it was actually a fumble, but the whistle maybe the play dead. Yeah, I guess he probably called the whistle probably called the play dead after the fumble there. That was a whole weird sequence it was very weird in the game. I was trying to figure out what's going on here. Cameron says, as bad as the Bears are this year, once they get a good coach, that'll be a good team. Caleb Williams will be elite. I think Caleb Williams could be a good quarterback in this sport. Give him some time. I think he can develop. Megan says, I just took my sleeping pill tablet B. I knew I wasn't going to go to bed anytime soon as it was almost midnight. Let's go. Hey, Joss says we could just let Mike Mack decide the new general manager. There we go. There's a creative solution, Joss, to a tough problem if you had to encounter in that way. Let him hire it, man. There we go. There we go. I like it. I like it, man. D-Nugget, this is live. We are going to wrap it up here, but this is live. I know I've said I've wrapped it up a couple times, but we're definitely going to roll. Orion says, you're the real MVP, B. Went to sleep after the game. It's now almost 8 a.m. here in Maryland, and you're still on. Laughing out loud. Hey, man, I salute you too, brother. Appreciate you coming back on the fray, man. I just knew you were going to be back up soon enough, you know? Cash Money Killer, we should just sign Trey Smith in free agency. Do it. Do it. I will celebrate the move. I will applaud it standing on my desk, and I will take my shirt off. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Brando, broke back streamer. There we go. Oh, there we go. TJ, you're still live? Oh, Dwyer, thank you for the $20 donation. Oh, Dwyer, you're the man. Appreciate you as well as a member of the channel. Sanchez, Garth, you all as well as being members of the channel. I really appreciate all that support. You guys are unbelievable here on this channel. Unbelievable. It says, for the hardest working Seahawks streamer. Well, thank you, Dwyer. I promise you, man, this is an easy day at the office for me, man. This is me getting to do a dream. I still have to pinch myself getting up to do this every day on this channel and be like, do I really get to do this? I really just, I don't have a job that I get to just hit this live button and BS with people about football and make some jokes and laugh and have some fun and watch some good football, or in this case, some not so good football tonight. It's a position where I as I've told you guys many times over, and I know some of you guys are getting to experience this in life, and some of others are still in the pursuit of this, but it is a truth of life, in that you find something that you love, you're never going to work another day in your life. I work a ton of hours of this job, but I don't actually work. I'm doing a job, but it's fun stuff. It's stuff I enjoy doing. And I really enjoy your guys' company on this as well. If I didn't enjoy your guys' company, I wouldn't make it past a couple hours at most. But I love the conversation. I love that you guys got your thinking caps on, whether it's 12 at night or 4 in the morning, and you're thinking deeply about this team, and there's no doubt about it. All of you care. The bottom of your heart about this team in the same way I do. And that invigorates me. That gets me juiced, man. That gives me the juice, you know? It's like Al Pacino in Heat. Keeps me on the edge. Where I gotta be. Sharp. What's up, TJ? It's good to see you in the house, man. And O'Dwyer, you were awesome for the $20 donation. I really appreciate you for that. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 dono. Here's an idea. When you do the Children's Hospital stream, auction off the stuff in the background. Well, I want to keep a lot of the stuff, you know. So maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll do the flag at that point if I've got the deal going. If I've got the thingamapoozla, the neon lights going there, Garth. It's a good suggestion. I'm going to keep most of the stuff though. I'm just going to re-engineer. It's really only the flag and the lighting, this light right here that'll go out, I think. And then I'll just do the neon, and then the rest of the stuff will probably stay in just a different place. Try to clean it up a little bit, you know, make it look a little more, less messy. Looks a little bit like a collage behind me a bit right now, you know, a little more structure. As you guys know with me, Garth, it's all over the place a little bit. I have a hard time with structure, if you don't know. Dude Moose says, I've heard this. It's looped. Just got to watch me. It's like the movie Speed, where he's watching Speed and he realizes that they've dumped a fake feed where it's looped. You know, you just watch my hand when I do that weird move that when it gets looped, you know, where it's like, and that's why. CJ says, Brandon, do you have any poll rooting for Russ in the playoffs? Yeah, I've got a lot of hope for Russ to do well in the playoffs. If Russ had a deep playoff run, if Russ found a lot of playoff success, he's a guy that's right on that line of getting himself to being a Hall of Famer and pushing through finding a successful year here in Pittsburgh. Could it be enough if he can finish it off in the right way to push him over the top and get him over there, not to mention potentially extending his career. I've got no ill will towards Russ. I definitely honor him for his time here, best quarterback in Seahawks history. So if he can go find success, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. It's been a great story this year, seeing him be able to find at least some marginal success with the Steelers and be able to, you know, re-find a place that's embraced him a bit there in Pittsburgh as they have. Richard said, I went to sleep and woke up. It's 8 a.m. over here. Let's go. Let's go. JL says, Mike Mack should just reverse engineer his genius and do it himself. Just make him the GM. Hey, there we go. We don't even have to hire anybody then, man. King also says, also don't forget Mike wanted this job because of Schneider. I think there's been some bad luck the last few years with the O-line. Don't be surprised if that changes this offseason. Love the positivity, King. Let's go, man. I love it. Well said on your part. Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good connection there on that. Sanchez says, I'm tired of hearing Gino say, it starts with me after 3 years, be better. Yeah, I like him taking responsibility, but would like to have seen it a little bit more on the field at times in that responsibility, especially when you have 2 yards to go get a first down and you decide not to scramble and go get those yards. TJ says, I liked how this offense started out, but oh God, this red zone is horrible. 20 straight games without a scoring touchdown on the first drive. Yikes. That's brutal. And yeah, it was a nice opening drive, TJ. Good balance. It seemed like you had the Bears really off balance with, you know, you're going to a run, they're thinking pass. You go to a pass, they're thinking run. Felt like you really caught him off guard in that way, but you just couldn't kind of keep it sustained throughout the course of the game. It all kind of went out the door after that first drive. Or it felt that way at least a bit. Grandizer, Brando is leaving the dream. Talk hard, Brando. Like happy Harry Hard-On in the movie Pump Up the Volume. That's right. I am Christian Slater, man. What's up tonight, man? Doing my Nicholson. But I am living the dream. I really, truly am. This is a deal where I make plenty of money, or I don't have to go necessarily 7.5 hours. I made to do what we do. As in, from a financial reason, I love the donations. You guys are amazing on your support. That's all there for sure. But it is truly the love of what I get to do in doing this. I love talking this team. I love football. I love talking this sport, like talking all the potentialities of what the team could do. I always come out of this better educated than I walk into it. Yeah. Hey, Joss, and that's a beautiful opening drive, was closer to ending with a pick than a touchdown. Jeez. Yeah, even the beautiful opening drive had as I say, everything with this team that's good's got that little bit of that shade of darkness on the backside of it. You know, whenever I look at the light, you turn around, there's a little bit of dark on the back end, player by player, coach by coach, and the parts and pieces of the team, or even drive by drive, wonderful drive, masterfully up the field, great call by Grubb, well executed, and then then Gino throws it right to the linebacker. Megan's the Hawks Nest. Tell me you have not gotten rid of the Jim Zorn card, and you haven't. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Another guy that's part of my readjustment here, Megan, because I've got the kitty tree a little bit in front of it, but still back there. He's still hanging with Steve. You see him right there. So they're still hanging in the background there, Meg. But I do need to do a readjustment. Just get a little more clarity here with the picture on the backdrop. I might move the camera a little more forward too. A little more space on the backside. Kind of turn over a couple concepts. Grandizer, I mean, if this were the 70s, 80s, or 90s, Brando would be doing this AM radio. Oh, yes. For us older fans who lived in AM sports radio. Only thing here, we can't call in. Yeah, I wish I could do some more of the call-in stuff on the general channel side. It's tough to do those, though. You got to risk a little bit to do it. If somebody gets a little bit trolly and tries to do something out of pocket. But that's where I would have been. And as you guys may or may not know, I come from these roots. My father was a radio morning DJ in southeast Idaho. And he was the lead dog at that time down in southeast Idaho for a good many year run down there. So it's in my roots. It's in my DNA. I'm built for this. And I love it. V-Ray, thank you for the $5 donation, V-Ray. Good to see you in the house, brother. Really good to see you in the house, man. Got all my brothers in the house tonight. We got Sanchez. We got Garth in the house. Shoot. Got TJ jumping in here early in the house. All of the old school folks in here. All the new school folks in here. Grandizer. J.O. Let's go. Let's go. V-Ray says, wait a minute. I just woke up to go to the gym and you're still streaming, bro? You're a legend in my book. Go Hawks. Oh, thank you, man. I swear to you guys, I promise you it sounds like bullshit, but I'm not BSing you. I blink my eyes and 5, 6, 7 hours go by in a heartbeat. I'm like, oh, let's hit live. And I feel like I have like 3 or 4 conversations. And then I look back up at the clock and it says 7 hours and 37 minutes on the clock. I'm like, oh, whoa, what just happened? It's like what happens to people when they encounter a UFO and they're like, I walked out my door in the morning and I saw this thing hovering over my head. And then suddenly I heard my wife's voice and said, have you been standing there all day? And it's dusk. I don't know what happened. It's pretty much like that, V-Ray. You know what I mean? So it's wild, man. But that's why I say I love what I do. I think that as much as knowing I love this so much and that it goes that fast in just the blink of the eye and you're like, oh, whoa. Okay, we're all finished up. Here we go. But thank you, V-Ray. I appreciate that donation and member of the channel as well. Very kind of you. We're going to be wrapping it up here. I'm definitely hitting the end gas point on this. But it's been a great night. JL says, Pop quiz hot shot. What could a trade package of DK and K9 bring us back? I think K9's value is pretty low at this point. In DK's case, I think he will pull you a first-round pick. I don't know if he pulls you much more than a first-round pick. Let's call it collectively a first and a third and maybe a fourth. You know, maybe something like that as a combo deal. But K9's coming off a little bit of a disappointing season at this point. Not bad, just not at his highest value. King Bomber says, trust Brando. John Schneider's in the chat. He's reading my messages and telling everyone I'm absolutely correct. And he's going to go out and sign Trey Smith. Ain't a Seahawks fan alive that would be mad at that, King. You want to make Trey Smith the second $20 million a year guard in the NFL? That there's only been 2 of them and you signed the second one of them? Fine. Everybody goes, hey, let's go. You're not going to have a single 12 that's going to get upset or cry tears or shout and scream or pound their fists. Let's roll. That's what they'll say. Let's go. Goon Moose's opening drive was 2-yard pass, then 60 yards of run that couldn't be stopped. We get to the red zone and pass unsuccessfully on 3rd down instead of continuing what was working. Shaking my head. And then, as we were talking a little bit about throughout this stream on that Doom Moose, that's a bit of a part of what you got with Grubb this year, is that some of the issues that have come up from him have been issues that have shown up again and 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 again. We get in the red zone, we get too pass happy. Evident by the fact that you've got Geno Smith throwing all of these interceptions in the red zone. And you go, dude, stop throwing so much. Go to the run game, especially when you're finding success in that run game between the 20s on your way on that drive to getting up there in the red zone. But we do know that this is just a little bit of a lean that we've got here in Grubb. Michael Santaloza, you're live? How long have you been talking? 7 hours, 40 minutes, and 33 seconds. It's light work, man. Light work tonight. Guard Knight, thank you for the $10 donation and all of your support this evening, my brother. Appreciate you for that. How do I draw it? Oh, this is the darkest one. It's probably this light that makes it dark. This is the one I can go to that gets it super dark, Joss. But then it makes it almost too dark. This may be the one I want to go with, just use my overhead lighting. And this is the one that I have where it really lightens it up. I probably should just take this one down a little bit like that. I find that happy medium like that. Oh, that's a little bit nicer, huh? That's a little bit nicer. Michael, yeah, we're about ready for bed. You got me just wrapping it up. Megan said, Hawks Nest, where do I fit in? Old school or new school? Old school, Megan. You've been here for years. Most of the folks in right now, I think, are pretty much a lot of old school folks, quite frankly. I didn't give a other shot, but Jail is old school. Cash Money Killer's been in here for a minute. Ricardo's been in for a minute. Chris, Northwest. What's up, Chris? What's the haps, my man? A lot of old schoolers in here tonight. A lot of them. Garth with that $10 donation. Thank you for that, Garth. Says, does anyone else have a reverse print card with Jim Zorn throwing the pigskin right-handed? That would be awesome. But it seems the error cards were usually good, great players. That would be pretty cool to have a Zorn card where he's throwing right-handed. You know, where they forced him to do it like, it'll just look weird with the lefty stuff there, Jim. Just do it the right. Yeah, I know that's not your natural motion, but just go with us on this one, man. We want to keep this, you know, what's the word? Consistent with these ones. But that reminds me, Garth, of the that's the one with Billy Ripken, right? Like you're referencing a little bit the old Billy Ripken, where Billy had the baseball bat, and then he had like a bad dirty word underneath on the handle of the bat, and it was on the Flair card, and it ended up making Billy Ripken. Hell, I think it's probably worth more than any Cal Ripken card. That Billy Ripken card was worth more, which is kind of the ironic part, because Billy had kind of a nothing career, and Cal was a Hall of Famer and Iron Man. And I would reckon to guess that Billy Ripken card, Garth, is worth more than any card of Cal's career. All because of that dirty word on the underside of the handle. One little dirty word. King says, think I've been here since 2023. Yeah, you've been here for 3 years. That's what I was thinking. I mentioned a couple names off then, and I realized I kind of go through all the names. I'm like, oh no, it's Aloha 808, you know, D Nugget in the house here, JS. These are all names that have been here. Been here since the beginning, baby. Been in here since the beginning. They know what's up. Thank you, Garth, for the $10 dono. What was the other, Garth? What other ones do we got? I know there's been ones with like misspellings, and the Billy Ripken one is the one that I remember in the youth. Like every kid was on the hunt for that one. That was the holy grail as a kid, the Billy Ripken card. Emily Watson, draft a right guard and left guard. Wait until 2026 draft to get a quarterback. I like your approach, Emily, especially with where you're at on the quarterback and making some of your peace with the fact that, you'd maybe like to draft a quarterback in this draft, but there's not really one available. Maybe there will be in 2026, but this draft doesn't look like there's one that's real feasible that you really see as a guy that's an upgrade for what you got, or a guy that even that you feel like is a guy that's capable of carrying you on in the future here. I think there's a lot of worries and concerns on that. Gar says this stream started in 2022. Big facts. Big facts. TJ, you've been here since the beginning too, brother. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. That's one thing I love here, and that's one thing I always say about this with this community, is that this is not a community that's built on people they just arrived here on the spot, and we're always welcoming of new people. But you'll notice here is the people that come here and they stay. And that's because we are a community. We are like family here. We all understand that we're all about the same thing, and there'll be heavy disagreement. But that is the thing that it does, I think, persist about this chat and this channel above all else, is that, you guys are in here and part of that because you recognize what this place is. And it ain't because of me. It's because of you guys on this and what you do on this chat to make this way. If it was just me up here yakking, this thing wouldn't make it past an hour. There'd be nowhere else to go. This thing would be, okay, offline. That's all I got to talk about. But you guys are the ones keep it rolling in that way. And, once you're here, man, you ain't going nowhere. You're here. We got you for life. The way it rolls. Garth Knight, Juan Gonzalez batting from the left. Ooh, did he do the crazy? Was his dances crazy from the left side where the hands went over the head? So did he do it full on with, remember he go hands up over here, right? Like that thing was up here with Juan. Wasn't it? Didn't he do that up here, girl? That was Juan. Something like that, I think. King Bomber, I mean, they wanted Latham at guard last year, so maybe they're going to take Booker in the late first round. Could be. Some of the drive with Latham was, I think, a little bit of the insurance that you were going to get for Lucas, where, he could go fill in for you at right tackle for a time, or then eventually kick into guard once Lucas was theoretically healthy. But Booker's a guy that I could see, and a guy that I've asked a lot of people, I'm sure you'd be on this with King Bomber, where, maybe you have a mid-second round grade on him. Maybe you have a low second round grade on him. Okay, if you pick at 23 in this draft, is that the biggest reach in the world to go take what may be the best left guard in the draft that you reach an extra 15, 20 spots for to go get, for that certainty that he kind of does bring? I wouldn't be against it. The ideal would be, of course, somebody would say, well, just trade back and then take him and pick up extra picks. But if you can't move back, as we've seen a lot of first rounds, recent history has been not as many trades, harder to move back and forward on. Maybe that's the approach. Emily says, do you think Abe Lucas can move to right guard, or is he too small? It's actually the opposite problem, Emily. Abraham Lucas is 6'6". And when you look at guards in the NFL, if you look across the NFL landscape, there are very few 6'6" guards in playing at that place, because you have to be able, when you play inside, to win the leverage war first and foremost. You kind of got to win the leverage war as a tackle, but there's techniques to get around it. It's not a necessity, especially if you're bigger than the edge that you're going across, which oftentimes can be the case. But with the guard position, you've got to be able to sink down. You've got to be able to get low. You've got to win that leverage war. And for a 6'6" guy to get down that low, it's really hard for them to do that. So, no, I think you just keep him out at right tackle, as he seems to have rounded into shape out there very well at this point. Plus, it's a lot easier to find feasibly a functional right guard than it is to find as good a right tackle as Abraham Lucas is. Much more high priority, high value spot to have that at right tackle. I know we've had some issues, Emily, finding good right guards, but that's not as been much because you've swung so hard at the fences at that position. You've kind of gone really light. We're going to start Phil Haynes. We're going to start Gabe Jackson. We're going to, run with a DJ Fluker who's on his third or fourth team. And this will be about his final stop. You can kind of see why it's gone light in recent times. Yep. Reverse guard. Oh, that's cool. He did the hands over the head. I like that. Okay. They reversed the card. Okay, so his numbers are backwards and everything on it. I gotta look that one up. I was unaware of the Juan Gonzalez one. Do you not get what makes Hawks Nest different is Brando's interaction with the peeps? Oh, and Pumpkin and the other cat. There we go, brother. There we go. A person says, you know what really grinds my gears? Sydney Sweeney is from Spokane, and she's an Eagles fan. Like, what? Yeah, it's very disappointing. That's very disappointing. Maybe she's just confused. Seahawk, Eagle, get him a little bit confused there. Cameron says, best Hawks channel. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that, man. Many men, do you live in Washington? I did live in Washington for a long period of time. I grew up in Western Washington, in Seattle, kind of local area. But I recently moved out of Spokane in about the last, in the 8 months or so, about 8 months ago. I've been down in San Diego recently, many men. But we might make our way back up to Western Washington when it's all said and done. I tend to be a little bit transient in my way. Abel Gurma, this man's still streaming. Wow. Let's go. I can't quit you guys. I can't quit you guys. I do love Washington, though. King says, because some team like Green Bay will take Booker 25 and you'll hate yourself. Not a reach 100%. I'm with it at this point, King. And I have the same outlook as you do on Booker in that I love him. I think he's a second round rated guard, but I think he's a very safe guard to take in this class. I trust in his upside. He's got enough mobility. He's got good power at the point of attack and his ability to get at the very least, initial push. He's not a pure drive blocker, but he's always going to get a bit of push. He can seal guys off. He's got that power. He's got that length. He kind of checks all the boxes without having anything that's necessarily dazzling. And for my money, yeah, I'd be willing to do it too. And another one of those things where it's like paying Trey Brown $20 million, where you'll have a lot of Hawk fans going, yeah, good, great, cool. No problem, John. All the pundits out there nationally going, this is much higher to take Booker than you can take him. I mean, you just don't want to, you could have gotten him at number 4 in the second round. I don't know what Seattle's taking. Meanwhile, everybody in Seattle's like, yes, yes. Cut back to, draft pundit B, you got Mel Kiper in there with his hair coming up and like, this is too early to be taking a left guard. And meanwhile, cut back to Hawk fans. High-fiving, doing hip drop touches, making babies. Manny Ben says, oh, nice. San Diego's great. It really is. I love living in San Diego and love Seattle too. This was more of a move, many men, just for kind of family reasons. Really got the benefit of it here with Christmas and getting the family all around each other. But like I say, it's when it's all said and done, you might eventually find me out there in Western Washington here. Hard to pin me down. Hard to say exactly. Megan says, I've always considered you my best friend and brother B, and the 12s are my brothers and sisters. I like it that way, Megan. And I feel very much the same way. I see us as a family here and how we operate. I love that outlook, and it's going to be the way we operate into the future here. Cash Money Killer, thoughts on Ryan Grubb? Well, you got a mixed bag from him. And a guy that's not gotten always the greatest of fair shakes, and that you gave him what has been right around one of the league worst offensive lines. And there's a lot of offensive coordinators, and by and large, most offensive coordinators are going to fail in this kind of environment, especially being their first year at a new team. And so that part probably can't be undersold and has got to be probably pulled into a heavy amount of consideration in the evaluation of Grubb for this season. There are things that can't be as explained just as easily away by that. His lack of commitment to the running game. His lack of leaning away from things that are intuitively working. You find the gap running scheme against the Cardinals. Do you go back again to it the next week? Do you go back again to it the week after that? Do you hammer that as something in a ground game that's found no room, but here's something that you can use and let's use it? No, you just kind of go away from it willingly. This game, running the ball is a great indication of that. You run the ball, as somebody else mentioned on that first drive, get the ball right up the field. You have a couple of just short little pop passes that you throw. We'll throw out to the flat to Noah Fant. He runs it up for 13 yards. But then you get inside the red zone, and another commonality of Grubb throughout this year, Cash Money, has been he wants to bail away from the run game once he gets inside the goal line. Like the closer he gets to the goal line, the more he wants to bail away from the run game, even where it was working there. Creativity, pre-snap motion, trick plays, an identity offensively. These things are missing right now with Grubb. Some of it can be explained away to that offensive line and the issues there at hand. I don't think all of it can be explained to that. A person, I heard San Diego has great weather, not as hot as LA. What really stands out, and I've lived in all three sections of California. So I've lived in San Diego, I've lived in LA, I've lived up in the northern side in San Jose. I haven't lived in Bakersfield, but nobody chooses to live in Bakersfield. They end up there by happenstance. That is the hellhole of California by far. San Diego, though, is this weird enclave where everything is compressed in LA and it's snarled and traffic is everywhere and there's just people on top of people and you just feel like there's just always somebody right there up near your face, you know? I can't breathe. San Diego's got a little bit of elbow room. And the place I'm in general is just a nice little spot. It doesn't feel packed. The weather is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it's definitely a spot that I would recommend if you're looking for a warm weather area to go to. And a different spot from the rest of the California, from the vibe, the feel, how the weather goes. I'm on. Ishak says, do you think Booker will declare? It's always a little bit of a touch and go scenario here, I'm on, to your question, because of the fact that in this new NIL situation, it's not about the evaluation of the player or where he necessarily will go in the draft. That can be overridden by a lot of money being given to that player. I could see Alabama throwing him a lot of money because, of course, all three of those linemen, I think there's 4 linemen for the offensive line on that Bama team this year that are going to be draft eligible, if I'm not mistaken. I know the 3 interior offensive linemen bare minimum, and I think they've got a tackle in the draft as well. So maybe they're going to throw some money at some of those guys to keep them back in the fold, or else Alabama's looking at the specter I'm on of maybe having to reset 4 different positions next year on top of losing Jalen Milroe this offseason. That's going to be hard work there for DeBoer. Booker should get a minimum of a second round grade, maybe even a sub first round grade. He should be, to my eyes, and I haven't gone through into the depths of all the interior linemen yet, but he should be, to my eyes, your top rated left guard in this draft as it appears. So if that's the case, you know, what do you go back from a standpoint of him? He's not got really a case that can be made to go back into the college to up your draft status. You know, you're a late first round pick in your qualification. That's as high as guards go. They're not taken in the 5th round unless they're just uber talents. And he's not quite an uber talent. So I think that outside of him having a lot of millions being thrown at him by the college program, or a lot of money being thrown at him by the college program, that it is probably about a 90-95% certainty that he comes out, Iman. I can't think of a recent lineman that's as well rated as him who would have gone back, that would have been picked at where he's being picked at. But the NIL situation does change things around. Brando, your mom lives in San Diego. My mom lives here. My brother lives here as well with his family. So we don't have a big, expansive family, which is why we wanted to make sure with the few that we have remaining that we have everybody around each other. D-Nugget says, love it or hate it. Washington's my home here in America now. Lacey's perfect. Not too big, not too small, close to stuff, and not too hot, humid. Well said, man. Yeah, I think Washington's got some really great areas to it. I love that state too as well. It'll always have a special place in my heart. And like I said, I might eventually end up back there. I just had to warm up some of these old bones for now, D-Nugget. Emily says, if Ryan Greb doesn't work out, who would you want for OC? I think you want to look for just an OC that's a legitimate one that's done it before, Emily, that you're not getting a first-time guy who's a passing coordinator or a run game coordinator. I don't have a lot of specificity to it other than that. I want the guy with a track record of success. I think ideally you'd like to find a guy who might be coming off a head coaching job who's a really smart offensive mind. Shane Steichen, Stefanski with Cleveland, if they were to move off of him, those would be 2 guys that may or may not be available on the market that I would definitely jump on with 2 feet if they were. McDaniel with the Dolphins, if he becomes available as a coach. I think that's really the key point on this too, Emily, is maybe look to target one of these recent offensive minds that are as a head coach that's getting released and pick from the best of the bunch of that's a legit OC type guy who's done it before, and you know what you're getting in him, and it's not a lot of question marks in what he brings to the table. So I don't have a lead dog with this, Emily. It's more just guided by that kind of factor. A guy that's called plays in the NFL before and has had success in doing so. That's really more at the heart of who I would go away from, because that's a bit of the opposite of what you brought him in Grubb, who was the question mark, who had never called plays at the pro level before. You're taking the big swing. So a little bit more of let's take the double this time. more than let's go hit the home run out the park into the second deck like we kind of tried to do with Grubb. D-Nugget San Diego has some nice areas. Many of the rich moving from LA and Orange County area. Northern San Diego County is nice too. Sad the Chargers left though. Yeah, it was really brutal on the community to move the Chargers out like they did. And the NFL likes to get cute. They got cute with that situation. Wouldn't surprise me if D-Nugget eventually the Chargers do move back to San Diego. I'm still a little reticent to believe that it's going to work there in LA with them. We'll see. San Diego's nice. It's got a lot of nice areas, man. It does indeed. I'm staying up till 4 a.m. for that S show. Being a UK Hawks fan is tough. I'm sorry, man. I know it's especially rough for you folks out there on the other side of the globe. And you're true fans to get up at that time in the morning and especially have to suffer through that kind of game at the same time. So I'm sorry for that. And maybe some of this struggle and pain that you're having to go through for the now will be that much more rewarded down the line when the team does get to a contending state and finally does turn it on, if they can. If they can. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate all you do for the channel tonight. He says the best thing about Brando, beyond his love for his two felines, is in fact that he's a genuine super fan. This guy knows his stuff, and I consider him to be my best friend who's left-handed. I'll take that, man. I'll take that, man. Us lefties can take all we can on that side of it, man, Garth. You know, we're, by many of the people out there in society, we are looked at as freaks. Some look at us as still demon possessed, us lefties, you know, they see us as lesser. There is some truth to that. I have come across some water fountains in my past that have said for righties only. Did I still drink out of the fountain? Yes, I did. Did I think I was going to be arrested? Maybe. But we've got to fight against this left-handed prejudicial behavior that exists out there, you know? We can't be being kept left at the phrase of the society here, Garth. We're people too, man. Does our blood not bleed? Do we not bruise if you hit us? That's really kind of you to say, though, Garth. And I do love this sport, man. I love my people. I love my community. I love my team. Love my life. Love my cats. But I'm blessed to be able to do what I do, man. I'm in a very blessed position. A lot of you guys are getting up today on this day, and you're talking about the hard work I got to do. You got to go do the hard work. You're getting up right now to go into your job on the day and go work that 8 hours, and you may or may not be completely passionate about it. You may be grinding in on that day, and you're 2 hours in it, and you're looking at the clock, and you're going, how much more do I have in this day? Oh my God, I got 6 hours left. I haven't gotten to lunch yet. And that's the tough day. That's the hard work. That's the stuff I feel my heart goes out to you folks out there knowing what you got to do on that, and that's not a fun lot in life, and that can be a rough run. But in this day and age where the dollar goes for less than ever before, and inflation's a bitch, and no one's got any money, and every employer's trying to shake you down. Not me and not what I get to do. And it's nothing but awesome on this end of it. A person says, I heard San Diego has great weather, not as hot as LA. A person. It's very like this summer wasn't bad at all. It got warm, but it wasn't like you're just cooking and you're just like, much worse summers in different areas of this country for sure. And probably LA is definitely worse. That gets to be way more of a concrete heat up jungle there. Hawaii, worse area on that. Person says, I live in Okanagan County, the most desolate area in Washington. Wow. I have to look that one up. You know, good choice, Brando. Moving close to mom and fam. I moved my mom here. As getting older, there's been a pull to do this for years, and we were trying to set it up for a long period of time to get everything set up, and it's a lot of moving parts, and we had to do a lot of different things to get it right, but we're able to pull it off, and I'm loving it. I'm Brando, Cash Money, Brandon Brando. It's one of my pseudo nicknames, I guess. It's a shorthand. Martin says, I don't think Cleveland will move off of Stefanski. If they did, would definitely like to see him as the Seahawks as an OC. Is Doug Peterson worth considering for OC? Doug Dick's been less impressive for me, Martin. You know, he does come off the Andy Reid tree, and I think at his time when he was there with Andy Reid was kind of, you know, calling the plays. I know he's got the Super Bowl title to his belt and all that, but I get less excited for Doug, I guess. Brian Dable is another guy potentially worth considering there, Martin, you know, in the mix of this. I think you're probably right about Stefanski, where, you know, Cleveland probably looks at like you're not the problem. If they did move off for Stefanski, Martin, there could be an NFL team that jumped readily right up to the plate and said, we'll take him. We'll take him off your hands. We're happy to go with Stefanski. It's not his fault you guys haven't gotten him a quarterback there. It's not his fault that you've forced and foisted Deshaun Watson onto him. You know, so I see it the way you probably do with Stefanski too. There's a chance that he just probably remain. Steichen as well with the Colts. They might give him the benefit of the doubt. Emily says, I love Seattle. I was born and raised there for 13 years. I'm now 21 years old, living in South Carolina. Ooh, I hear that's a really nice state. But my grandma, who is a diehard Seahawks fan, lives in Auburn, Washington, so I visit every year. Well, you went to a hell of a cool state, though. I hear that's one of the better ones down in the South to go to. Great weather, great people, great environment down there, I hear. As long as you can deal with the accents, Emily. Those North Carolina, South Carolina folks, you ever hear folks coming out of there with their accents? Whoa, Nelly, is that Southern heavy? That's a heavy draw that they got down there. It's not always distinguishable what they're exactly saying out there in Carolina, but it's a beautiful area. And I hear a wonderful place to live. Megan says, thank God I have 3 weeks off so I can stay up. Let's go. Cash Money says, do you think Rayshon Jenkins will be back next year? No, he'd be part of a collection of guys I would go down the line on here. Cash Money, you're going to save about $4 or $5 million on Rayshon Jenkins's deal. It was always going to be probably a 1-year deal. Is there a chance that they could bring him back because they do have a lot? They do like to go to 3 safety looks, and you'd have a role for him there in those 3 safety looks at that point. Sure, but I think that the draw to save money on him and a few of these other different players like Tyler Lockett and Draymond Jones and maybe Uchenna Nwosu and both of the two Fants, I think it's going to prove too much of a draw because you got to Cash Money create space right now. You're coming into this offseason with only really $3 million of functional cap space, and you got a lot of work that needs to be done. So you're going to have to create that money by necessity, not by optionality. It's got to be done. He says, I have my mom, brother, nephew in the same town. My dad, as you know, died in 2017. It's really nice having family close, especially as you get older, especially as you get more pared down and there are fewer of you and folks pass on and your extended family just goes from this as a child and, oh Lord, where'd everybody go? Have I gotten that old? Oh my God. Ethan says, so you're in Spokane now? Pretty cool. I live in Spokane Valley. No, I just moved out of Spokane. So I was in Spokane back in last winter and I moved out at that time. But I was in Spokane for many a year. I think I lived in Spokane about 5-6 years. D Nugget says, hey, we know Doug will call the Philly. Philly might help our red zone offense. Philly special can't hurt the red zone offense, that's for sure. People still use that play call. I think the Lions, we had the Lions do the Philly special on us this year. And it worked. To Jared Goff. Oh God, I had blacked that out. We let the Philly special work to Jared Goff this year. Oh, just threw up in my mouth a little bit. Oh, we let Jared Goff complete a touchdown pass that he received. You know what I mean? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right. Well, folks, I know I've been teasing this. We've just crossed 8 hours here on this side of it, so I will probably start to button this one down and call this a day. Orion says, hey, B, have you checked out Lenoris Sellers? Oh, man, there is always some good Key and Peele names in these drafts, man. I will tell you what. Lenoris Sellers. What a name, man. That is a DeBricka Ferguson type name there. Lenoris Sellers. I got him on my list. I will check him out, Orion. I'm trying to do about a 2 to 3 day prospect a day thing. So I'm definitely in the flow of trying to catch back up now on these prospects, and I will take a look at him if I can. He's a 2026 draft class. Oh, okay. So I'll take a look at him and try to get a view of him. get an initial look-see. TJ says, not gonna lie, when I got on YouTube and saw you still live, I thought YouTube didn't update yet. Laughing out loud. I don't tend to go this late in the morning, but we're having a roll tonight. I'm feeling this. Brandon got the dry goffs. I do have the dry goffs. Oh my gosh. Garth is going to finish us off right here on the channel, man. Multiple donations over from Garth. I thank you so much for all of your support tonight. And man, you're not alone. Many of you over have dropped so many donations tonight, too many to count. I thank everybody for all of that support on the stream and throughout this stream in almost 8 hours. You guys are just absolutely unbelievable in your support and very kind in that way, Garth. Very, very kind. Garth with the $10 dono says, what happened to Deshaun Watson? He was assassinated for messages while Russ was assassinated for being a good guy. Goes to show it's hard to block the noise when it's overwhelming. It is hard to block the noise, and I think you make a good point that with Deshaun Watson, I think from a physical standpoint, I think he absolutely still had it going to Cleveland. I think that situation and how it played out mentally eroded what was going on with him as a player, and as it would with probably a lot of people. Now, does it come down to that being on his shoulders and his responsibility? That's on Deshaun Watson and God, and only them are would know the answer to that one. But it looks a little bit like a guilty conscience. I'll tell you that, if you were innocent, no matter how much noise you heard on that, I don't know if you'd go in the tank in this way. There'd be more of a spirit of, I'm going to fight and show them that this is BS, that I got railroaded. It feels, and maybe it's wrong on this, and I'm not trying to throw him over the boat on this, Garth, but I am saying it feels a little bit like, it's like, if I was to say, okay, Deshaun, you have these allegations and these things just came to light and now you're going to go play again here soon. We got these allegations though, that look kind of real. No, they're not real. Okay. And how your body language would be and how you look as you were on the field, if they were real, does match up to what we've seen from Deshaun in Cleveland. I mean, that physical ability is there, but you are right. Like, look, he did get, whether it's right or wrong at this point, and I'm not a fan of mob justice or having the court of public opinion prosecute people. That is what did happen there in the case of Deshaun. Was there a lot of smoke to that particular fire? Did kind of seem like it. In Russ's case, definitely not as earned. There were things about Russ that he had done from a diva standpoint that, was rubbing people the wrong way. And I want my own office and, my entourage and a lot of stuff there. But that's certainly not enough to get some of the shade that he got. And, with my belief on this with Peyton there in Denver is that I don't think Peyton gave him a fair shake and was looking to move off of Russell pretty much almost from the start. It was like he was playing a political game there to find a way to where he could make it palpable for the fan base to, hey, yeah, you got to do this. We get what you're doing, rather than the fan base saying, how could you bail on Russ so early? And that wasn't a fair shake to Russ. It wasn't. Because Peyton took that job acting like he was going to try to do that. And that's where that disingenuous part of it, I just think, is at the heart there with Peyton. And then some of those public displays he had there to make Russ look bad, stop kissing babies and screaming at him on the sideline. And that was all, to me, the big theatrics there to, again, further allow the fan base to sign off on you taking essentially the biggest dead money cap in NFL history because, you don't want to work through the problems with the guy. I didn't get that part of it. But you make some good points, man. And boy, if Deshaun is innocent of these charges, if these things were completely just out of left field and just people pigpiling on it and trying to get their money, I mean, sad story if it's that way at that point. At least he got paid. You said, Garth, at least he's going to come out of this with hundreds of millions of dollars. So you can't say he didn't, has financial ability to earn removed from him as well. At least he's been able to recoup that. Kelly, what's up? Kelly says, B, I can't believe you're still streaming. Laughing out loud. It's 8:25 a.m. on the East Coast in Delaware, and I'm working from home. Laughing out loud. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Well, you did catch me right at the end where we're just kind of wrapping up But we've had a hell of a stream tonight. We've turned over everything. We've solved the problems. We've gone big. We've gone small. We've looked at 2025. We looked at 2026. We've decided what we're going to do with Gino. We decided what we're going to do with DK. And I joke, of course, but just a lot of big items to turn over. And after this game, especially Kelly, and a lot of fun topics of discussion tonight. A lot of different ways we've gone tonight. A lot of different directions. JL says, isn't it obvious bro needs his massages to be successful? That could be it too, as the secret sauce is he just needs his handy. As long as he's got his handy, he is an elite quarterback, but without his handies, he's not very handy. Martin says, great show, great chat, makes up for the game. As an Irish Seahawks fan, it's a 1:15 a.m. kickoff for me, and I've watched all the game hoping it would get better. I wish it did better, give you something and reward you guys for, what you guys do to get up that early in the morning. And this is the kind of game that's not, even for football that can have ugly and bad games, Martin, even for a sport that can have its share of stinkers that come up. This game was pretty specialized in its stinkiness and what they did in this one, where you went, ooh, boy, that one's really, did you leave the fridge open? Like, why does it smell like that? Like all night, did you leave the fridge open? Oh, no, that was that game. I had a rough one, Martin. I've got to do the play-by-play, and one of the biggest problems I've had this year in some of the games and watching this Hawks team is not losing my stuff, and just getting into my emotions and getting angry about what I'm watching, but trying to keep an even keel and keep the play-by-play going. But it was a challenge tonight, man. I ain't gonna lie. I lost that battle a few times over the course of this game. Boy, did I ever. Megan said, I didn't miss much swimming with Ollie, and the pool was much cooler than the game. That's a good way of putting it, Megan. DJ says, defense feels good again. Good job, Mike. Got that part right. And I think, DJ, we will start to finish it up on that note. D-Nugget says, stinking Pike's Place fish. That's what it was, man. Like, you can't leave the fish out like that for multiple days and expect it to still be... No, it's not edible, man. No, that game's not edible, I'm telling you. Oh. But, TJ, there are things that we're not sure about. There's parts of this team that are good, but then you've got this draw to the dark side of what might be good. I mean, like, this guy's got this, but then he's also brings this to the table. You got the pillar tackles, but the interior of the line still needs to be fully rebuilt. There's just lots of these parts that just feel like they need to get figured out all the way through. But the defense is on the right track. Mike has done great work this year. He's brought this thing from the back end to the front. Not fully to the front, but take it to the back end, to at least top end from the middle side of it. And that's a huge leap. And part of what you really get hopeful here, TJ, is if he can do that here and the now with this team inheriting this roster as he has, what happens when you can get the custom fit roster, the custom fit guys to the scheme and how he wants to run it pure. And the upside there just goes through the roof. He's been the right hire. This has been a successful season. There's been part of this discussion, TJ, that's talking about how we push this forward into the future and looking at this team as being a contender or not. That's all removed, though, from this season and what he's done this year as a first time, as the youngest head coach in the NFL, to get you to 9 wins and maybe to 10 wins when it's all said and done. So that part has been a success. He's been the right hire and a guy that I have a lot of faith in as we go into the future, TJ. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. And again, all of your support today, man. You are unbelievable in your support. You have always been that way here, though, and I thank you for that. Brando, at Martin Lawrence, needs to send you something from Ireland. I do need an Irish football, man. It is a little bit of, I used to think it was my home country. I've got a lot of Irish in me. I came to find out that I'm more Scottish, though. Did not see that one coming. Did not see Scottish as the number one for me, but... Number one guy's Scottish. It's Scottish, Irish, a little bit of French, a lot of English. A lot of English. But maybe Martin's maybe he's got a little bit of an Irish football he can send me. A good luck charm, huh? Irish are known for that, Martin. Trey Griff, thank you for the $10 donation, Trey. Very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. Says, no way I go to sleep and wake up and you're still alive. You're that guy, B. Well, thank you, Trey. I really appreciate you, man. And I remember you dropped a dono earlier in the stream. So thank you for all of your support. You're finishing us off right. You're going to be our final donation on the stream today. You and Garth being very kind here at the end, but so many have been so kind today. And we've had a great stream. And we've had a lot we've been able to talk to. And I've had just, as I always with you guys, I have a phenomenal time being able to chop this up with you guys and go end to end. And just, we're not restricted here. We go as long as we want. We'll talk about every subject and we'll talk about to the nth degree. And there are no rules here. We operate with pure, unadulterated freedom here at the Hawks Nest. And I appreciate you guys for that. And thank you, Trey, man. I had a great time tonight. We had a really great stream. It's been a lot of fun. Callie says Jaron Reed's interview was hilarious. He said, go Hawks and go Cards. Well, Jaron's got it right now. Jaron's got it right. Seattle Seahawks don't control their own fate. We got 2 days from now. I will come back. You guys by request said, hey, let's have you do a stream on Saturday. Do the Rams, do the Cardinals stream, do the play-by-play on that. Let's get that mojo going. So your guys' wish is my command. We'll be back on Saturday, 5 o'clock. Rams and Cardinals. We will live stream that game. Fingers crossed. You got good luck charms. I want you rubbing them. You know, rub the baby, rub the grandma, rub the grandpa. Do what you got to do. Whatever little thing you've got to do, you know. Tap it twice, rub your head. Go in a circle, do it twice, whatever your process is, engage it right now. We're going to need it for this Saturday for the Cardinals to go do the Lord's good work and go get that win against the Rams on the road. So think good thoughts, think good vibes. This has been a successful season. The team's on the right path. We're turning over some things that are some real big high-level items that have to do more with this team on the grand scale of things and about timing and about when is the right time to really enact a sense of aggressiveness when it comes to this team. But as far as you being on the right path and having the right coach and moving in the right direction, I really do feel confidently that even after a weird win like this, even after a lot of up and downs this year and a lot of inconsistency this year, you are on the right path. You are moving the right direction. We just got to give it time for this thing to fully set and fully take off in the direction it's going to go. But good game, good season. Let's see if we're going to stay alive here in the next couple of days and see if that Rams team can follow the Cardinals and keep our season hope alive, make that final game of the season matter, and see if we can still have a hope to go take this division in what has been a wild 2024. A big thank you to Garth, Megan, all of the folks that donated multiple times over. Trey, Griff, appreciate you as well. You guys are as unbelievable as anyone will find here on YouTube. Why do I go 8 hours on a stream? Is because of you guys. You guys make this happen here on the stream. And you always are that way here for me every single time I go live, without fail, every single time I go live here. And I'm blessed in what I get to do. So thank you for that, you guys. I appreciate you. We'll be back in less than 2 days to have a live stream of the game, trying to see if this team can pull it off, being the Cardinals, and keep our season hopes alive. But until that time, don't you ever forget, even after a 6-3 win like this that doesn't have a lot of people excited against a bad Bears team, it's a win. You're to 9 wins. You're still in the mix here. We're still fighting. I'm checking the fat lady, and I don't see her singing yet. So keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. Don't you give up. Keep that hope alive. Let's get this Cardinal win this next day here, next 2 days. Let's keep the season alive. Let's get in the playoffs. Let's just surprise everybody. How's that sound to you guys? Appreciate you watching. I love you guys. Thank you for all you guys do on the support of the channel. Back real soon, but until that time, don't you dare forget. Go Hawks.